And in this video, we're going to take a complete and in-depth look into the murders of Patrick Tate, Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe. Part 1 of this video will mainly focus on the more scientific aspects of the case, including the initial discovery of the bodies, the gunshot wounds inflicted to the victims, and information on how this crime was carried out. As we move further into this video, you will hear of the downward spiral concerning Pat Tate and his increasingly erratic personality, as well as Michael Steele, one of the men who would later be convicted of the murders, his relationship with the 3 deceased. Finally, towards the end of the video, we take a look at the case as a whole and also introduce some new potential suspects into the frame. Firstly, let's start with the morning of December the 7th, 1995, and the discovery of the bodies of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. I will start with the finding of the bodies in the Range Rover. You will remember the first 2 witnesses, Kenneth Jiggins and Peter Fierbald. Kenneth Jiggins has been a close friend of the farmer who runs White House Farm Peter Fierbald for 25 years. He helps in the pheasant shoot and the duck shoot. Workhouse Lane at the time had a single metal gate across the track which leads to the fields, the pond, the wood and further onto the farm. The gate was normally locked in the shooting season, which was from mid-July to the end of February, in order to deter poachers. On the 6th of December 1995, Mr. Jiggins went at around 4 in the afternoon to feed the pheasants and the ducks, but he only fed the ducks as it was too late for the pheasants. He drove back through the gateway and locked the gate at around 5 p.m. He thought the snow had just stopped and there was no other vehicle on the route. Okay, so already a few points worthy of discussion here. Now, the gate, which basically trapped Tucker, Tate and Rolfe in position down Workhouse Lane, meaning they had very little chance of escape, this gate would normally be locked between the months of July to February. The gate was last used at 5 p.m. on the evening of December the 6th. Now, what's quite interesting about this is the fact that Darren Nichols, the supposed getaway driver, he claims that the gate was in fact supposed to have been open on the evening of December the 6th, or at least Steele and Wombs were anticipating it being open. But that to me doesn't actually serve much of a purpose. If this gate was in fact open and they're driven through into the open farmland, where exactly would Jack Wombs have been waiting in order to spring the ambush? Now, the version put forward by Darren Nichols is that when Steele and Wombs returned to the vehicle and they were making their escape, there was some conversation in the car where Steele turned to Wombs and said, "I thought we'd blown it. When I'd got down the lane and realised that the gate was locked, I didn't know where you were. So I got out of the back of the vehicle and then all of a sudden Jack approached from nearby bushes." But as I say, what would really be the point in driving them through the open gate into open farmland? It would be almost impossible to actually lay in wait somewhere and just hope that the Range Rover would end up at that spot. To me, as I say, it doesn't make any logical sense in terms of pre-planning this murder. Really, the only way that I can see the killer or killers being surprised by the fact the gate was actually locked and not open is if the planning process and really these whole murders in general were kind of thrown together at the last moment. It had to be done quickly, it had to be done that evening, and there wasn't really any time to scope out the crime scene or pick a particular place of interest. Now, when you look at the prosecution's case, I guess really that is kind of what they're saying. They're saying that on the afternoon of December the 6th, these individuals received a phone call to meet later that evening, and they were executed down Workhouse Lane. But there are so many indicators here which tell me this was a very well thought out and meticulously planned crime. Now, many people will say, well, Jack Wombs' phone was picked up in the area of Rettendon the day before the murders or the days leading up to the murders. Could he have been down there during daylight hours when in fact that gate would have been open? Is that why they expected the gate to be open? Is that why it was a surprise when that gate was in fact closed? But what I think we need to be is very careful with the term close to the crime scene. Many people have looked into this case and they get kind of hung up on this telephone evidence, which is actually, to be perfectly honest, incredibly vague. It's not like today when you can basically pinpoint someone's location with their phone within a few feet of where they're actually standing. Back in 1995, all they had was the cell site data, so it would tell you which beacon a phone connected to, or which cell site a phone connected to during a telephone call or a certain part of the day. Now, that telephone beacon would service an area of around 12 to 15 miles. Now, in a vain attempt at trying to explain the telephone evidence and just how accurate it truly was, what I'm going to do quickly is refer to a paragraph from the CCRC appeal document from an expert working for the prosecution. Not the defence, not Jack Womes, not Michael Steele, not anyone on the defence team, but someone who was actually working for the prosecution. Hopefully this should clear up just how accurate the telephone evidence is. Point 4. When giving evidence at trial, Simon Collins, a telephone expert called by the prosecution, stated, quote, "Trying to plot where people are by mobile telephone evidence is near enough impossible. You are dealing with likelihood and possibilities, and it is very complicated." See page 14 of transcript of summing up for the 14th of January 1998. So basically, if Jack Womes made a telephone call or used his telephone at a certain time of day on December the 5th and it connected to the beacon which we will call X, yes, he may well have been in Rettendon. He may also have been up to 10 to 15 miles away when making that telephone call. So the evidence is incredibly circumstantial and, as I say, very, very vague. On the other side of the coin, however, if you wish to believe Darren Nichols' evidence, Darren Nichols' version of events in combination with the telephone evidence, then you could say to yourself, yes, I believe the word of Darren Nichols. Everything that he says ties up. These individuals must have been there because it matches up with the phone records. Darren Nichols is saying that they would be here at a certain time. That matches with the cell site data. It depends which side of the fence that you sit on. Are you a believer of Darren Nichols' version of events, a supposed getaway driver on the evening of December the 6th? Or do you believe he was covering his back, or there was some kind of cover-up involved with Darren Nichols himself? Darren Nichols and the police officers who were interviewing him. It ultimately depends who you wish to believe. Another point worthy of mention when talking about White House Farm and the location is, did Tucker, Tate or Rolfe know of that location prior to their murders? Now, it was discussed in court and put forward by the prosecution that Michael Steele on the night of the murders was directing these three individuals to the lane in question, i.e. Michael Steele needed to be there with them to guide them to White House Farm and down Workhouse Lane. But did they have prior knowledge of this location? Now, this idea that Michael Steele had to guide these individuals down to Workhouse Lane is also reflected in the police statement from Donna Jaggers. Donna Jaggers being the then long-term girlfriend of the driver of that Range Rover, Craig Rolfe. It's in her statement that she claims that Craig told her on the afternoon of December the 6th that they were going to meet Michael Steele and they were going to be shown where a plane was going to be landing. They were going to be guided to some lane or shown where some airstrip was where a plane would be incoming. Now, the reason that I believe at least one of these individuals knew of White House Farm and potentially even Workhouse Lane is due to the statement given by the farmer's brother, William Fierbald. It's in his statement he talks about knowing Tony Tucker for many, many years, and also stating that he believes that Tony knew where he lived. So let's just take a look at a small section of William Fierbald's police statement. The following statement is from William Fierbald, dated the 11th of December 1995. I am married and have two children aged 30 and 23 years. I own half of the land at White House Farm and the bungalow called Rowins, which is adjacent to the farm on the main A130 main road Rettendon. There's approximately 11.5 acres of land attached to Rowins property. About 12 years ago I joined Progress House Gym, which is in Castle Lane, Hadley, Essex. I use this gym for the purposes of bodybuilding. During this time, I met another user of the gym called Tony Tucker. I have trained with Tony in the past. I've collected him from his house to take him training. I would say in those days I regarded Tony as a friend. When I knew Tony, he was a carpenter living with his wife and I believe 2 children in Range Essex. I am also aware that Tony worked for Nigel Benn the boxer and was controlling doormen for various clubs. At one time he had a shop in Romford selling bodybuilding equipment. He either owned this shop or was the manager. I remember whenever Nigel Benn was boxing, Tony would lead him into the boxing ring. Tony left his wife and drifted away onto other things. I have heard that he became involved in the drug scene, although I have never had any personal contact with drugs or ever seen Tony with them. I haven't seen Tony for about 10 years to actually speak to, although about 5 years ago I did pass him on the road in Hadley. We acknowledged one another and then went on our way. I believe Tony was driving a convertible XJS Jaguar. I'm still a member of the Progress Gym. I go at least once a week, but I've never seen Tony training. Since those early years, I cannot recall Tony ever visiting my home address or the farm. I've lived here for 30 years, but I'm sure he knew where I lived. Another friend who I've trained with in the past is a Paul Wheatley. Paul was friendly with Tony Tucker. I was Paul's best man at his wedding. Paul has visited my home on many occasions, and I would have assumed that he would have told Tony where I lived. I am also aware of a person called Pat Tate. I may have unknowingly met Tate at the gym, but I have friends on Canvey Island who had their car stolen by this man. So with this statement alone, it at least opens up the possibility that Tony Tucker knew of White House Farm and knew of Workhouse Lane. So why would we have Michael Steele meeting Tucker, Tate and Rolf at the pub, him jumping out of his Hilux and climbing into the back of the Range Rover, for that very purpose of showing these individuals somewhere that Tony Tucker already knew existed? I think what's also interesting and what could potentially tie into this is the phone call from the Sorrel Horse Inn to Tony Tucker's mobile. Now this has been alleged to have been the call which sets up the meeting for later that evening, and this phone call was, as I say, made at the Sorrel Horse Inn. One of the more interesting points surrounding the murder of Tucker, Tate and Rolf is the idea that Pat Tate was the catalyst. He was the motive behind these murders. It was him really who was the prime target in this triple killing. Yet, if Tony Tucker did in fact have knowledge of White House Farm, then it would make sense that it would be he himself who received that call at 14:29 to arrange the meeting for later that night. And who receives the call from the Sorrel Horse Inn but Tony Tucker himself? If Pat Tate was indeed the catalyst, if Pat Tate was the prime target, then why is it not Pat Tate's mobile phone that's ringing at 14:29? Now some people will say, well, Pat Tate's phone wasn't working, his phone was out of order, it was near his house, that's why they rung the phone box. But if you take a look at all of the statements, or all of the statements that we have access to in their entirety, you will know that Tucker, Tate and Rolf are actually visiting a carpet shop on Timberlog Lane during that time period. And that is where the phone box is. That is where the then phone call takes place between the Sorrel Horse Inn and that public phone box on Timberlog Lane. This doesn't have so much to do with it being close to Tate's address. It's just the fact that they were literally there to pay off Tucker's carpet bill. That was why they were at Timberlog Lane during that time period. It was Tony Tucker who they wanted to speak to on the afternoon of December the 6th, and not Pat Tate. Now, looking at this from the other perspective for one moment, you can see in front of you here just how close that phone box was at the Sorrel Horse Inn to the workplace of Jack Wombs. Was this the call to arrange the meeting for later that day? Had this meeting been arranged prior to the 6th of December? And was this just a final check to make sure that everything was still on for later that night? What I do find a little bit odd about the location of this call is the fact that we're told that Michael Steele is quite careful. He likes to use phone boxes. He's quite sort of careful about speaking on his mobile phone, through fear of being bugged and that sort of stuff. So would you really be using a phone box so close to your associate's workplace? Not just your associate or friend, but actually someone who is heavily involved in the murder. The next question surrounding the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe is why White House Farm? Why was that location specifically chosen? Now, for me, and bearing in mind this is just my own thoughts and theories on the matter, but I believe that this location was chosen specifically for the fact that it had a gun club nearby. This gun club was part of White House Farm, and they only shot there on a Wednesday. I believe that this could also explain why the murders took place despite there being snowfall, despite it being less than perfect weather conditions to commit such an atrocity. And I don't just mean the fact that it's not sunshine and, fluffy white clouds, but the fact that it was snowing. There's always that risk of preserving evidence, preserving footprints, preserving something under the snow that you don't realise that you've dropped, which later is recovered by the police. It was a risky move to commit such a crime during those weather conditions. However, due to the fact that we had such cold and wintry conditions on December the 6th, 1995, did mean that the gun club closed early that day. Now, I've often surmised that this location, White House Farm, Workhouse Lane, it was chosen specifically. The reason for this is, as I say, they only shot there on a Wednesday up until around 6 p.m. I believe the time of death is most likely correct, just before 7 p.m. when the shooting would normally have just stopped. There's no way that anyone from the shooting range is going to wander down Workhouse Lane, as the shooting range and that lane are not actually directly connected. And by choosing that day of the week and that time period, it would blend in with your everyday normal Wednesday in Rettendon. Wednesday is the shooting day. They use shotguns, it's clay pigeon shooting, and interestingly, the cartridges used in the murders were popular with clay pigeon shooters. So everything tells me that the location itself, the day of the week, and the time that these individuals were most likely killed all fits together. So now let's take a look at how Tucker, Tate and Rolfe were lured to such a remote location. Firstly, we're going to start off by taking a look at a brief newspaper article from West Hanningfield, just a couple of miles away from the scene of the crime. The following newspaper article is from the 3rd of November 1995, with the headline, £500,000 worth of drugs were dropped from aircraft. Police believe that bungling drug dealers could have dropped more than £500,000 worth of cannabis in a farmer's pond from an aircraft by mistake. The tightly packed cannabis in black plastic packets was fished from the water in West Hanningfield by Essex police divers. 4 packets had originally been spotted by farmer Jens Haustrup near the edge of the pond. Sergeant Nigel Dermott, who led the diving operation, said, quote, "I have never seen anything like it." The haul is believed to be the biggest of its type in Essex. Police forensic scientists are drying out some of the 53 packets to try to discover its source. The haul weighed more than 300 weight. Detective Chief Inspector Brian Story, head of Chelmsford CID, praised Mr. Haustrup for quickly alerting police. He said it was possible that the cannabis had been dropped from an aircraft. The drugs could have been in the water for a couple of years. Chelmsford detectives, led by DS Peter Redman, are following various lines of inquiry as to who the cannabis might have been destined for. Now, considering this newspaper article was just a few weeks before the deaths of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, and the locality itself, West Hanningfield is incredibly close to Rettendon, just a few miles away. From memory, I believe it's like a 6 or 7 minute drive off the top of my head, but certainly in very close proximity of Rettendon. So is it beyond the realms of possibility that this newspaper article has come out a few weeks before the deaths of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, and then somehow these 3 individuals are found on the other side of a locked gate which leads to fishing ponds, big lakes and fishing ponds? Could they have been lured down there on the pretense of finding more drugs? Now, even if this isn't the case, I still think that there's a possibility that just by viewing that newspaper article, it would give you an idea of how you could lure someone to a remote farm track location, such as drugs are being flown in, they're going to be dropped near a pond, etc, etc. Do you remember that other drop a few weeks ago, or where they found all of these packets in a farmer's pond in West Hanningfield? It's an easy way to tempt someone to a remote location. Now, the other reason that I believe that Tucker, Tate and Rolfe may have been down the bottom of Workhouse Lane on December the 6th, 1995 comes in the form of the gun club. Now, we know in the weeks leading up to their death, they had borrowed a submachine gun from Mad Mick Bowman. We also know that on the Truth documentary, there was a lady called Adele. I can't remember her surname. Adele O'Connor, something like that. Not the singer. And in that documentary, she claimed that one evening she had to take 2 big holdalls which had guns in them to a party where Pat and Tony were, I believe, from memory. So it's not just this one occasion that we're looking at where guns have been borrowed or guns have been involved. We also know that Tate had a handgun which was later recovered from his property. We also know, and many people probably don't know this, but there is a document which exists where Tony Tucker was actually trying to obtain a firearms license. So is that how all the pieces fit together in terms of the lure to get Tucker, Tate and Rolfe to the bottom of Workhouse Lane? We have the gun club, which only opens on a Wednesday. Tucker, Tate and Rolfe arrive unarmed. There seems to be this desire or this need for weaponry in the weeks leading up to their deaths. Tucker, shortly before his own death, is applying for a firearms license. We have other people connected in that social circle talking about holdalls with guns in them. So is it beyond the realms of possibility again that these individuals were at a gun club or near a gun club on a Wednesday, which was the day that they did their shooting? And also, I think it's also worth remembering that we have those phone calls, don't we? It's from Mick Bowman, Mad Mick Bowman, the person who actually lent them the submachine gun. There's calls back and forth between Bowman and Tucker and Tate on the day of their murders. And finally, also worthy of mention is the fact that the phone call from the Sorrel Horse Inn on the afternoon of December the 6th goes to Tony Tucker, the same individual who shortly before his death is applying for a firearms license. What we're going to do now is move back to the summing up in court document. The next morning, the 7th of December at 7:45 a.m, Ken Jiggins went and met Peter Fierbald. Peter Fierbald drove him in the Land Rover down the farm track. There was a lot of snow and ice over the puddles as they drove, and none of the ice had been broken. It was around 8 o'clock that they came across the blue Range Rover parked facing towards the gate. They stopped 20 yards short of it. Mr. Jiggins went to the driver's side to ask whoever was inside to move so they could get through into the field. He tapped on the driver's window but did not look at the window. It was because he got no response that he did then look down through the window and saw what must have been the dreadful sight of the driver's head lying to one side of the window with blood coming from his nose and mouth. The front passenger's head was slumped forward and there was lots of blood to his head and chest. It was only the 2 bodies in the front that Mr. Jiggins noticed, and he called to Peter Fierbald telling him what he had seen, mentioning only 2 people. Peter Fierbald came down to the Range Rover, and as Mr. Jiggins was making a 999 call, Peter Fierbald said, quote, "There's one in the back as well," end quote. They got in their Land Rover, turned around, went back to the A130 to await the police, who had been called on the telephone. The police came after about 5 minutes and left their vehicle at the start of the track. All 4, the 2 police officers and the 2 farmers, walked back to the top of the lane, but the 2 civilians did not go as far as the police officers and waited further down the track. Cross-examined by Mr. Parkins, Mr. Jiggins said that the A130 was a very busy road mornings and evenings. 7 till 9 in the morning, 4:45 until 6:30ish in the evening. He also said that courting couples use the track as a lover's lane. There was a padlock on the gate for 6 to 9 months, replacing one that was lost, and there was a fishing syndicate of about 10 to 15 people who would have had several keys. There was a way to the gate from the other side, but you had to go across fields. He looked at the photographs and said the tyre marks looked fresh. Those are the ones on the other side of the fence, but the ruts were deeper and that is why they looked undisturbed. The first dark stretch was a deeper track. He looked at Exhibit 3, the map, and said Rettendon Hall was on higher ground and had a view down into Workhouse Lane. The lane was fairly low down, and then the land rose up to Meadow Road. He did not see signs of well-defined shoe prints. He did not walk around the Range Rover. His own Wellingtons were 9 in size. They were taken from him by the police. He did not look for cartridge cases. Cross-examined by Mr. Lederman, he said there was some snow on the morning of the 7th of December, and in certain parts there was fluffy snow and ice. In other parts that were sheltered, there was very little snow. Mr. Fierbald gave you similar evidence about the gate always being locked. He told you about going down on the morning of the 7th of December with Mr. Jiggins and getting to the Range Rover parked in front of the gate, and about Mr. Jiggins going to the driver's window, tapping on it, getting no response, calling to him, and he spoke of seeing the third body himself. He talked of the mobile phone being used and them driving back to the A130 and then going off to feed the birds but not using that track. In cross-examination, he said all the shooting syndicate had keys, so there were 10 or a dozen keys to the gate. Okay, so a couple of things worthy of note mentioned in those few paragraphs there. Firstly, it talks about the ice being unbroken when the farmers drive down the farm track at around 8 AM. It talks about the puddles being unbroken and also fresh snow or a fresh covering of snow with no kind of visible tyre tracks anywhere to be seen. Now, there has been discussion in the past regarding the police finding the bodies or knowing that these individuals were killed at around, I think it's like 6 or 6:30 AM. So does the presence of the unbroken ice and a fresh covering of snow go to disprove that in some ways? Now, it all depends obviously on the size of the puddle, the temperatures, and how long that would have actually have taken to have frozen over. So make of that really what you will. And then we have the discussion regarding the locked 5-bar gate. Now, this is a topic that many people discuss, and it's a commonly asked question in the comment section to my videos. How many people had access to this gate? How many people had keys? Could it have been that someone in the shooting syndicate was in on this murder or had some prior knowledge of it taking place? Well, it appears here that there are around 10 to 12 keys. So 10 to 12 individuals who had keys to that locked 5-bar gate. Let's continue on from where we left off. They had retreated from the Range Rover so as not to interfere with any marks. His own Wellington boots were taken. Their vehicle had not been down the track after 7 o'clock the previous evening. The next morning they had to defrost their own vehicle. There was no frost or snow anywhere on the roof or the windscreen of the Range Rover. No steaming up of the interior. He would have expected it to be frosted up if it was there for many hours. In cross-examination by Mr. Lederman, he said there was enough frost to need to defrost his own vehicle. His own vehicle had been parked since 5 PM the previous night at the farmyard, which was fairly open to the weather. Okay, so a brief point worthy of mention during this paragraph, and that is the lack of frost and snow found on the Range Rover. Now, I've done extensive videos regarding this point in the past, but I think what's important when looking at those recent paragraphs is the description of the farmer's vehicle. Now, if we just relay some of the information from a previous video, one of the reasons why the Range Rover would have been found frost-free, didn't have any frost on the vehicle, it was almost as if it had just arrived basically, but the reason that it could appear that way is because of where that vehicle was parked. As you can see in the photographs in front of you here, the Range Rover had vegetation to its left and right, and also some overhanging trees. Basically what happens is that the vehicle and that vegetation exchange escaping radiation, thus stopping the forming of frost on the vehicle. The giveaway sign in all of this is where the farmer talks about his own vehicle being parked out in the open. If you have open conditions, you have clear line of sight to outer space, it's easier for that frost to form on the farmer's vehicle. Whereas the Range Rover, it had been used all throughout the day. The vehicle would have also retained a certain amount of heat even after these murders had taken place, plus the fact that we have this vegetation to the left and right of the vehicle, plus the overhanging trees. Barry Knight, a police constable, and Sergeant Christopher Atkins were those first two police officers who arrived in a police car at 8:17 on the Thursday morning. They were there for around 5 hours. They saw and spoke to the two farmers, Mr. Fierbald and Mr. Jiggins, and then walked down the track, which was a single vehicle route and had around 2.5 centimetres or about an inch of snow on it. They saw what was obviously Mr. Jiggins' vehicle that had made 2 tyre tracks down the track. As they rounded the right-hand bend, Mr. Knight immediately saw the Range Rover and later the registration F424NPE. He asked Jiggins and Fierbald to stop when they were 25 yards from the vehicle. The Range Rover was quite dirty, and the only area he could see through was the rear windscreen wash and wipe. The gate was about 5 yards in front of the vehicle. He saw the 2 bodies in the front seats and walked to the offside of the vehicle and saw 3 blue shotgun cartridges lying in the snow beside the driver's door. The driver was sitting in a normal position with his head leaning on his left shoulder. The front passenger had his chin on his chest. There was a third person sitting in the back that you can see from other photographs, sitting slightly slumped, leaning forwards towards the near side passenger window, with his head against the window which was actually smashed. Mr. Knight walked around the rear of the vehicle and stood at the rear near side corner and saw a blue shotgun cartridge on the ground outside the rear passenger door. He could see the large wound clearly visible in the rear passenger's head, which was leaning against the broken window. After a brief conversation with Sergeant Atkins, it was Knight that was left by the scene by the others. Sergeant Atkins went to call for assistance from other police, and he stayed in a small turning off of the track. It was his job to protect the scene and make sure nobody approached until senior officers could assess the situation. He looked for a pattern of anyone walking down the lane, but there were no signs except for the vehicle going down. There were points to indicate people had been up to the scene. Atkins and he were very careful not to disturb anything and not to let things be trodden on. He tried not to tread on the footprints. His own boots were taken for testing, and he would have expected any footwear of anyone who went near the vehicle to be taken to be tested. He was the first person there apart from the farmers. He could not define what footprints there were, but they were in different directions around the vehicle. Okay, so I'm just going to cut in here briefly, as the way that is worded could be quite confusing, but I've read it a few times and I know exactly what he's saying here. So basically, this guy is one of the first responding officers. He's one of the first people at the crime scene, and he's looking for any evidence of anyone walking to and from the Range Rover. He's looking for some evidence, some footprints of the killer entering or exiting this crime scene on foot. Bearing in mind they're obviously found down the bottom of Workhouse Lane, anyone who entered on foot would have to walk all the way back towards the main road, at least in that direction. What he is stating here is that there are no footprints found entering or exiting the crime scene, but there are a number of footprints found around the vehicle. So now, being armed with that information, what exactly could that tell us, or where could that lead us to? Does that give us the possibility that a second vehicle was involved here? Does that explain the lack of footprints entering and exiting the crime scene? Yet footprints discovered around the Range Rover. What is important, however, is that you remember exactly what we have spoken about here, because this is going to come up again later on in the series. So just imprint this in your mind. One of the first responding officers who gets there, he's got the best view, he's got the best recollection of the events early on in the discovery of the bodies. And in his opinion, in his own mind, with his own two eyes, he cannot really see any way at all how this killer has got to and from the Range Rover. All he has is some footprints dotted around the Range Rover and a thin blanket of snow across the track. That is all the police have at this point in time. There's no indication of how this crime was committed, of how they got to and from the Range Rover, or even which direction the killer approached from. Let's now continue from where we left off. He could not define who made the footprints. To the rear of the vehicle and on the offside there were 2 marks he saw himself. He did not touch any cartridge case. He only noticed the 3 on the offside and the 1 at the near side. He got bomb tape from his vehicle and put it down to make a track on one side. Nobody wandered down the track. He was in the turning area and he did not see anyone where he was. He said he definitely would not have put his police boots near any cartridge that you see in those photographs. In re-examination, he told you that as the snow was melting, he informed the officers further away what was happening. They were at the A130 end of the track. From his position, nobody could come past without him seeing it. Nobody did, whether a member of the public or a reporter or whatever. There, for the first time, members of the jury, you have an insight as to what was happening in the investigation. It was starting from the far end of the track down the A130, and it was Mr. Knights who drew attention to the fact that the temperature was up because the snow was melting and things were changing. Sergeant Christopher Atkins had come down the track with Mr. Knights and had seen Mr. Jiggins and Mr. Fierbald. When he looked at the Range Rover, he saw no obvious snow on the roof and he saw the bodies. There was about an inch of snow on the track, but no snow in front of the vehicle. The windows were not iced up. He went from the back driver's side to the driver's window and then to the back and down the passenger's side of the vehicle. He walked down the near side and then went back to the track and he put tape across the track. He said in cross-examination it was in the middle of a cold spell and all vehicles out for a length of time would have had ice or snow on them. He had Doc Martin type boots, but not Doc Martens with a block pattern. He said, quote, "Once we were aware of what we had got, meaning the site he had found in the Range Rover, we were very careful where we put our feet. There was quite a covering of snow at that time, about an inch." Footmarks can be a valuable assistance. He walked halfway down the near side of the car and did not remember any cartridge case on that near side. He would have recorded it if he had. He was taking great care, bearing in mind what he was looking at. He said there are 1,001 things on his mind when he was looking inside the vehicle. You may also remember Dr. Yankee Passard, who was the police surgeon. He first attended the scene at 9:30 AM, but he did not see much then because he was kept back from the vehicle. He said it was a cold day and there was snow to about the thickness of a centimetre when he first arrived and frost on the ground. Okay, so let's just interject here for one moment. This is interesting. The first police surgeon or the first medically trained personnel arrived at 9:30 AM. Now, a lot of people talk about the time of death. Why didn't they try and ascertain a time of death? No attempt was even made. And I think quite a lot of people will find it a little bit strange, let's just say that he was kept away from the vehicle. He attends at 9:30, but it clearly says there he did not get to see much then because he was kept back from the vehicle. So he wasn't allowed to make any inquiries himself into the time of death or potential time of death, and he was kept away from the scene. Let's continue from where we left off. He went nowhere near the scene on his first visit, but did so when he returned at 11:30 when he was escorted to the driver's side of the vehicle. He saw empty cartridges on the ground on the offside, which was from the side which he approached the vehicle. He was asked not to contaminate the scene by touching anything. He saw the bodies of the 3 men. He described the injuries he saw, which were afterwards more clearly described by the pathologist, and so I will save the description for then. He saw that the glass from the near side window was shattered. He thought that the gunshot wounds appeared to have caused massive disruptions to the skulls of the 3 victims, and he certified them as dead. Okay, just cutting here again briefly. So it's clear that he was intentionally kept away from the vehicle even when he was allowed at the scene. Now, some people say, well, they couldn't get the bodies out of the vehicle or it would contaminate the scene. But by not removing the bodies at the crime scene, putting them on a low loader, covering it with a tarpaulin, and then removing the bodies in situ back to a police compound is actually contaminating the scene. So that doesn't make any sense at all. They should have had the bodies removed there and then. They should have tried to have ascertained the time of death. But as with a lot of things in this case, a lot of corners were cut. Now, some people will say that's for a specific purpose, maybe a conspiracy reason, who knows? But certainly mistakes were made. I think we can at least agree on that. Let's continue from where we left off. In cross-examination, he said he walked behind Superintendent Dibley to the scene. Mr. Dibley guided him. He actually saw 4 cartridge cases. He thought those were on the offside of the vehicle, but he did not count them and he could not remember how many there were really. He was clear in his mind that he saw 1 cartridge case away from the vehicle. Then it was asked about the time of death. He said there are various methods to ascertain the time of death which you needed to be an expert. It is fraught with difficulty. He did not take the body temperatures or take any active steps because there was a danger of contamination of the bodies by taking temperatures. He did not know what an expert would do to estimate the time of death, and he did not make his own estimate. Okay, so an interesting little point to add in here is that this police surgeon mentions a cartridge being seen away from the vehicle. Now, this is most likely the one that you see in front of you here, and I do actually get quite a lot of questions about this cartridge. It looks like it's been run over, it looks like it's been squashed. What's the deal with this cartridge? Why is a photograph being taken? Well, from memory, I believe that this cartridge was not related to the killers. It just happened to be a pure coincidence, basically, that this cartridge was found nearby. You can see, obviously, it looks like it's being run over at some point in time. But by all accounts, it was not linked to these shootings. Let's continue from where we left off. DC Peter King attended the scene about 20 to 11 and took a number of the photographs we have just been looking at, which were all marked PLK, his initials. At 7:45 in the evening at the Scenes of Crime Garage at Southwood and Ferrers Police Station, he took further photographs showing the 3 deceased inside the vehicle. The next day he took a series of post-mortem photographs during the post-mortem of each of the deceased. We now come to the forensic scientist John Burns. He has been a forensic scientist since 1966 and has worked exclusively in that time in the examination of firearms since 1977. He works at a laboratory at Huntingdon and is also a chemist. He did a threefold examination, the scene first, then the garage at Southwood and Ferrers Police Station, and then the post-mortem. He examined the scene with Inspector Hughes and Dr. Lanas, who you remember was the lady pathologist who attended, and I'll remind you of her in a moment. The Range Rover was at the end of the farm track, as Mr. Burns described it. It was fringed by bushes and small trees. Blood had dripped from the vehicle, particularly on the near side, and run downwards in puddles of water towards the farm gate. There were 5 12-bore cartridges on the ground by the vehicle. 1 near the front offside wheel, 2 some 3 feet from the vehicle's midpoint on the offside, and 2 in the region of the near side corner. The 3 deceased were in the positions that he described. The rear near side window of the door had the rear portion fallen out. The vehicle was taken to the police garage for further examination. Removal of the bodies revealed that all 3 had suffered head injuries consistent with being caused by a shotgun. He spoke of blood splattering on the inside of the vehicle and of close-range shotgun damage from within 2 feet. He put it caused to the front offside edge of the driver's headrest. You remember seeing that in a photograph. It was consistent, that damage, with the pellets continuing on their course and causing injury to the driver Rolf's head or face. There were 2 fired shotgun cases in the vehicle, one on the floor near the rear offside door and the other in the front offside door pocket. There were fragments of plastic cartridge wadding present and several pellets in various areas of the front of the vehicle. He spoke of the gunshot wounds to each of the passengers, saying those to Tucker were at close range from 18 inches to 2'6". The cartridge cases all came from 7 12-bore Vantage cartridges with a loading of 7.5 lead shot. Then importantly, he examined the firing marks on all of those cartridges microscopically and was satisfied that all 7 were fired using the same firearm, which he said was almost certainly a pump-action or self-loading 12-bore shotgun. The wads and pieces of wadding were derived from 7 plastic wads of the type that is loaded into 12-bore Vantage shotgun cartridges and thus could have emanated from those 7 cases. The sample of hair from Tate, the backseat passenger, indicated that the shot which caused the injury to his head, the actual injury, had actually passed through glass prior to causing the injury. The only broken glass was of course on the near side. Right, so let's just jump in here quickly because that is worded quite clumsily, to be honest. But what they're trying to say here is that the firearms expert took a look at the scene and he is convinced that only 1 gun fired the shots which killed Tucker, Tate and Rolf. Not 2 guns, but 1 gun which killed these individuals. And then he goes on to talk about the sample of Tate's hair. Now what they're talking about here is that there is glass in Tate's hair. We know that there's a broken window on the rear near side. Now, some people often get confused with this, like, you know, the gunshot went from the offside to the near side and smashed the window out that way, but that's not what's taken place here. In my opinion, what's happened is that a series of shots have been fired to incapacitate these individuals. The gunman has then calmly walked around the front of the vehicle towards the near side, where Tate is now huddled up in the corner. He's taken aim from some distance, fired, that shot has grazed the top of Tate's head, it smashed the window, and then the gunman has then calmly walked forward and shot him at point blank range. Now where this gets a little bit more interesting is when we combine the findings of the firearms expert compared to that of the testimony put forward by Darren Nichols. Now this is from his statement under oath, and he's talking about what happened after these murders had taken place. He's just picked Mick and Jack up, they're in the vehicle, and there's some discussion about what has just taken place. There was some conversation in the car with Mr. Steele. He said Jack was very cold-hearted. I said, why? He first of all said when they'd stopped down the lane, a gate had been shut, so I got out of the Range Rover and I didn't know where Jack was. Then Jack went into the Range Rover and shot all 3 of them. Jack handed Mick a gun and Mick shot them. Then he said that once that happened, Jack reloaded his gun and shot them all in the back of the head. I can't recall anything else that was said. Also mentioned in that same statement is the following. I pulled out in front of a car. Mick asked if I was okay. I said yes I was, and as we drove up the road towards the turnpike, Mick said they won't mess with us no more. And Jack said, yeah, it was quite funny, because when Mick had shot one of them, the gun fell apart. He kept asking me if I was okay several times. I realised what had happened, but not to who. So interestingly there, he mentions that Mick had shot one of them and the gun fell apart. He's not saying that he tried to shoot someone and the gun fell apart immediately. He's saying that Mick had shot one of them and then the gun fell apart. And then he's also talking about Jack Womes passing a gun to Michael Steele. Michael Steele shooting these individuals and then Jack with his own gun firing separate shots. But this would be impossible according to the firearms expert. According to his testimony, only 1 weapon fired the shots that evening. He concluded that 8 shots from a 12-bore shotgun appeared to have been fired at the scene. 2 into the right-hand side of Tucker, the front passenger, 1 into the back of his head, 2 into the right side of the head and face of Rolf, the driver, and 3 at the rear passenger Tate, 1 into the right torso, 1 across the back of the head, and 1 into the left side of his head. He thought that most of the shots appeared to have been fired from close range through the open rear offside door of the vehicle. 1 of the shots to the head and face of Rolf having first passed through the right-hand corner of the driver's headrest, as you can see in the photograph. The shot fired across the head of Tate appeared to have passed through the glass on the rear near side door. The shot into his head appeared to be fired from the near side of the vehicle through the same glass. The angle of the shot into his right torso suggested that he was in a position similar to where he was found when the shot was fired. So that's actually quite an interesting point to note there before we continue on, is the position of Tate when he received that shot to the torso. Because I think a lot of people imagine that that shot was fired probably first or second after the shot to Rolfe, but already it appears that Tate was making his way towards the near side of the vehicle. As many of you will know, he's kind of found in a fetal position, I guess you would describe it, in the near side of the vehicle, the rear near side, sort of curled up towards the window with his head leaning on the window almost. And it's interesting there that he was in that position when he received the shot to the torso, or a very similar position. So he had, I guess, the presence of mind to immediately after the first shot hustle over or hurry over to that left side, the near side of the vehicle, before receiving that shot to the torso. Quite interesting there. Let's continue from where we left off. All 7 cartridge cases had been fired using the same weapon, probably a pump or self-loading gun having a large capacity magazine. He could not discount the use of a gun with a lesser magazine capacity. That would have required reloading. The likelihood of a large capacity magazine and the appearance of the fired wads suggested the use of a gun with a full-length barrel. It was not possible to state with any certainty what order the shots were fired in. But then he made an assumption. Not particularly scientific, you may think, and he said that later. It was a reasonable assumption that one shot was fired at each victim in turn before the other shots were fired. He said from the relaxed positions of the deceased 3, it appeared to have happened very rapidly. There was not time for special movement or something to move them from their comfortable positions. Then he moved on to tell you about how a shotgun is fired. He said a shotgun cartridge is fired by the bottom half-inch of the cartridge containing the propellant and the base being fitted with a primer in the centre which was of soft metal. If the primer was struck a very sharp blow, the chemicals ignite and those chemicals in the primer ignite the main propellant. It is the firing pin that causes the sharp blow. Different weapons leave different marks. The pump action has a single barrel with a magazine below it. The mechanism of an ordinary shotgun, as opposed to a self-loading or pump, was that you loaded a cartridge from a magazine into the chamber by pulling to the rear and then back to the front. The self-loading was very similar, but this time with a tubular magazine. He said in this case of a self-loading gun or a pump gun, the energy from the discharge was used to transfer the cartridge into the chamber. One was ejected and one was transferred. As to the ejection of a cartridge in each case, he said for a pump action you get quite a variable distance. That is a variable distance on how far the ejected case is thrown. The longest being between 5 and 6 feet, but sometimes the cartridge would just drop out of the gun. In the self-loading gun there would be a little difference, but there is a tendency for the cartridges to eject somewhat further. As to the damage to Tate's head, he said he thought the offside shot struck Tate's head first before striking the window. But the other near side shot into the head was fired through some glass in the window. Okay, so I'm just going to cut in here briefly as there appears to be a little bit of a disagreement here. This guy is saying that the shot to Tate's head, the damage to Tate's head, he said he thought the offside shot struck Tate's head first before striking the window. So bearing in mind that offside is the driver's side of the vehicle. And really, I'm only looking for the shot to the torso coming from the offside of the vehicle. But this guy is saying that he believes that the offside shot to Tate's head, I guess the one that skims his head, actually comes from the offside of the vehicle, not the near side as I spoke about earlier. We're going to address this in the next episode of this series, but let's just carry on for the moment from where we left off. He then moved on to talk about the shotgun found at Meadow Cottage, Exhibit 103. He said that this was a Mossberg New Haven 600, a 12-bore pump-action shotgun in working order subject to the requirements of Section 1 of the Firearms Act 1968. Cross-examined by Mr. Parkins, Mr. Burns said this: He agreed that a defence expert, a doctor at Remshaw, was experienced in the field of firearms and had attended at Mr. Burns' laboratory on the 19th of August 1997, being afforded all facilities there, and there was nothing between the two experts except for one or two details. Mr. Burns said that whoever carried out the killing, it was a reasonable assumption that they were very well versed in the use of such a shotgun. It happened very quickly, probably so quickly that the two in the front did not have time to appreciate what was going on. The suggestion he had made that each deceased received a disabling shot before the other shot was his opinion based on the findings of the scene. There would be a very loud noise and a total of 8 shots. He would have expected a rapid succession, and anyone hearing the shots would hear a quick succession of discharges. They could be heard for a distance certainly greater than a mile. Whether someone could hear any whimpering would also depend on how quickly the shots came. There would be a gap between the shots. Okay, so I'll just interject here very briefly. There's a couple of interesting points there which have been raised by Mr. Burns. He talks about the gunshots being audible for up to a mile away, or even just beyond a mile in distance. So anyone within that proximity may well have heard the shots on the evening of December the 6th. He also talks about what that would have sounded like to anybody who would have heard the gunshots. And I think this is something that I've tried to get across in previous videos. The way that this crime has been committed, at least in my opinion, is that we would have had 3 shots fired in very quick succession. And then there would have been a pause. And then there would have been further shots as the kill shots were then fired. It wouldn't just be this, gun-toting bloody maniac, firing as quickly as he can, bullets everywhere, cartridges everywhere, whatever, clicking the trigger as fast as he can. It's not like that. That's not what we're looking for. What you're looking for is 2 or 3 shots fired in very quick succession, easy for me to say, followed by a pause and then other shots. So with that in mind, let's take a look at 2 of the most common statements regarding people hearing shots on the evening of December the 6th. The following police statement is from Stephen Rodgers, dated the 13th of December 1995. I live at 9 acres Rettendon Common, Essex. I would describe my home as a detached dwelling with 3/4 of an acre of land containing 4 stables. We are in a valley surrounded by fields, situated to the west of the A130 and west of the Wheatsheaf Public House. At this time there are 3 horses and a foal in our stables. The foal is being weaned off of its mother and therefore requires to be fed at all times of the day and night. I can say that it is not uncommon to hear gunshots during the day and early evening in this area, although I am not a shooting person and I do not possess a gun. During the evening of Wednesday the 6th of the 12th, 95, I was working in our village hall and I finished at the hall at 22:45 hours, returning home by 2300. I then had a sandwich and 2 cans of beer before going out to the stable to feed the foal. I would estimate the time to be 23:45. I have to mix the food, feed the animal and wait for the foal to finish, which normally takes about half an hour. On this occasion I had given the foal some food and given some attention to the other horses. I would estimate the time to be about midnight or a few minutes later. I was standing outside the stable when I heard a series of gunshots. These shots, I believe, came from a southerly direction. I walked to the fence at the rear of the stables, trying to see where these shots could have come from. I saw nothing. Although it was cold and very late, if I'd just heard 2 shots I wouldn't have taken much notice. I would have thought it was someone shooting rabbits. The gunshots I heard were more than 2 in number. They were of rapid fire, a fusillade of shots. There was no pause to reload in between these shots, they were rapid in succession. I couldn't say how many shots there were. I heard 2 shots, I expected the noise to stop, but it just continued. After these shots I didn't hear anything else. I remained out at the stables for about 10 more minutes before returning to my home. As I walked inside, in the light of my hallway, I checked my wristwatch. The time was now past midnight. I didn't think anything more about these gunshots until I heard people shooting in the area over the weekend. This prompted me to remember the unusual noise I had heard on Wednesday night, and I reported the matter to the police. Okay, now this statement to me personally doesn't sound like what we're looking for here. Yes, it does tie in with the Billy Jasper theory quite loosely, but the way that this guy is actually describing hearing those shots or hearing that gunfire to me just doesn't ring true in terms of what we're looking at regarding the execution of Tucker Tate and Rolf. He mentions the following. Although it was cold and it was very late, if I had just heard 2 shots, I wouldn't have taken much notice. I would have thought it was someone out shooting rabbits. The gunshots I heard were more than 2 in number. They were of a rapid fire, a fusillade of shots. There was no pause to reload in between these shots. They were rapid in succession. I couldn't say how many shots there were. So, for me, this guy is explaining a lot of gunfire. He's not just hearing 3 quick shots and then a pause and then loads more shooting. Even he says here, I heard 2 shots, I expected the noise to stop, but it just continued. I mean, can we really even discredit the possibility that someone's actually turned up close to the scene or close to Workhouse Lane or somewhere in the vicinity and just fired off a load of shots to kind of not confuse people, but confuse the investigation? Can we really say that that's beyond the realms of possibility? Especially if the vehicle hadn't been discovered, why not just turn up somewhere close by, fire off a load of shots? Because when you think about it, people should remember those shots at around midnight because it was uncommon. It was common, however, for shots to be heard up until around 6:30, 7 o'clock-ish. That was quite common on a Wednesday in Rettendon, but certainly not at around midnight. So if you did want to confuse the investigation a little bit, or muddy the waters, whatever you want to say, then why not fire off a series of shots at around midnight to do exactly that? The following police statement is from Michael Strelly-Upton, dated the 10th of December 1995. I own and run Lappage's farm situated at Rettendon Common, East Hanningfield Road. The farm is situated off the A130 main road. As part of my work, I deal with animals, and around 6 times a week, I have cause to leave my farm and go to collect animal food. The place I go to collect the animal food is North Woodham Bakeries, and I leave at around 19:30 to 19:45 hours. On Wednesday, the 6th of December, I had to again go to North Woodham Bakeries to collect food for the animals. I recall having my evening meal that day around 1900 hours, and after that I sorted out my vehicle to go and collect the food. I left in my Land Rover, index number CA27UKV, and went via a petrol station to fuel the vehicle and then onto North Woodham. The journey normally takes me around 20 minutes. However, on this occasion it took longer due to getting fuel and being delayed at the bakeries. However, I recall returning home to the farm around 2100 hours to 21:30, the exact time I cannot remember. It was around this time, whilst I was unloading the Land Rover, that I heard the sound of a rapid burst of gunfire coming from the area of Workhouse Lane. I was quite used to hearing the sound of gunfire coming from this area on Wednesdays, as this is the day that there are shoots in the fields and surrounding area. However, I was quite surprised to hear the shots so late at night. I would describe the sound as either 2 or 3 shots being fired very closely together. Although I believe I heard the shots being fired at around 2100 to 21:30 hours when I had returned from the bakeries, it may have happened just before I left, at around 19:30 to 19:45 hours. I am able to remember this incident so well as it was unusual to hear gunshots so late in the day. The shoots that occur on Wednesdays is clay pigeon shooting and runs the entire day until it gets dark. Okay, now this statement also has its own pros and cons, shall we say. What I find quite interesting about Mr. Strelly-Upton's statement here is that he's clearly well versed in the area. He knows that shooting takes place on a Wednesday. He knows it takes place down Workhouse Lane or near Workhouse Lane. And interestingly there, he said he hears the gunfire from the area of Workhouse Lane, or coming from the area of Workhouse Lane. He also mentions that Wednesdays is clay pigeon shooting, and it normally runs the entire day until it gets dark. So this is someone who lives nearby. This is someone who is very, very familiar with the normal comings and goings of your average Wednesday. Now, where there is some confusion, however, comes in the form of the timeline. He says, although I believe I heard the shots being fired at around 2100 to 2130 hours when I returned from the bakeries, it may have happened just before I left, around 1930 to 1945. So clearly, this guy is confused in terms of when he heard the shots. And I think that's to be expected, actually. This is what I've been trying to get across to people, viewers of this channel. When you live in an area with a sound that happens every specific day of the week, like Wednesday, there's a gun shoot at Workhouse Lane. These gunshots are not out of the ordinary. People don't remember them because it's commonplace. It happens all the time, every Wednesday, up until a certain time. And then if you were to hear them, say at around midnight, then yes, that may well have stood out. But interestingly here, he seems a little bit confused as to what time he heard the shots. Now, could it even be that he's wrong when he says 1930 to 1945 hours? Could it have been even earlier, say 7 p.m, 1900 hours? Is that a possibility? Now, where I believe Mr. Strelly-Upton's statement actually gains in credibility, however, is when he describes what he actually hears. And not just what he hears, but where this sound is coming from. He states the following. It was around this time, whilst I was unloading the Land Rover, that I heard the sound of a rapid burst of gunfire coming from the area of Workhouse Lane. I was quite used to hearing gunfire coming from this area on Wednesdays, as this is a day that there are shoots in the fields and surrounding area. I would describe the sound as either 2 or 3 shots being fired very closely together. Although I believe I heard the shots, and then he goes on to talk about the timing. But the fact he says that, I would describe the sound as either 2 or 3 shots being fired very closely together. That is exactly what we're looking for in terms of the killer, the perpetrator, the person who is committing this murder. Because in my mind, you would have, as Mr. Burns has stated, in a summing up in court, we have these 3 shots to incapacitate the individuals. And then things seem to slow down a little bit because the killer's got time to walk around the front of the Range Rover, take aim, shoot these individuals in the back of the head. This would have all taken, additional seconds. So it wouldn't have just been 8 shots fired with rapid succession, So the way he describes that there, to me, actually sounds quite credible. The firearms expert, Mr. Burns, arrived at the crime scene at 5 minutes to midday. He went into the field and there were some tyre marks which had led through the gate at some time. But all he could say was that there were some tyre marks there. There was a footmark visible, possibly at the open door of the Range Rover. Most shots were discharged from the rear offside. Then he was asked about the possibility of Tate's head being turned to his right, and he said this. Mr. Burns could not exclude that Tate's head was turned to the right as the shot was fired, and he tended to support the view that his head was somewhat to the right. He was asked about the grazes on Tate's head, and he said this. He did not think he could entirely exclude the possibility that that round then went on to hurt Tucker, but having said that, he said, although he could not entirely exclude the possibility, the 3 injuries to the head of Tucker did not show any dispersion of elements which he would expect if one shot had first gone across Tate's head, nor any deposits of blood and hair which he would expect. He said, quote, it is less likely, but I cannot exclude it, end quote. He conducted an examination with scenes of crime officers who were present both before, during and after the removal of the bodies. Somebody had found a cartridge case in the floor well. He considered how it was found there. He excluded the shot from the near side as getting there because that was very unlikely. If it ejected normally, he could not explain the 2 cartridges found in the car. Mr. Hughes, however, cannot agree entirely with the deposit of cartridges. He would normally only expect 1 cartridge case at the near side. The angle of discharge to the right varies, and it just failed to go out through the opened rear door and fell into the front door pocket. He said if the gun is sufficiently far into the car, the cartridge case would end up in the vehicle. Turning to a different topic, he said the 7.5 size is popular in clay pigeon shooting. He had examined a number of other weapons that had been brought in. several shotguns, none of which fired those cartridges. He examined the revolver and ammunition found at Tate's home at Gordon Road, Basildon. The revolver was in working order and well capable of firing ammunition. There was also a machine gun from an address at Mill Green. That is the one in connection with Donna Jaggers. He mentions that he tested other weapons, but none of those other guns had fired the cartridges he examined. He was at the post-mortem, which was full and comprehensive. He was asked about the time of death. Again, he did not come to getting any evidence of it. He said his own explanation would not indicate the time of death conclusively. He would expect it to be the invariable practice for doctors to attempt to estimate the time of death. Tucker had 3 fatal wounds. Rolfe 2, certainly 1, but maybe 2. And Tate 2 fatal wounds and 1 superficial. He could not discount the possibility that one of Tate's wounds went on after hitting him to hit Tucker. All the cartridge cases had got the same marks, and they came from the same gun. Okay, so let's just jump in here quickly. Now, these are the words of Mr. Hughes. This isn't Mr. Burns, the firearms expert. This is a separate firearms expert, Mr. Hughes. And it's interesting here that he mentions the same as Mr. Burns. There is only one gun which fired these shots, killing Tucker, Tate and Rolf. So this isn't just one expert's opinion. This appears to be backed up by also this firearms expert, Mr. Hughes. All the cartridge cases had got the same marks and they came from the same gun. He also moves on to talk about a shot which would have hit Tate and potentially may have gone on to hit Tucker. In re-examination, he said there was no way for him to distinguish from the wounds themselves whether a long barrel or a short barreled gun was used. He had, of course, already said that the likelihood of a large capacity magazine suggested the use of a gun with a full-length barrel. He said the car door would be open when the majority of the shots were fired, and the door would be an obstruction to the right. But the shot that grazed Tate's head to have gone on to hit Tucker, Tate's head would have had to have been between the open door and Tucker. If a shot strikes a glancing blow, the pellets would be disrupted. At close range, the body of the shot goes in the same direction. If there is a glancing impact, the pellet cease to remain as a closed mass and become disturbed, and there is no sign in the wound to Tucker of that. There is nothing to indicate any material from Tate's head in relation to what was found in Tucker's head. Detective Inspector David Hughes took charge at about 10 o'clock as scene manager with the duty of overseeing, preserving and examining the scene and calling in the experts. Sergeant Holloway took the first photographs before Mr. King arrived and took over that task. Mr. Hughes supervised the removal of the Range Rover from the scene, where he directed at Southwood and Ferris Police Station the examination of the vehicle. Sergeant Hemlesley was his deputy. Mr. Hughes showed the area he wanted photographs to be taken. He supervised the removal of the Range Rover with the bodies inside in their final positions from the scene. It was transported to be examined elsewhere because it was too narrow on the track to remove the bodies. He was responsible for the search at the scene and was present and directed the officers as to what was required. Okay, just jump in here very quickly, as this is a common question I get asked on many of the videos that I create. Why did they not remove the bodies? Why was there no time of death ascertained? Why did they take this Range Rover away on the low loader, etc, etc. Now clearly it mentions there that the lane was too narrow in order to remove the bodies. Now is that the case? Is that really the case? Could they not have removed the bodies there? Surely there was enough room to get them out in some way, shape or form. It makes you wonder actually, doesn't it? You know, the fact that they've actually got a low loader down the lane. If it's wide enough to get a low loader down there and get the Range Rover on the back of that vehicle and recover that vehicle from such a narrow lane, and how can you not get the bodies out to ascertain a time of death? You know, everything should have been done where it was found. And I think it's really important to stress that. All the investigation, the time of death, trying to ascertain a time of death, all the investigation should have taken place with the bodies in situ as they were inside that Range Rover. The vehicle should never have been put on a low loader with a tarp thrown over the top and then the investigation carried out back at Southwood and Ferrers. That is not really normal police protocol. He was also present at the post-mortem on the bodies. As to the car, he said the Range Rover was automatic and was set in drive with the handbrake off. The tank was a third full when it was checked. The vehicle was taken in the afternoon off to the police station and examined then. Okay, just a few more things to clear up here, as these are also commonly asked questions. So the Range Rover was an automatic. The vehicle was set in drive with the handbrake off when the vehicle was discovered. A lot of people also ask, did the killer or killers leave the vehicle running? Did it run out of petrol throughout the night? Did it have any petrol in it when it was discovered? Well, when it was discovered, the tank was a third full. So basically what that means is after the murder of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, the killer has turned off the ignition. Mr. Hughes spoke of giving instructions for photographs to be taken, which became Exhibit 112 and Photograph 7. He said that the disturbance appears to be a disturbance of some description. He examined the area of the disturbance. Quote, "From experience, something had been there, but what, I don't know." End quote. It was an area 6 foot by 4 foot, something like that. As you can see, some disturbance from the area on the track. In cross-examination by Mr. Parkins, he said there is no snow in the area. The disturbance was not found until after the pathologist and the firearms and the forensic people had left at around 2 or 3 p.m. He had 2 suggestions that the area had been disturbed after the snow or someone had stood after the snow had melted. Okay, let's just cut in here very briefly. I think if you looked up the word non-committal in the dictionary, it'd probably have that paragraph that I just read out to you there. Basically, there's a disturbance of some sort, but all we can say is that it's a disturbance of some sort, basically. What they're trying to get at here, really, is that this may have been the area where the killer waited. And I've actually done a video on this, which I'm now going to play for you, which discusses the location of this disturbed area and why it wouldn't have been suitable for someone who was laying in wait, waiting for the Range Rover to approach. The official narrative and official version of events put forward by the prosecution suggests that Jack Wombs was laying in wait with 2 shotguns near the gate awaiting the Range Rover's arrival. Now you can see a picture in front of you here which shows the back of the Range Rover, and this is the area where Jack Wombs was supposedly waiting for the Range Rover which was carrying Tucker, Tate and Rolfe to arrive. Now you may believe that it's quite possible that he was hiding in some nearby undergrowth or some bushes, but I'm here today to tell you my own personal opinion and why I feel that there's no actual credible evidence to suggest that anyone was waiting nearby. Now, as you can see here, this is a picture, as I've just said, from the back of the Range Rover, and this is where detectives found a patch of disturbed undergrowth. Now, if we look now at what that disturbed undergrowth actually looks like, you can see a picture here. So, not what you would call your typical, well-covered foliage or bush, just really a trodden down piece of undergrowth. But what is most interesting about this information is where it actually is in relation to the Range Rover itself. Take a look at this picture here and you will see exactly where this disturbed undergrowth was found. Now, Jack Wombs was a very large man, and there is no way that he could have been laying in wait at that exact point whilst the Range Rover travelled up the lane. Now, bearing in mind that Tucker, Tate and Rolf may have been in the company of someone that they knew that evening, but nevertheless, they would have still been vigilant when they're travelling down the lane. And unless their lights were turned off, which I have no reason to believe they were, there is no way that a gunman could be laying in wait in that exact spot. Because quite simply, the track of movement from the vehicle would have shone its headlights directly into that area. And obviously on top of that, there's not actually any coverage whatsoever for anyone to hide. Now, a lot of people may say that he was laying down, but even so, there is no way that he would be in that particular spot there where that disturbed undergrowth was found. Also bear in mind here, when you look at these bushes, they are extremely rough and tightly knitted together bushes. These aren't sort of trees or, green foliage bushes or hedges. This is a sort of a real prickly bush that there's no way that someone's going to bury themselves in a bush of that type. Now, you may say that he waited around the back of the bush potentially. But what counts against all of that is the fact that the snow around those areas on the side of the tracks is more than likely, in my opinion, the last snow to actually fall. And what counts against this theory of him hiding behind a bush of some type is there's no other disruption of any undergrowth, no disruption of any bushes mentioned, and most importantly, no footprints matching anyone or any footprints whatsoever found around the bushes, behind the bushes, off of the track in any direction whatsoever. So the fact that there is a massive lack of evidence here tells me that this gives the theory of a second vehicle there being present a lot more credence. I just don't see here in these pictures where Jack Wombs, a very, very large man, could have been hidden. Just imagine the Range Rover now travelling down the track close to 7 p.m. in the evening, completely pitch black with just the full beam lights of the Range Rover to guide its way. Where would you feel comfortable as a gunman holding 2 shotguns, hiding? He can't bury himself in one of those bushes because there's a large potential for him to cut himself, scratch himself, leave some sort of fabric evidence or DNA evidence. But none of that was ever obtained by the inspectors or detectives who were investigating this case. Quite simply, there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that there was anybody laying in wait for Tony, Pat and Craig. Now let's take a look at Darren Nichols' supposed official version of events, and let's see exactly where this takes us. He states after the murders occur that the following happens. There was some conversation in the car with Mr. Steele. He said Jack was very cold-hearted. I said why? He said first of all that when they stopped down the lane, a gate had been shut. So I got out of the Range Rover and I didn't know where Jack was. Then Jack leaned into the Range Rover and shot all 3 of them. So that tells me there that according to Darren Nichols, there was some conversation after the murders took place that the gate that they were approaching, as far as the killers knew, was supposed to be open. When Jack got there, obviously, the gate was locked. Now, can you imagine the confusion that would be running through your mind when you've been planning this for such a long time, supposedly, and you realise that you've made a massive oversight? When the vehicle gets down to the lane, the gate's locked. Now, where exactly is Jack going to hide? How is he going to know exactly where the Range Rover would be stopped? And where in this whole picture here is he exactly going to hide? He can't hide in front of the bush because the Range Rover is going to be pulling up to the gate. The headlights will be shining directly on him, and that's obviously going to spook Tucker, Tate and Rolf. There's no evidence whatsoever that he's hidden behind the bush because there's no footprints. There's no evidence or suggestion that he's hidden inside of a bush because there's no other damaged foliage or undergrowth in the surrounding areas. Now, if someone was laying in wait for Tucker, Tate and Rolf, in my opinion, there would be some kind of forensic clue there. There would be some footprints because, as you can see, even when these photographs are taken, a lot of the snow had already thawed, but what did remain was the snow on either side of the tracks. I believe that, as I said earlier, this was the last snow to have melted away. Therefore, anyone who was attending the scene early on should have and would have noticed any footprints that were left by someone who was laying in wait. Now, for Darren Nichols' evidence to be factual and for his version of events to be truthful, we would have, you would imagine, some footprints both entering and exiting the lane from at least 2 people. And this further evidence of no one actually laying in wait really goes, in my opinion, to discredit his version of events further. So not only do we have a lack of footprints, as I explained in my previous video, my theory on the hit, parts 1 and 2, we had a massive lack of footprints, and according to the distance travelled from the getaway vehicle to the Range Rover, and the two men that would have been travelling that lane would have equated to over 1,000 steps, and simply not one of them appeared at the crime scene. So not only do we have a massive lack of footprints from Jack Wombs heading down the lane and away from the lane, but now we also have a massive lack of any evidence that anyone was ever there. There's no evidence to tell us that someone was laying in wait with two shotguns. If the best that the prosecution could come up with is a small dampened down patch of undergrowth, then really, if that was shown to me in court personally, I would find it quite laughable. As I've explained previously, there's no way that someone was sat there in the direct view of the Range Rover. So in my opinion, this extra piece of information, and the looking at this piece of information, further discredits Darren Nichols' version of events. So how can we explain this patch of damaged undergrowth? Well, quite simply, there was a theory that a reporter did actually gain access to the site quite early on. The police were finding it difficult to contain the crime scene, and I believe that a reporter did make his way towards the Range Rover. It was surmised that the reporter actually caused this damage to the undergrowth, or quite simply, it could have been one of the occupants of the Range Rover who got out to go to the toilet. I don't feel that there's any evidence there, especially where this damaged undergrowth is actually located, that anyone was laying in wait. I can't see that being a possibility. As the Range Rover would have travelled down there, you can see that the lights would have shined directly onto that spot. And I can't see that there's any way, any evidence or anything to suggest that someone would be so stupid as to lay basically in direct line of sight of the Range Rover coming down the lane. Here again, members of the jury, you have a little bit of insight into the way the investigation was first carried out. There was a common approach to the plan, but there was a change of function when the snow began to melt and they were therefore losing evidence. He told his officers to concentrate on the scene. He had to consider that 24 hours before, from point of view of weather, there was light snow and it was frozen overnight. He said a mark takes a better pattern on a soft surface than on a hard surface. Footprint photographs were taken in black and white and in colour in scales of millimetres. They looked for foot and tyre marks. At the top of the lane at the A130 there was an examination for motor oil. He said they recovered all the shotgun cases that were there at the scene at the time and also asked for the removal of the vehicle. He said the actual scene was searched by a fingerprint search team. Only 7 cartridge cases were recovered from the scene. After the scene of crime officers, there was a specialist search team which made a fingerprint search. He said one case could have been taken out and dropped in the snow, but he very much doubts that that happened. The ignition of the Range Rover was off. He said this, quote, "After a thorough investigation of the whole scene and submitting the matter to the experts, there was no scientific evidence to connect anybody to the scene." Then you had Detective Constable Bettis, who was working under Sergeant Hammersley and took part in the detailed examination of the scene for evidence. He said the SOCO is responsible for collecting of the exhibits which were examined methodically. The first precaution was, once the area had been photographed, to make a path very close to the hedge on the left-hand side to avoid damage of footprints. He waited for the photographer who did his work under the direction of Mr. Hughes. He also produced Tate and Tucker's mobile phones, exhibits 116 and 117, and their address books 118 and 119. He took soil samples and submitted the 7 shotgun cases to the Forensic Science Laboratory at Huntingdon for ballistic examination. Cross-examined by Mr. Parkins, he said all 3 deceased were casually dressed in boots, jeans or a leather jacket. A head bag was also found and examined. The 3 men had £1,430 altogether in their possession. There were 3 trained SOCO officers. Bettis had 15 years experience and the inspector 23. It was a major incident and it was essential for the scene to be preserved as soon as possible. It was necessary to search the area. It was essential not to move or remove any item until it was logged and photographed. He said this was a difficult operation because of the extreme cold temperatures and the pressure from the press. A reporter did wander onto the scene. He came from a different direction from the A130. There were press people around all the time. It was difficult to keep them away. Okay, let's just jump in again here. Just when you think that things can't get any worse, you get the wandering reporter. So he doesn't actually approach, by all accounts, from the A130. So where did this reporter come from? Did he come from the other side of the locked 5-bar gate? Did he access the crime scene via the alternative lane? I think that would probably be my best guess. Maybe if you had some reporters parked up near the wheat sheaf, somewhere like that, they realised that there was a lane that led down to the crime scene. I would imagine that's probably the place where they've accessed from. I can't imagine them making the trek all the way across the fields from the other side of the locked 5-bar gate, but obviously that is, it's entirely possible. But the quickest route, other than the A130, is via, as I say, the wheat sheaf pub entrance down the alternative lane. But I mean, it's just a shambles, really, isn't it? We've got this crime scene, we've got this situation where they can't remove the bodies from the vehicle because they believe that the lane's too narrow. They don't even bother to try and ascertain a time of death. There's a doctor who's tried to gain access to the site. He's been kept back. And now we've got a reporter wandering around the crime scene, leaving his footprints everywhere, or her footprints everywhere. They talk about this was a very difficult situation, extreme temperatures. It's not bloody Russia. It's probably 0 degrees, and they know exactly who's been killed here. They know it's Tucker, Tate and Rolfe straight away, and it's almost as if they can't be bothered to do their jobs properly. That's how it comes across to me anyway. Lots of corners were cut, and I think this is just further evidence of that. The reporter of whom he spoke had his Wellington boots taken in case he had trodden anywhere, but the patterns on his boots were clearly not like the impressions that were found. They did not see any Wellington boots other than those they wore themselves. There were not Wellington boot marks on the offside. This was an unhappy investigation because they had problems with the melting snow. Of the witnesses at the scene, the last of importance was Dr. Paula Lanas, the pathologist. She attended at 12:15 on the 6th of December and saw the 3 victims dead in the Range Rover. She described the wounds. The driver had a shotgun wound just below the right ear with an exit wound through the left eye. Damage was there to the right side of the headrest just above his seat. The front passenger was nearly upright and had shotgun wounds both over the right side of his face, and there was blood splattered inside the vehicle and the windscreen, mainly on the passenger side. The rear passenger was leaning to his left and his head resting on the lower edge of the near side rear passenger window, which was shattered. Fragments of bone and brain protruded through a shotgun wound over the back of his head, and a missile graze, a superficial wound, ran over the top of his head. 3 blue shotgun shells lay near a tyre track in the snow, alongside the driver's door, and 2 blue shells lay in the snow behind the rear near side of the car. Deep, mud-filled tyre tracks passed out of the gate about 20 metres beyond it, and small puddles of slightly muddied water with red staining filled the tyre tracks. There was bleeding from the car up to the gate and beyond. At 7:15, the bodies were removed from the car at Southwood and Ferrers police station. Then she spoke about what she found standing there when they were removed at the police station. She said the front passenger, that would be Tucker, grasped the mobile phone between his legs. His head rested on his right shoulder. Wounds were identified over the right temple and over the right angle of the jaw. Moving to the rear passenger Tate, she said the rear passenger grasped the mobile phone in his right hand with the strap wrapped around his middle finger. Shotgun wounds were present over the back of his head and on the right side of his chest. Missile graze over the top of his head. Fragments of glass were present around his left ear. The driver, Rolf, had a large shotgun wound over the right angle of his jaw with a burn over the right side of the neck. The second shotgun wound was behind the right ear with an exit wound over the left side of the face. Further shotgun shells were recovered from the back of the car, near the aluminium strip at the bottom of the offside rear door and in the pocket of the driver's door. Dr. Lannis conducted a post-mortem on the body of Patrick Tate at 11:10 that day, on the body of Tucker at 12:30 and on the body of Craig Rolfe at 13:50. Her conclusions were as follows. As to the specific wounds that their bodies had suffered, she ascribed the cause of death in each case to be shotgun wounds, though Tate's head wound was consistent with the weapon being discharged close to the skin, and his chest wound consistent with being discharged near the body. Tucker's wounds were consistent with the weapon being discharged close to his head, as were Rolf's wounds. In no case was there any evidence that any victim had attempted to defend himself. She was cross-examined, and to Mr. Parkins she said that the purpose of her being called to the scene was for many reasons. She conceded the main reason was to assist with the timing of death. It was also to see the bodies in situ. The vehicle was taken away on a low loader with the bodies inside, and there was a chance that body positions might alter. Okay, so a few things to pick up on here. Now, Dr. Lannis concedes during this court process that the main reason that she was there at the crime scene was to assist with the timing of death, something which was never ever done. Quite interesting. But even more interesting than that, I believe, is the vehicle being taken away on the low loader. Now, it's important to remember that these three individuals, Patrick Tate, Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe, none of these individuals were wearing a seatbelt. This low loader now needs to travel along the bumpy farm track with the Range Rover on the back. The bodies aren't secured in any way, shape or form. So they're going to move, aren't they? Naturally, these bodies are going to move. That's why I don't put much stock into the photographs which were taken back at the police pound, with Craig Rolfe's left foot being on the brake and, you know, his hand being in this certain position. You can tell that actually the bodies have been moved before the photographs were taken because of the blood drips on the steering wheel. They're going the wrong direction. I don't know whether they needed to possibly straighten the wheels of the Range Rover, or some sort of adjustment to the Range Rover steering needed to be done in order to get it on the low loader or off the low loader, but certainly some adjustment of that steering wheel has been made before the photographs were taken. Asked again about the time of death, she said the time of death was not easy to achieve with great accuracy. The time of death can be important. Quote, "If it were a feature of my examination, I will examine the body temperature and the ambient temperature, that is the temperature all round of the surrounding conditions. I'd examine the degree and extent of the rigor mortis. It can take 12 hours to come and it lasts 12 hours. Hyperstasis, that is the gravity settling of the blood falling to the lower parts of the body, was another factor. She was asked about the deep mud-filled tyre tracks and she said they were the same for 20 yards. It was almost as if the vehicle had gone in past the gate and reversed out, which you will understand, of course, that really she was there for her medical opinion rather than for her observation of the scene." Okay, let's just interject here briefly. The talk of the tyre tracks. Now, this is a really fascinating aspect of this case, and probably I guess, less talked about aspect of this case also. The photograph that you see in front of you, you can see in this photograph that the tyre tracks of the Range Rover extend beyond the front of that vehicle. Basically what that means is that the Range Rover at some point in time was further forward than where you see it in this photograph. What Dr. Lannis is saying here is that the tyre tracks extended through the locked 5-bar gate, 20 yards beyond the Range Rover. So take a look at the photograph in front of you here. You can clearly see that the exact same tread pattern of that Range Rover, of those front tyres, has gone beyond where that Range Rover has parked. So at some point in time, it's gone further forward than where it is situated. So does that mean Craig Rolfe pulled up to the gate maybe a little bit too close, and the fourth passenger possibly said, knock it back a bit, the gate opens towards us, we've got to get the gate open, something like that? Or has the Range Rover actually gone beyond the locked 5-bar gate? Now, this is where we get the tinfoil hat on, shall we say. Because recently, in a CCRC appeal document, Michael Steele, I have to try and say this without breaking into a little chuckle, Michael Steele said that it was possible for the gate post to have been lifted out and for the Range Rover to have been driven through into the field. It gets a little bit confusing. Let's just play this little clip of the CCRC appeal document and you'll hear exactly what I'm talking about. Section 82. In his submissions regarding the scene of the crime, Mr. Steele also observes, after studying the crime scene photographs, that the gate which was in front of the vehicle appears to be capable of being opened without unlocking the chain, as one of the gate posts, quote, appears to be capable of removal from its footing, end quote. Mr. Steele also points out that there appears to be tyre tracks on the opposite side of the gate. The Commission has been provided with images which depict these tracks. It is suggested that the Range Rover may have arrived in Workhouse Lane from this direction. The Commission has considered this theory, but considers it to be pure speculation. There is no new evidence to suggest that the Range Rover actually did arrive in Workhouse Lane from the other direction. Okay, so what Michael Steele is saying here is that the gate, according to this photograph, according to the crime scene photographs, a photograph of the gate in front of you, that gate could be lifted out of its footing. Therefore, it would negate the need for keys to open the chain. What he's also saying is that the Range Rover approached from the other side of that locked 5-bar gate. Now, I'm not saying that that's not a possibility in terms of the fact that you could lift this gate out of its footing. I'm certainly not saying that. But why would the Range Rover go through the locked 5-bar gate from the other direction? So basically it'd be facing the opposite way as to what this photograph is showing you. So it'd be almost driving back down Workhouse Lane. Why would the Range Rover do that and then somehow turn itself around to be facing the locked gate? To me, it doesn't really make much logical sense. And I think that was basically backed up by the CCRC's findings in this case. What I am quite interested in, however, is this almost, I guess, desire in this summing up in court document, in the judge's speech here, to almost downplay their existence, the tyre track's existence. And this isn't the first time this has been mentioned. If we go back to the Dr. Yankee Prasad, the first doctor who attended the crime scene, he also mentioned tyre tracks. All he said was that the tyre tracks looked fresh. But then the excuse they gave for that was that the tracks beyond the gate were deeper, therefore they looked new. And then we have Dr. Paula Lanas coming forward here and saying the tracks looked the same. So not only the fact that they look new, but the tyre tracks actually looked the same, as if it extended on beyond the locked 5-bar gate. But yet again, these are simply downplayed as, you know, this is a person who was there to ascertain a time of death, supposedly, and she wasn't there for her opinions on the crime scene. What I would be interested in hearing, though, is your thoughts in the comments section below. As we can see clearly here that the tracks do extend beyond the point where the Range Rover is located. Let's just surmise that they do in fact extend beyond the locked 5-bar gate. What would be the purpose of going through the locked 5-bar gate and then reversing back into the position that they are then discovered in? Do leave your own thoughts and theories on that one in the comments section below. But let's continue on from where we left off. So far as Tate is concerned, she said she cannot give the order of wounds, especially if they were very close in time. There was a shotgun wound to the head and the head may swing. The first wound originated from the left, so did the second, but the one to the chest came from the right. Quote, Tucker's injuries were under the neck. I thought he had 2 shots from the near side. I didn't identify any damage to Tate's hands, and if there had been any injury from breaking a window, I would have noticed it. There was no flesh injury to the hands. Then Mr. Lederman came to cross-examine. She said again that Tucker had 3 separate entry wounds to his head and 3 separate shots entered and more or less stayed in his head. Tate was shot 3 times, and in respect of the superficial graze, there were a few pellets but no wadding. Rolf was shot from the offside of the head moving to the near side. If Tate was shot from the offside, he could have been thrown to the near side of the car. Quote, I cannot exclude he may have moved to the near side. He slumped over. One would assume after he has been shot, he has fallen across the seat. Tucker's head had rolled to the offside. Then she was asked the same question about the possibility of Tucker's wound coming after the shot had passed across Tate's head. She said it may be that the shot Tucker received came from the near side of the car and first went through Tate. She was asked the question, could the superficial wound to Tate have ended up in Tucker and caused his head to move to the offside? Her answer, such as it was, you may think not very helpful. She said, quote, I find it difficult to answer such a question. It means getting trajectories of those wounds. End quote. She said, quote, I provide the location of the injuries and the cause of death. Anything after that is done by someone else. It is a team investigation and we all consult with each other. It is a ballistic expert who can more properly deal with that. End quote. Then coming back to the time of death, she said, quote, to work out the time of death is a complicated formula and involves the difference between the body temperature when found and normal temperature. Clothing is also a factor. A calculation has been developed, but it was not relevant to my purpose at the scene. I was not called to make an assessment of the time of death. If you take a temperature at any other time than at Southwood and Ferrers police station, integrity would have been lost, meaning integrity of the scene. The accuracy of such a calculation would have diminished. I did not disturb the integrity of the vehicle at the scene of the crime. The bodies remained in the vehicle for the purposes of transportation. At the police station, the bodies were positioned as I had seen them at the scene. Rigor had started before the time I saw the bodies for the first time at the scene. Rigor mortis starts at a certain time. It may start within about 2 or 4 hours of death. Okay, let's just cut in here. Now, I really don't agree with what's being stated there, to be perfectly honest. The fact that they have moved the vehicle, they've put a tarpaulin over the Range Rover, they haven't secured the victims in the Range Rover, they've driven back to the police station, they've driven back to the police pound, they've repositioned the bodies and then taken photographs, yet they're saying that they had to do that to preserve the integrity of the crime scene. The crime scene is down Workhouse Lane. That's where everything should have taken place. The removal of the bodies, trying to ascertain the time of death. All this sort of talk about, okay, we couldn't touch the vehicle because it would contaminate it or it would sort of make getting the time of death less accurate. I mean, what the hell are they talking about there? Taking the vehicle to Southwood and Ferrers police station, removing the bodies and then trying to ascertain a time of death. Surely it would be more accurate closer to the time they actually died. Does that not make sense? To me, what is being stated there by Dr. Lanas doesn't actually make any logical sense whatsoever. But critically, it mentions again there that the bodies were repositioned as I had seen them at the scene. So they've got this vehicle back to Southwood and Ferrers. They've repositioned the bodies because obviously they've moved all over the place, haven't they, during this transportation from Workhouse Lane to the police station. As I say, and I can't stress this enough, these individuals didn't even have a seatbelt on. So they're going to be moving around, aren't they? They're going to be, I don't want to, you know, it's a disturbing thought, isn't it? But it's the truth. They were moving about in the vehicle. So when they've got the vehicle back to South Woodham, they've had to reposition the bodies and then take photographs as if they were found in that exact same position. But they weren't, were they? Because they had to be repositioned. That's the whole point. They're repositioning the bodies before taking the crime scene photographs back at the police pound. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. And I think that's also relevant when we take a look at, as I say, Craig Rolfe's left foot being on the brake, the way his hands appear on the steering wheel, all that sort of stuff that doesn't make any sense when you take a look at it. And this explains it, doesn't it? It's because the bodies have been repositioned on purpose before those photographs were taken. Then she said, quote, "The circumstances of my examination did not permit examination of the time of death. It depends how valuable and how relevant it is whether it can be done. I do not currently ascertain the time of death in this type of situation particularly." End quote. That means that it is not her practice. She was asked about hyperstasis, which is the deep pink coloration seen in the lower parts of the body where the blood has drained to. She said it was of very limited assistance. Quote, "These parameters do not hold up. There is no accuracy in calculating from these factors. In many cases, such things are taken, and in many cases they are not. Calculations depend on such things as heating, clothing, drafts, and where the windows are open." End quote. In re-examination, she said the proximity of the weapon to the wound is judged by the burning, the cloud and blackening, and the size of the wound. It does not exceed more than 3 inches. There are factors which would indicate that the skin was close to the muzzle at the time of discharge. She said in Tucker's case too, it indicates that the muzzle is close to the head at the time of discharge. Quote, "To get that from the flame burning and the size of the wound, I would put it at a 9-inch range." End quote. So let's turn our focus back to the dud cannabis deal for one moment. Now, as many of you at home will be aware, we had this deal where this consignment of cannabis came into the UK. It turned out to be of substandard quality. It caused a lot of tension between Tucker Tate and Rolf and Michael Steele. Basically, the stuff was unsellable. We had people who had bought into this deal who had potentially lost money, and really just caused a lot of hassle all round. So taking a quote from the book Blogs 19 for one moment, just to give you an idea in terms of monetary value and who invested what, let's just read the following. "It turned out it wasn't one big pile of money after all. It was several smaller piles all gathered together. There are supposed to be £76,000 from Tate and friends, £28,000 from some friend of Mick's from down south, £14,000 from Jack Womes, and Mick had put in a little bit himself to make up a total of £124,000. Now, we also know that there was a trip to the continent in order to get this money refunded. Those individuals included Darren Nichols, Michael Steele, Patrick Tate, and Craig Rolfe. By all accounts, the money was repaid, the full amount was repaid. But do we really know what happened to Tate's share of that investment? Now, where this story takes a bit more of a peculiar turn, shall we say, is when we take a look at what Darren Nichols claims very early on during his police interviews is the actual motive behind these murders. He talks about these Irish brothers, Billy and John. They'd been investors in this deal, they'd lost money, Tate was to blame, and that was really the catalyst behind the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolf. Now, to give you the full background regarding Darren Nichols' claims here, I'm going to play a section of a video that I made quite a while back called Darren Nichols' Biggest Mistake. It's important that you listen to this to get an idea of what Darren Nichols is claiming here, because there could actually be a little bit of truth in what he is saying. So before I play the clip, just remember, it's not really as important to listen to everything Darren Nichols is saying in terms of the cock and ball story he's telling about these Irish brothers, but more what might lie behind that as a potential motive in terms of investors being ripped off by Pat Tate. Anyway, let's play the clip and I'll join you afterwards. Now, the vast majority of you watching this video at home will be well aware of the supposed motive for the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolf as put forward by Darren Nichols during the trial. We had the fact that Darren Nichols claims that Michael Steele and Jack Womes were heading there to meet Pat to smooth things over and embark on a possible new venture regarding a cocaine shipment. Now, the motive for the murder itself revolved around Pat Tate not paying back money to his investors and then blaming Mickey Steele for that loss of money. This got back to Michael Steele. Michael Steele also heard about subsequent threats on his life from Pat Tate, and it was at this point that Michael Steele decided that he needed to take action. Now, in the interest of giving you all of the factual information concerning this point, we need to go back to Darren Nichols' official statement under oath again, where I'm going to read a very small section out so that you are aware of Darren Nichols' final version of events and the motive for these murders. Remember that this statement was made in October 1996, and it's in this statement that Darren Nichols states the following. There was conversation as to why it happened with Mick. Roughly, it was when the money had been returned from the bad drug deal. A lot of the money Pat had put into it wasn't his. He had borrowed it, and what Pat decided to do was not repay those people. He would then blame Mick and say he hadn't paid them back. Mick knew this because Sarah had told him, Pat's ex-girlfriend. Pat was telling them he hadn't been paid back, and if he wasn't paid back, he would kill Mick. Now, this video is going to be one of the most important videos that I've made on the channel, and obviously I've made a fair few, and that's a statement that I don't use very often. And as I say, this information I actually found just a few days ago, and it's important that you understand exactly how this process went with Darren Nichols' early police statements, what he claimed very early on before his statements then morphed and changed into what they eventually became in October 1996, with that official statement under oath. The first part I'm going to read out to you comes from Michael Steele's police interview on the 17th of May 1996, conducted by DC Shakespeare. It's during this interview that Michael Steele is quizzed about the motive for these murders. The investigating officer states the following. Do you know anybody by the name Mr. Steele of Mullock? Mr. Steele, I believe it's spelt Mullock, M-U-L-L-O-C-K. Anything you can tell me about that name? Anybody that you may know by that name? Because it is alleged by Darren Nichols that you told him that Pat Tate, one of the men who was subsequently murdered, borrowed the sum of £40,000 from the Mullock brothers in relation to the bad cannabis importation. And that money was obviously owed back to the Mullock brothers. They were obviously going to be looking for their money. Does that name mean anything to you? Do those circumstances mean anything to you that I've outlined? It transpires, I understand, from Darren Nichols that about 1/3 of the poor cannabis that you brought into the country, we say, was sellable, i.e. was of sufficient quality, that you were able to make some money on it, and that Patrick Tate, he says, took those drugs up north somewhere in this country and presumably did with that what he wanted. Well, I wouldn't imagine you'd be very happy about that, would you, Mr. Steele? Would you like to tell me about the relationship that Sarah Saunders has with your common law wife, Jackie Street? Are they friends? Have you ever at any stage, Mr. Steele, paid any monies to Sarah Saunders in relation to property to maintain her lifestyle? On the 8th of the 11th, 95, the day that you bought the bad cannabis importation into the UK, Pat Tate, as my colleagues outlined to you, was arrested on a drink driving charge in Southend whilst he was driving a Porsche belonging to Tony Tucker. That was, of course, the same day, as I've said, that you were stopped on the beach. Were you aware that Pat Tate had in fact been arrested on that same day? Was there ever an occasion, Mr. Steele, when yourself, Patrick Tate, and perhaps Darren Nichols, Sarah Saunders were together at a house to mend a cooker? Does that ring any bells to you at all? Darren Nichols has told us that. Now, moving on then to the questions with regard to the events that we say happened last year. We mentioned the name of the Mullock brothers, the spelling of which I gave you. If it's incorrect, then I apologise, but certainly a name of that ilk. And I asked you whether you knew anybody of that name, and you obviously maintained your right to silence. Having now had an opportunity to think about it, is there anything that you would like to say about your knowledge of those persons by that name, or any dealings that you've ever had in the past? Is it true, Mr. Steele, that you've known Pat Tate for a number of years, and that Pat Tate at one stage, for whatever reason, was perhaps getting a little bit too big for his boots within your fraternity, your circles, perhaps getting a little bit above himself? Was that perhaps true? You see, Darren Nichols has told us that Pat Tate told the Mullock brothers, bearing in mind that the Mullock brothers are still owed quite a substantial quantity of money from your bad cannabis importation. It is alleged that Pat Tate said to the Mullock brothers at one stage that he would put you, Mr. Steele, on your knees before them. That's what Pat Tate said, wasn't it? Have you ever heard from anyone that such a conversation occurred between Pat Tate and the Mullock brothers? Because certainly, if I had heard of that, I wouldn't be very happy that somebody had said that that's what they were going to do to me, as I'm sure perhaps you weren't very happy if that's what you heard. Sarah Saunders is a name that we've mentioned as we already know, Sarah Saunders was the ex-girlfriend of Patrick Tate. I've asked you questions about your relationship with her, which you've chosen to stay silent about. I've asked you, was there ever an occasion when Sarah Saunders had repeated to you that conversation had taken place with the Mullock brothers? Because Darren Nichols is telling us that Sarah Saunders certainly did relay that conversation to you. We now take a break from that interview and take a look at Jack Wome's interview from the 16th of May 1996, where the Mullock brothers make yet another appearance. The interviewing officer during this interview is DC Myhill, and he states the following. Have you ever heard of the Mullock brothers? Ever heard of them, Jack? Because Mr. Tate, Patrick Tate, the deceased I should say, is believed to have been in debt to them for £40,000 because of this bad cannabis deal, and he was getting a bit of pressure put on him. And Patrick Tate didn't want to give them their £40,000 back because Mr. Tate, Patrick Tate, I think believed he had become, shall we say, for want of a better word, one of the big drug dealers in this part of Essex. We believe that Patrick Tate, not only was he not giving the Mullocks their money back, but he was saying I haven't got my money back from Mickey Steele. Do you understand that? So again, there was some bad feeling coming from other people as regards to Mr. Steele. And obviously, as far as we're concerned, you. Because you're connected with Mickey. So what's Mickey going to do about it? He's getting an awful lot of pressure now. He's saying to Pat that he's got the chance of a big job lined up, ripping somebody off. Have you heard of that before, Jack? Did Mick tell you about that? Allegedly, it was to do with 30 kilos of cocaine. And Mickey was going to bring that in by plane. Did you know anything about that deal? Being Mick's right-hand man, I suggested that he'd confide that in you. And the idea that Tate and Tucker would rob this firm of the cocaine, meaning the people that were financing the deal for Mick to go out and bring the stuff in when it landed, Tate and Tucker were going to have it for themselves, because they were big league now. Somewhere along the lines, this all gets rather clouded. People are, well, Mickey's getting rather concerned as to quite whether he can trust Tate and Tucker. Did he tell you that at all? Did Mick say that he was getting a bit concerned about Pat Tate and Tucker? Now, you're not going to believe this when I tell you who the Mullock brothers are. When I'd seen this before in the statements, I thought, they've changed the name here somewhere, They're doing this on purpose so that the real identity of the investors is hidden, hidden from the public or whatever. That was my opinion anyway. But something in my mind kept telling me, the Mullock brothers, there's something in this, there's definitely something in this. And I've seen something about this before. So I went back and I looked at the Operation Century blog, which was written by Ian Cameron. And it mentioned there that Darren Nichols made this huge blunder during questioning as he put forward the motive for the murders as to be connected with the Mullock brothers, the Irish cops. And I thought, I have seen that somewhere before in these statements. So I spent the best part of the day going through these statements, trying to find out who the Mullock brothers are. And lo and behold, I have found it. And here it is. The trial points from the defence, page 3, where the defence has written down here, we clearly know that Nichols' motive for murder was a £40,000 loan to Tate from the infamous Mullock brothers, and this is a total fabrication, his finest example of fact into fiction to date. The Mullocks, of course, are bungling undercover Irish-speaking cops, Mullock cops. We have to assume, of course, that the Mullock cops have not loaned Tate £40,000 to purchase drugs with. Now, to give you an idea who these people are, do you remember the undercover operation, Operation Century, against Michael Steele and Sarah Saunders, which commenced, I believe, at least with Michael Steele, on Thursday the 15th of February 1996? Well, this is Billy and John Mullock. These are the Irish cops. Nichols has come forward when he's arrested to say that the motive for the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolf are the undercover police officers. Now, we know that this cannot be true in any way, shape or form, because Operation Century, the first phone call to Michael Steele, doesn't originate until Thursday the 15th of February 1996. So Nichols is arrested, he's being interviewed, and he said that Steele has told him that the motive for the murders was Billy and John, the Irish cops. But the Irish cops didn't appear until after the murders. So how could that be the motive for the murder? Nichols has made a ginormous blunder here. It's absolutely ludicrous that Darren Nichols has the ability to then come back in October 1996, months after these statements are given, months after the interviews with Michael Steele and Jack Holmes have commenced, months after the interrogation to Darren Nichols has gone through in a thorough manner. It's ludicrous that he is able to change his story from two fictional characters, Billy and John Mullock, who are undercover police officers, to Sarah Saunders told Steele that his life was in danger because he hadn't paid back the money. That's literally what he's done in his official statement. Let me just bring up the official statement once more, just to read that small section at the bottom. There was conversation as why it happened with Mick. Roughly, it was that when the money had been returned from the bad drug deal, a lot of the money that Pat had put into it wasn't actually his. He had borrowed it. And what Pat decided to do was not pay those people back and blame Mick to say he hadn't been paid. Mick knew this because Sarah had told him, Pat's ex-girlfriend. Pat was telling them he hadn't been paid back, and if he wasn't paid back, he would kill Mick. This is his official version of events. It's gone from initial arrest of two officers who were involved in an undercover operation against Steele being the motive for the murders. Can you believe that? The undercover operation against Steele, according to Darren Nichols, was the motive for the murder. The investigating officers investigating Steele after the murders were committed were the motive for the murders. That's how insane this story really is. Now, the next thing to do for me, I guess, is to go through the cross-examination in court and just see how much was made of this in court. I'm not sure if we have all of the cross-examination of Darren Nichols, but the defence here, what's going on? What's going on? Why is this not being hammered home that Darren Nichols was arrested and gave a completely fictitious version or motive for these murders? He seemed very convinced that Mick had told him that the Mullock brothers were owed money. The Mullock brothers were out for blood. Steele had to act because Pat hadn't paid the Mullock brothers back. Crazy. Why did the defence not really hammer this home? It completely discredits Nichols in my mind, completely. As I say, in this series, we're going through all of the inconsistencies that Darren Nichols has come up with. If you still wish to believe the books, documentaries, and think it's cut and shut after all this, there's literally no more that I can tell you. What I can say, what my opinion is that Darren Nichols is lying. There's no other word for it. So many inconsistencies, and this one is embarrassing. I mean, this is embarrassing. I can't even believe that. What's equally as embarrassing is the fact that the police officers are sitting here in this interview room telling Steele that the Mullock brothers are the motive for the murder. The Mullock brothers are police officers. I guess they didn't know about this because it wasn't public knowledge and it was an undercover operation, but still, it's quite embarrassing, isn't it? That the police are actually sitting in this interview room talking about fictitious characters that are threatening Steele after the murders being the motive for the murders themselves. It's crazy, simply crazy. Okay, so what I'm going to do for you now is I'm going to narrate a very short section of the transcript between Michael Steele and these undercover officers. It's in this conversation that the name of the investors, according to Michael Steele, is mentioned. Now I ring up a few people and make inquiries. And funnily enough, he had £40,000 off of somebody else, I was told. And I'll tell you their name, shall I? Yeah, go for it. Their name's Blundell. And I've been told, I don't know them. I've been told Johnny and Eddie Blundell. Right. And they come from Essex. Right. Now I find it odd. Right. That they've lent him £40,000. Or given him, yeah. And you've lent him exactly the same. or given him exactly the same money. Right, now I find that odd. Okay, so there we have Michael Steele talking to this undercover officer and claiming that he has heard that the Blundells were the investors in Tate's side of the cannabis shipment. Obviously we know that this deal went wrong, but did Tate ever repay his backers? I think interestingly, from a statement that I covered just a while back, Tate was actually found with £7,000 in cash at his home address when police looked through his belongings and looked through his house and whatever else, turned his house upside down after his murder. That money was discovered, as I say, at his home. Now it may be worth the viewers at home going back and listening again to that Darren Nichols section and replacing the word in your mind of mullock with Blundell and seeing how you believe that could lead to a potential motive for murder. I think it's interesting that Darren Nichols, as I say, has these claims. He's got these ideas of a motive for the murders and why they took place, but he uses these undercover police officers. Now, how has he got this information? Is this some kind of conversation which has taken place with Steele? And, Steele has said that he's been receiving these phone calls from these two brothers, and Darren Nichols has made the rest up from there? Or could there be some truth behind what Darren Nichols is stating there? Now, the best place to start with this video is, I would say, probably the last 4 weeks leading up to the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. Interestingly, we have a statement here from a man called Guy Garwood. Now, this is the brother of Donna Garwood, the then girlfriend of Tony Tucker. He gives us a bit of an insight into Tony's behaviour during this time period. The following police statement is from Guy Garwood, dated the 13th of December 1995. My sister is Donna Garwood. She was recently having a relationship with the deceased Tony Tucker. I was first aware that Donna was seeing Tony around November 1994. I first saw them together at Raquel's discotheque in Basildon around that time. I was aware that he used to spend a lot of money on her and that Donna idolised him. Because of the age gap between them, I was a bit concerned and took it upon myself to speak to my dad about him. My dad, Brian Garwood, runs a panel beating business at 1A Wanstead Park Road, Ilford. Shortly after I spoke to my dad, he told me he had spoken to a man named Dave De Freitas who had connections with people in the East London area club scene. My dad told me that the feeling was that although Tony was a big man who could be nasty, he wouldn't be a problem with my sister. It went on that they used to spend a lot of time together. Tony didn't come to my mum's house because she wasn't that keen at first, but tried to come to terms with their relationship. I knew that Tony's current friends were Craig Rolfe and Pat Tate. I was never certain of what the three of them got up to, but I knew Tony used to run a lot of the doormen in Basildon and at Southend as well. I remember Donna told me once that Pat Tate had come out of prison. She said, he's only been out 5 weeks. She said that since Pat had come out, Tony had become worried about something. He had taken a bit of a low profile. He wasn't himself. Donna said he started staying in with her a lot and Tony was a bit jumpy. Donna said she thought Pat had done something which reflected on Tony, but she didn't say what. Around the beginning of December or the end of November, I came home to my mother's house, 33 Fairview Road, Basildon, and found Donna sitting in Pat's black 190 Mercedes. Donna had only recently passed her test, but had difficulty driving it as I understood from her. She had driven it from Pat Tate's bungalow in Gordon Road. At that time, Donna was living at Swanstead number 122 or 123. I ended up driving the car back to Pat Tate's address. I cannot remember the index number. I knew Tony had a black Porsche which got smashed up by Pat Tate. The blue Range Rover, as I knew it, was Pat Tate's. Before they started using the Range Rover, they were using a brown Ford Granada on an A or B plate. I have not heard any rumours about Tony Tucker, Pat Tate or Craig Rolfe. For my part, I thought they were just involved in running the doorman on the clubs. I do not know of anyone who may be involved in their murders. So what we're going to do now is take a step backwards. We're going to take a look at the police statement from a man by the name of Barry Dorman. What's really good and interesting about this police statement is that it gives us some background into Tate's younger years and also some potential hostility brewing between Pat Tate and Tony Tucker. The following police statement is from Barry Dorman, dated the 8th of December 1995. I'm the above named person and I live at the address Overleaf with my daughter. I have lived at this address for the last 16 years. Around 18 or 19 years ago, I was working as a shift engineer at Tunnel Refineries Greenwich. At this time, I was buying and selling cars in my spare time, and as a result of this, I met a man called Patrick Tate. At this time, Pat was living in Haven Gore Pitsea, and he was about 19 to 20 years old. My contact with Pat continued as I started to see him attending car auctions. As a result of this, we continued our contact on a friendly business basis, but our contact was limited to the dealing in second-hand cars. About 11 years ago, I had a serious car accident, and as a result of my injuries, I had to give up my full-time job at Tunnel Refineries. After about a year, as a result of my continued contact with Pat Tate, it was suggested by him that I try the second-hand car trade full-time. It was through Pat that I managed to acquire the rented forecourt located at the junction of the old A13 and One Tree Hill. At this time, the garage was called Eastern Garage, and the forecourt was a separate entity alongside. I took up the forecourt with my cousin Stephen Dillon, who was already a car trader in London. We named the forecourt Cousin Cars and began trading in 1985. My contact with Pat Tate increased as he was running another car front on Canvey Island called Beach Autos. My contact with Pat was still limited to a friendly business basis. After about 5 years, my cousin and I had a big fallout, and as a result we parted company. I continued to trade and was joined at the site by a man called Graham Law, who at that time was also trading from the Five Bells roundabout site on the A13. After a period of time, the two garages amalgamated as Eastern Garage Car Sales, and I ran the Five Bell site and Graham ran the One Tree Hill site. We have continued like this to date. About this time I became aware that Pat Tate had become involved with the police in respect of some criminal matter and that he was in custody. I can remember being contacted by his girlfriend Sarah Saunders, who told me that the police had seized about £20,000 from Pat, which they believed was drug-related money. It was the first time it was mentioned that Pat may be involved in the dealing of drugs, although I had been aware that Pat took or used cocaine himself. I had known Sarah Saunders for many years, as her grandmother lived very near to my own house. She asked me to help Pat by showing that the money was related to car dealing, not drug dealing, and to do this she asked me to find for her all of the car invoices which related to car trades between Pat and myself. I did this and handed them to Sarah, and as a result I was required to attend Chelmsford Crown Court at a later date to give evidence at Pat's trial. I was later told by Sarah that Pat had been convicted of robbery and had been sentenced to a long term of imprisonment. Whilst Pat was in prison, he contacted me, and as a result I went to visit him at a prison in Kent. He asked me to sort out a vehicle for Sarah Saunders, which I agreed to do. I also visited Pat one other time when he had phoned and asked me to go and see him. My next contact with Pat was when I was invited to Pat's release party at Sarah Saunders' mother's address. At this party I was introduced to a person by the name of Stephen Ellis by Pat, as well as a number of friends and family. I can also remember spending time with a man I know as Bill Baxter. I knew Bill Baxter through the car trade, and I knew that Bill had some involvement with Pat in respect of a car front in Southend. Bill Baxter now runs the car front opposite Nova Car Sales on the London Road, Leigh-on-Sea, and I believe Pat Tate still has a financial involvement with Bill Baxter. After the party, I can remember Stephen Ellis and Pat coming down to my car site with a view to Stephen buying a vehicle. At this time I can remember Stephen Ellis having about £7,000 in cash to spend. To my recollection, this would have been about 18 months ago. Ellis did not buy a vehicle from me, but I knew that he had originally come to me on Pat's recommendations. My contact with Pat continued as before, with reasonably regular contact through the trade and the sale of a number of vehicles to Pat. I would describe my relationship with Pat as friendly, although we did not socialise outside of work. It was around this sort of time that Pat started talking about a man called Tony Tucker, who he said he had met at a nightclub where Tony was working as a doorman. I had never met Tony, but I can remember Pat talking about him. It was around this time that I was told that Pat had been shot and he was in Basildon Hospital. I went to the hospital with Graham Law to see Pat, and when I was there, Pat's brother Russell turned up. Although I had known Russell as a car trader, I've had very little to do with him. We only stayed with Pat for about 10 minutes, as I merely wanted to let him know that I had heard and passed on my good wishes. Although I had this regular contact with Pat and we had built up a trust between us, he never told me any details of what he was involved in other than to do with cars. As Pat knew, I had previously been in the Metropolitan Police Service for a short period, and I was also wary of Pat with his volatile temperament. I was always careful of what I asked Pat, in case he thought I was trying to get information from him. I was later told that the man I had met at Pat's party, Stephen Ellis, was possibly involved in the shooting, although I do not know whether there is any truth in this. I have never asked Pat about the shooting or his other business, as I know he would be suspicious of my reasons. I later became aware that the police had found a number of items in Pat's possession at hospital, and as a result he was returned to prison. I believe the items included a handgun, a quantity of cocaine and some tablets. I did not go and see Pat in prison, but I was asked by Pat through Sarah Saunders to dispose of his current vehicle, which was a black 928 S2 Porsche, index AN0928S. I took possession of the vehicle from Sarah, and after having some work done on it, I put it up for sale on my car front for around £8,995. When I had the car, I received a phone call from Pat in prison telling me to keep the money if I sold the car and not to give it to Sarah or anyone else. I had the vehicle for a couple of months, and during this time I took 2 deposits on the car, but the sales fell through. When I took the deposits, I used to put a sold sign on the vehicle, and when I did this I received a visit from the man called Tony Tucker. At this time I think I'd met Tucker once or twice when he'd attended the car front with Pat before he was returned to prison. When he came to my garage, Tucker told me to give him the money whilst Pat was in prison. Although I had heard about Tony and I did not want to cross him, I was more concerned about crossing Pat, and therefore I told Tony I would not give him the money. When I stood my ground, I told him what Pat had said. Tony seemed to accept it and left my garage. I kept the car for a couple of months but could not sell it. I therefore returned it to Sarah Saunders. In this time I only saw Tony Tucker once more when he came up to my car front on a horse and asked me if I had any luck selling it. At this time I had become aware of Tony moving into a house in Fobbing High Road with a large plot of land. I had a couple of phone calls from Pat whilst he was in prison, but they appeared to be merely for a chat rather than anything specific. The next time I saw Pat was when he came down to my car front after he had been released from prison. This was at the end of October 95, beginning of November. I believe at this time he was on his own and we had a general chat about domestic and general matters. At this time he appeared quite level-headed and normal. My next contact with Pat and Tony Tucker was when they came to my garage after Pat had an accident in Tony's black Porsche 928 S4, index 9TT. The vehicle was badly damaged and Pat was asking me to sort it out as cheaply as possible. The vehicle was brought to the One Tree Hill site and my daughter spent a lot of time trying to locate cheap second-hand spares for the repair. I also arranged for quotes to carry out the bodywork. As a result of the Porsche repairs, I began to have virtual day-to-day contact with either Pat, Tony or both. The majority of the time they were together and were accompanied by a younger man called Craig. At that time I had a blue Range Rover 3.5 Vogue SE, index F424 NPE on my forecourt, as I had recently taken that in as part exchange. I had purchased this vehicle from Mr. Herson of Kingston Road, Stanford-le-Hope, and I can produce a copy of the purchase invoice for this transaction as my exhibit BDT/1. This was purchased on the 2nd of November 1995. As Tony Tucker was now without a vehicle, he and Pat showed interest in purchasing the Range Rover, which I had for sale at £10,995. After some negotiation, I agreed to sell it to them for £9,800, but I knew that neither Pat or Tony would be able to get finance on the vehicle. When I pointed this out, Tony stated that his friend would be buying it on his behalf, but he would be using it. I agreed to accept a £2,000 deposit and put the remainder on finance. A friend of Tony's, a man who gave his name as Mr. P. Cuthbert, then attended my site and provided sufficient details for me to complete the finance agreement. I was handed £2,000 in cash at this time, but I'm unable to say which one of them gave it to me. They then took the keys from me and drove the vehicle away from my forecourt. I completed a sales invoice for the transaction and showed the purchaser as Tony Tucker. I can produce a copy of this invoice as my exhibit BDT/2. I then sent off the completed finance agreement and received my cheque from the company for the balance. I am still in possession of the registration document for the vehicle, which I can produce as exhibit BDT/3. The finance company would have issued a paying-in book to Mr. P. Cuthbert to enable the monthly repayments to be made. This book would have been sent to Cuthbert's home address. The Range Rover was taken by Pat and Tony on the 14th of November 1995. From that day, when Pat, Tony and Craig visited my car front, they would be using the Range Rover. Craig would normally be the driver, with Pat in the front passenger seat and Tony in the back. As stated, I had a number of visits from them inquiring about the progress with the Porsche repairs. I can remember during one of their visits, Tony was really annoyed and stated they were trying to link him to the supply of the ecstasy tablet which killed the girl called Leah Betts. He stated that he knew who had supplied it as he had been told by one of the doormen. He also stated that he had made some checks and knew that the girl regularly took tablets and that she didn't even live with her father. He was really ranting and raving to Pat about it, and I heard him say that it was only because her dad was a policeman that such a fuss was being made. During the morning of Wednesday the 6th of December 1995, I was at the car front when Pat, Tony, Craig and Mr. P. Cuthbert arrived in the Range Rover. I would describe Mr. Cuthbert as male, white, 5'10" to 5'11", late 30s, reasonably fit build. I've been told he is a ceiling fixer. The four of them came into the office and I was handed by one of them the paying-in book relating to the Range Rover finance, and between them they produced £321.40 in cash. I was asked by one of them, I can't remember who, to keep the book and remind them when the payments were due. I agreed to do this as it was in my interest to make sure the finance was paid. I had also been told by Pat and Tony at the time of purchasing the vehicle that they intended to pay it off in one lump fairly quickly. I paid this sum into the Barclays Bank at Pitsea Broadway the following day. I can produce the paying-in book as my exhibit BDT/4. Sometime during an earlier meet with Pat, he had asked me whether I had a suitable vehicle for him to give to Sarah Saunders. He told me there had been a lot of problems between them and he wanted to give her a car to get her off of his back. I told him I had a VW Passat on the forecourt which I had taken in as part exchange on the 25th of the 11th, 95. I showed him the vehicle, which was metallic green in colour and had the registration number F120GGF. He agreed to take it for a test drive and we later agreed on a price of £1,800 for the vehicle. I can produce a purchase invoice for this VW Passat as my exhibit BDT/5. I left my forecourt around 1700 to 1730 hours on Wednesday the 6th of December, intending to play my friend Keith Moore at squash. At this time, my daughter and an employee, Mickey Stenning, were at the car front. En route to squash, I received a phone call from Mickey Stenning stating that Herc, which is my pet name for Pat Tate, i.e. short for Hercules due to his size, had arrived at the car front to collect the VW Passat. Pat then came onto the phone and told me that he would still take the vehicle even though he didn't need it, as he had had a bust-up with Sarah Saunders. I told him that he didn't have to take it, but he insisted that he would. He told me that he would pay me for the vehicle in the morning, as he had, quote, a lump of money coming. As a result, I agreed to Pat taking the vehicle that night, which he did. The following morning, Thursday the 7th of December 1995, I returned to my car site around 9 AM. Between 11 and 12 midday, I was at the site talking to a customer when a female approached me and called me by my name, i.e. Bow. I did not recognise her, and as I was talking she appeared to move away. A short while later I returned to my office and the same woman approached me and said words to the effect of, "Bow, can they trace that Range Rover back to you?" Not knowing her, I said, "What Range Rover?" And she replied, "The one that Tony's been using." At that time, I realised that she was referring to the Range Rover being used by Pat Tate and Tony Tucker. I asked her why, and she just replied, "Oh, nothing," and then she walked out of the office. I would describe this woman as female, white, 5'3", slim build, tanned freckled face, with mousy straight hair. I believe that she is the girlfriend of Tony Tucker. I was obviously concerned about why she had come in and asked that question, so I immediately tried to contact Pat Tate on his mobile telephone. When I called the number 0585 429 316, I got no reply, so I tried his other mobile number 0973 740 923. When this was answered, it was by a female who I did not recognise. I asked to speak to the big man, and she said he was out on a job. I asked if everything was alright, and she just said, "Yeah." I then tried to phone Tony on his mobile number of 0385 317 327, but all I got was Tony's answer phone. I did not leave a message. I then tried to phone Tony's home number of 01268 555 332, but that was unobtainable. I have not seen Tony Tucker, Pat Tate, Craig or Mr. Cuthbert since. Purely as background information, I am aware that Pat, Tony and Craig were heavily into bodybuilding, and in their quest to increase their size were injecting substances. I believe that all three of them used a Progress gym for an hour each morning. Right, certainly a few things worthy of note during that police statement there. What I find particularly interesting is the fact that we have Pat Tate, who's been recalled to prison, and we have this sort of distrust, I believe personally, starting to develop between Pat Tate and Tony Tucker. We have Pat Tate speaking to Barry Dorman over the telephone and making it clear to Barry Dorman that if he were to sell this vehicle on behalf of Pat Tate, that he must keep the money himself. Do not give it to Sarah Saunders, do not give it to Tony Tucker, do not give it to Craig Rolfe, do not give it to anybody. Keep it for yourself for when I am out of prison. We then appear to have Tony Tucker, who strolls past the car lot, notices the sold sign on the vehicle which Pat Tate is selling, or which Barry Dorman is selling on Pat Tate's behalf, and he goes in to speak to Barry Dorman and asks for the money for that vehicle. You can just kind of imagine it, can't you? You know, him walking in there and saying, you know, "I'm going to take this money, I'm going to look after it for Pat while he's in prison." And it really puts Barry Dorman in an incredibly uncomfortable position there. But Barry Dorman has stood his ground. He said, you know, "I've heard from Pat. He has told me to keep hold of the money, and I'm afraid that's what I'm going to do." And by all accounts, this happened on more than one occasion. On each occasion that the sold sign was put on that vehicle, Tucker would arrive and ask for that money. And then we have quite a curious conversation which Barry Dorman overhears concerning Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. It's in this statement that he states the following: "I can remember during one of their visits, Tony was really annoyed and stated that they were trying to link him to the supply of the ecstasy tablet which killed the girl called Leah Betts. He stated that he knew who had supplied it, as he had been told by one of the doormen. He also stated that he had made some checks and knew that the girl regularly took tablets and that she didn't even live with her father. He was really ranting and raving to Pat about it, and I heard him say that it was only because her dad was a policeman that such a fuss was being made." Now this I find a little bit odd actually. So Tucker's there at the car front talking to Pat Tate, and is he trying to convince Tate here that he wasn't actually the supplier of the tablet for some reason? Because, I mean, from what I can gather from the documentaries and books I've read or whatever, it seemed to have been common knowledge, at least back then, that Tucker was the supplier of this ecstasy tablet. So why is he trying to convince Tate here that it was someone else? Also, another point worthy of note is the following. The Range Rover was taken by Pat and Tony on the 14th of the 11th, 95. From that day when Pat, Tony and Craig visited my car front, they would be using the Range Rover. Craig would normally be the driver with Pat in the front passenger seat and Tony in the back seat. So this is quite interesting because obviously we know when the bodies of Tucker, Tate and Rolf were discovered, we had Craig was the driver, Tucker was the front seat passenger, and Pat was seated in the rear. I mean, could it be that Barry Dorman has simply got this wrong here? Was he supposed to say that Tucker was normally in the front and Tate was in the rear? The reason I say that is because of the statement from that tyre fitter who saw them on December the 6th. He claims to have seen the Range Rover travelling towards him, and he claimed that Craig Rolfe was the driver, Tucker was the front passenger, and there was a large male in the rear of the vehicle who he believed to have been Pat Tate, as that is how they had sat when he had seen them in the past. So really, make of that what you will. But playing devil's advocate here for just one moment, let's say that Barry Dorman is in fact correct, that the normal seating positions with these three individuals when they used to go out would be Rolf driving, Tucker in the back and Tate up front. What would be the reason for Tate being in the rear of the vehicle on December the 6th? Well, let's just assume for one moment that there is in fact a fourth passenger in that Range Rover. I think naturally you'd believe that that individual would be closer to Pat Tate than the other two. It's kind of a natural thing, isn't it? If a friend of yours, or you're going to pick up a friend, they're going to sit in the back, then the person who actually knows that individual is going to sit in the back with them, aren't they? So could that lend us to believe that Pat actually knew that fourth passenger better than, say, the other two? I.e., if this was in fact still, and this was a different seating arrangement than they normally used, then I guess that could go to explain it. And now we move to part of the statement from Sarah Saunders, who discusses the relationship between Tucker and Tate in a little bit more detail. It's during her police interview that the following occurs. DC Norton asks her, "So during the time then he was at Whitemore Prison, what's happening then in your life and the relationship with Mickey and Jackie particularly, and Pat and the business?" Saunders replies, I don't know the dates of this, but Tony Tucker used to come round, I think once a week, and give me money for bills and to look after my son and whatever. I think Pat told me that he had heard that Tony had got a new house, the bungalow he'd bought in Fobbin, and Pat didn't like it very much because he thought that possibly, well, I don't know how much money Pat had, but he thought that possibly his money was going towards Tony's house, and he asked Mick if he could make up some excuse to get his money off of Tony. I'm not sure what Mick said, but I think it was something along the lines of he had a fine to pay off the mortgage. Mick got the money off of Tony because Pat trusted Mick more than Tony. So when Pat Tate was recalled to prison, Tate originally gave control of his finances over to Tony Tucker, but there seems to have been a little bit of a breakdown in their relationship during this time period. We've already got this discussion of Tate coming out of prison, Tony being paranoid by Tate's actions or something that Tate had done which reflected badly upon himself. And now we've got this situation where Tate, after being taken back to prison, has given full control of his finances over to Tony Tucker. It was Tucker's responsibility to pay Sarah Saunders X amount of money per week, but somewhere down the line, Tate seems to have had second thoughts. It's also mentioned later on in Sarah Saunders' statement that Tony didn't like Pat having friends. He was quite a jealous person, someone who was quite controlling really, and he didn't actually like Pat's close friends. He didn't like Steve Nipper Ellis. That was potentially why that whole falling out happened. And Tony liked to have control of everything, even down to Pat Tate and who he would socialise with. This is also echoed in some ways in the following newspaper article. The following newspaper article is from the 29th of the 2nd, 1996, with the headline, "Jealous Drugs Boss Shot His Own Pal." Murdered drug baron Tony Tucker has been blamed for shooting his own friend Pat Tate and then supplying him with a gun and drugs while he was recovering in hospital. The fateful alleged shooting came a year before both men were slaughtered. Tucker, who was slain alongside Tate and Craig Rolfe on a deserted farm track in Rettendon last December, either carried out the 1994 shooting himself or arranged it, and then planted the gun on one of Tate's other pals, it is claimed. A friend of Tate claims Tucker was jealous of Tate's friendship with the other man. The shooting paints a picture of Tucker as a jealous man capable of doing anything to make sure he got his own way. The incident happened in December 1994 as Pat Tate was at home preparing to go to Tucker's party in London. He was in his bathroom shaving when the glass was shattered and a bullet hit his arm. Tate's friend, a woman who does not want to be identified for fear of reprisal, says Tucker stoked Tate's fear and paranoia after the shooting by giving him a gun to protect himself while he was in hospital. She also claims that Tucker supplied Tate with drugs while he was in his hospital bed. The gun which fired the bullet was then allegedly planted at the home of a friend of Tate's. The pal was allegedly questioned about the shooting, but no one was ever charged. Tate had not been long out of prison when the bathroom shooting occurred. He had been jailed in November 1990 for 6 years for robbery and drugs charges, but was let out in July 1994 on licence. When the pistol and drugs were found, Tate's licence was revoked and he was sent back to prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. He was finally released on October 31st last year. Weeks before, he and 2 other men were shot dead, their bodies discovered in a Range Rover. Police believed the Rettendon shooting was part of a drugs turf war. Tate's mother Marie confirmed that Tucker had supplied her son with drugs and the gun which was found under his hospital bed. She said, quote, "Pat could see no wrong in Tony, even when Pat was caught with the drugs and the gun. Tony said he would own up and take the blame to keep Pat out of prison, but he never did." End quote. Now, I don't know how accurate that newspaper article is, but obviously this gun and the drugs got there somehow, so it isn't really beyond the realms of possibility to suggest that Tony Tucker was indeed the individual who gave those items to Pat Tate. Now, it may not have been intentional for Tate to get arrested with these items and recalled to prison, but what I do find intriguing about this article is the last few lines where we hear from Pat Tate's mother Marie. It's where she states the following. Tate's mother Marie confirmed that Tucker had supplied her son with drugs and the gun which was found under his hospital bed. She said, quote, "Pat could see no wrong in Tony, even when Pat was caught with the drugs and the gun. Tony said he would own up and take the blame to keep Pat out of prison, but he never did." Now, with everything that we've heard so far, it's pretty clear here that there is some underlying mistrust between Tony Tucker and Pat Tate. We've got Tate who's recalled to prison with this gun. Did he blame that on Tucker somehow? Was he thinking that actually Tucker was to blame? Did Tucker actually say that he was going to own up to this gun and take the blame himself to keep Tate out of prison? Well, quite clearly that never happened. And then during his time in prison, he probably hears that Tucker's out spending £250,000 on this new house. You know, 250 grand back in 1995 was worth quite a lot of money. I think that house now, from memory, is worth well over £1 million. So let's just put yourself in Tate's position for one moment. You've been recalled back to prison. You've got Tucker on the outside, living the life. He's got this lovely new detached bungalow, lovely, bit of land. And Tate is there, I guess, alone with his thoughts in prison. And now we move on to the situation surrounding Leah Betts. We've got Tony Tucker being public enemy number 1. We've got the media frenzy, the media circus surrounding the death of Leah Betts. And I guess this is best demonstrated with a few paragraphs from the book Blogs 19. Even the most laid-back member of the firm was feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Normally, Tony Tucker was so distant from any actual drugs sold in his clubs that it wouldn't have been a problem. But Raquel's was different. The main dealer there, Mark Murray, had suffered a string of police raids on his employees, losing more than 2,500 pills worth, more than £40,000 in just a few weeks. It meant that he hadn't been able to pay Tucker his usual rent and had gone into the red. A compromise was reached. Tucker would supply Murray with his ecstasy direct, with Murray buying the pills at twice the usual rate in order to make up the debt. Murray reluctantly agreed. He had long realised that it made good business sense to sell tablets that were as weak as possible. They cost the same, but it meant that punters would buy 2 or 3 each during the course of an evening, and his profits would be far higher. Tucker's pills were much stronger, so strong that one would let you rave all night long. It would take forever for Murray to repay his debt, but Tucker was determined to get his money back, so he had no choice. The problem Tucker was facing was that everyone knew that his pills were the apples that Leah had taken and that everyone was now talking about. It was only a matter of time before the police found out too. Tucker was certain that he was going to be betrayed. Everyone around him became a potential grass. Every knock on the door was a potential raid. Tucker, very much the brains behind the organisation, was starting to let it all get to him. The paranoia was highly infectious. By the time Darren Nichols arrived at Steele's house early on Monday evening, the master smuggler's mood had gone from bad to worse. Darren Nichols states, "Mick was pacing up and down and showing me the pictures of this girl on the front of the local paper. He was really angry, stamping around, swearing, ranting and raving. He was saying, "This is bang out of order. This is going to mess it up for the rest of us." Mick was particularly upset because of Leah's dad being an ex-copper. He was convinced that the bloke would pull in all sorts of favours, and thanks to the wall-to-wall publicity the whole case was getting, make sure the gang behind the pills was caught. And as far as Mick was concerned, if one of them got done, and the police started looking into their associates, then he'd be in the frame too. So interestingly here, we have Michael Steele, who up until this point, since being released from prisoners, run a quite nice, quiet little operation. He's bringing this stuff in abroad, he's got this mode of doing it, it hasn't gone wrong thus far. But now, all over the papers is Leah Betts. Steele has heard that it is Tony Tucker who is responsible for supplying the tablet. He realises that if one of these individuals get pulled in, it's not going to be long until they come knocking on his door. Now, I don't know how true this is, but I remember watching a documentary on the Essex boys quite some time ago, and they said that Mark Murray was a cousin of the Blundalls. So with everything we know thus far, we have the dud cannabis deal. We have Pat Tate, who may or may not have paid back his investors, who are most likely the Blundalls. We also have this issue with Tony Tucker and Mark Murray, who may be a distant relation of the Blundalls or somehow connected to the Blundalls. We have this sort of mistrust between Tate and Tucker in the first place. And we also have the phone call on December the 6th, the very phone call at just after 2 p.m, supposedly, which was to arrange the meet for later that evening. That phone call went to none other than Tony Tucker himself.
Raquel's regular drug dealer owed the Essex boys money, but with police all over the club, he couldn't work and he couldn't pay his debt. When the Essex boys threatened him and his family, he turned to the one man in Essex he knew could help him.
I said to him, "Yeah, it can be sorted out." I said, "I'll make a phone call now and get it sorted out for you." I made a phone call and a guy turned up on a motorbike with a crash helmet with a 9mm gun.
Blundell provided the terrified dealer with the gun, the chaperone and some simple advice.
When they turn up, shoot one of them straight in the cobblers. You ain't gonna kill them, just shoot them straight in the cobblers, or even both of them.
The dealer declined this helpful offer. Instead, Blundell called the Essex boys to a meeting. Only Tate turned up, and Blundell took the chance to warn him that his association with Tucker was dangerous.
He didn't seem to care much, and I said to him, you know, it's all right him keep blanking and all that, but what happens if someone creeps up behind him and goes bang in the back of the head? If you're with him, you're going to get it as well. You know what I mean? I said, well, if it happens, it happens. 3 days later, it happened.
They were found in this Range Rover. All 3 men were shot through the head at point-blank range. Detectives believe the killings have all the hallmarks of a gangland murder.
Okay, Sarah, so you mentioned John McCarthy. John phoned Lizzie? Yeah, John McCarthy. He lives in Kent. I can't remember how I first spoke to him. I haven't got a clue, but I remember him saying to me, "Oh, who's got the phone? I've tried to get in touch with you on the phone," which Lizzie had. He was rattling off about, 3 men had been murdered and obviously it's a big sort of deal. But John was sort of disgusted because he said, "What on earth's going on? Who's she? She's acting like it was a big sort of show sort of thing, Anyway, I arranged with some police officers to meet Lizzie round there. She wanted to get all of her stuff out of the bungalow and she left the phone there, which obviously she would have done as it's in my name. Okay, so your intention was to get the phone back that you had registered in your name, is that correct? Yeah, but it wasn't really a big thing. I think to be honest, it was more important to just get her stuff out of the bungalow and to get the key for the bungalow. I think it wasn't a big thing to get the phone back at all. Okay, so you didn't ask for the orange phone? From who? Her? Well, she didn't have that, did she? Pat had that when he died. Yeah, she didn't have that phone. But you didn't know that, Sarah. Well, no, obviously I didn't know that. To be honest with you, I can't remember. I don't know. So, what's it got to do with this John McCarthy bloke, Sarah? Well, it was just a conversation I remember at the time. John saying, "Oh, I phoned to try and get in touch with you, Sarah," and some girl answered the phone and it was all like a big circus to her, that sort of thing. It was just a conversation I remember. I don't know why. So you didn't ask John to try and get the phone back off of her? I think I might have said, "Oh, I don't know. I really don't know why there's a thing about the phone. Well, it's very important, Sarah. Well, I really can't remember. I don't remember there being a big issue about the phone, to be honest. I remember that I was in the bungalow with my friend Sue. I think a couple of police officers were there, and they just said, we'll be here just in case, I think there's any sort of animosity, because obviously I was sort of his ex-girlfriend and this was his girlfriend, and that's sort of, they just said, we'll be here a while she gets her stuff. And I remember she went and got some CDs, and she said to me, is it okay? Do you want to check these? I said, no, don't be silly, just take them. So there wasn't any animosity between the two of you, Sarah? Not at all. Not at all. No, I in fact, I even took her phone number and said I'd keep in touch. So what number did you give her, Sarah? I don't know, but I certainly took her number because I've got it in my book. Okay, so did John try and get the phone back? No, I don't think so. I think that it was just sort of said. It's somebody you've not mentioned before, so you only started mentioning him now? Yeah, no, because, it just rung a bell just talking about that day. Who's he then? John, it's just rung a bell. I remember, sort of him saying that he'd phoned her up and he was trying to get in touch with me, and, I don't know, because you're saying about the phone now. I sort of, it was just a conversation I remember about the phone, that's all. There's no sort of relevance anywhere. Well, it's relevant to us, Sarah. I don't know, but it sort of rings a bell that the police said to get it back. But as I say, I don't remember a big issue of it being made. I was with my friend Sue, we went and met Lizzie round there. Is it Chris Winston? I think he was there that day, but I can't remember who he was with. He was really nice and sort of, it was like, well, there's the phone. I said, oh, there's not going to be some big bill on it, is there? Or, it wasn't like, oh, give it to me or anything like that. It was all nice. But what you're saying is that at no stage did you try and get the orange phone back off of her. Well, no, because she didn't have that. Pat had that. This phone that was in my name, she was using. Okay, Sarah, but what I'm saying is that you were aware that Pat had another phone. Yeah. And you didn't approach her with a view to getting that phone back? No, not at all. Did John? Not that I can remember. Well, no, because why would he? Pat would have had it with him. Well, that's why I'm asking, Sarah. No. I wouldn't have done, no, not at all. I mean, the inference is, Sarah, is that you've done that. Yeah, because there's information on the phone. Yeah, but how would there be? Because I wasn't using the phone. No, Sarah, but Pat's using the phone. Yeah. What are we talking about? The orange one, or... What is being said to you, Sarah, is that you were keen to get the phone back, the orange phone. The inference from that is that you were aware that there was something on that phone that could be used in a police investigation. No, not at all. Not at all. It was only... Not at all. I possibly have asked for it back since with Pat's property, but not at all at the time, no. You didn't ask John to try and get it off of her for you, the orange phone? I asked John to try and get the phone back, the orange phone, but why would I? Pat would have had it with him. Well, Sarah, the inference is that John has also tried to phone Lizzie to try and get the orange phone. Has he? The orange phone suddenly becomes a crucial issue to everybody. That's the first I've heard of it, I'm afraid. I may have asked since with Pat's property, but certainly not at the time. No, certainly not at the time. That's one of the reasons that you're here today, Sarah. Yeah. I know that you might think it's irrelevant, and if we believe what you're saying, then yes, I can see why you're saying that. Yeah. But if you take it from the information that we've been given, that the orange phone becomes a crucial issue to you both and John, what's his surname? McCarthy. But the orange phone was never mentioned with John as far as I'm aware. It was always sort of to get the phone off of Lizzie, because it was in my name. The orange phone wasn't in my name, that was in Pat's name. So you had no emergency about the orange phone, is that what you're saying? Absolutely not, no. And you hadn't been asked to try and get hold of it for any reason? No, not at all, no. And you didn't ask John to get hold of it? Not at all, never. So if he was trying to get hold of it, if he was, then it would be for a reason that you're unaware of. Definitely. Because I wasn't even aware that there was an issue with an orange phone. Okay, Sarah, so who is this John? It's the first time you've mentioned him. He's not a friend of Pat's or anything. You haven't mentioned it before. Well, yeah, he was a friend of Pat's. He lives in Kent. He's also a friend of mine. He lent me the money to get Pat buried because I didn't have I didn't have anyone. He came forward to bury Pat, and John sort of was, really good and said, is there anything I can do? Why didn't Mickey give you the money for it then? Mickey Steele? Mick, well, because he didn't have any money. I think he had given it all back to him. I think he gave it all back to him when he came out of prison. Well, Pat's money, yes, but what about his own money? I don't think he had any of his own money. I don't know. I mean, was Mickey at the funeral? No. Jackie was, yeah. Why wasn't Mickey there? Because he was on bail for something and he had to report. Report to the police? I mean, I don't know. All I know is that he was on bail for something and he couldn't attend because he had to report somewhere. But Jackie did attend? Jackie came, yeah. Did you figure that was unusual, bearing in mind how close you described Mickey and Pat? No, I don't think I did at the time. I mean, it was just sort of, Mick can't attend because he's on bail. I wasn't really sort of thinking, obviously. I mean, I'd broken up with Pat, but I was still extremely upset. I wasn't really thinking it was unusual or anything. I was just arranging everything at the funeral. I just sort of, got into arranging that. Is John McCarthy a mate of Mickey Steele's? I don't think so, no. No, I mean, John McCarthy just sort of, he was really nice and, was in touch and said, is there anything I can do and all that. I mean, I said, I hope you don't mind, but the police have taken some money from the bungalow and I've got no money to bury him. Can you lend me the money? And he came down and lent me the money and I sort of done the funeral and so. So you're fairly close to John McCarthy then to be able to approach him like that. Yeah, I suppose I would be, sort of. I mean, I still talk to him now and again. I wouldn't say he was like really close. I mean, we talk on the phone now and again and he'd ring up and ask how things were. Do you need anything? Just that sort of relationship. Is your son all right? Does he need anything? Had you got any idea at this stage who had killed Pat? No, none at all. I still haven't. I still don't think it's Mick. I know a lot of people who are saying that, but I don't think he's capable of that. I know Mickey really well and I just don't think he'd be able to look me in the eye, and I don't think he'd be able to look in my son's eyes, We saw him a couple of days afterwards and I just don't think he would be able to do that. We now turn to a point which is incredibly interesting and actually something I've only just discovered merely a few days ago. Now, as many of you will know, in February 1996, Michael Steele started to receive telephone calls from undercover police officers who were posing as members of the IRA. That was February 1996. Now, interestingly, between two of those telephone calls occurring, in the summing up in court, it states the following. Michael Steele did not link this conversation he was having with that sort of money. He agreed that between the first two calls, he had called John McCarthy, a very close associate of Tate. He had seen John McCarthy when he was building walls at Gordon Road, but that was the last time. So importantly here, we have a link between Michael Steele and John McCarthy. Now this is something I've never ever been aware of. So just to give a little bit of context as to what is being spoken about here in the summing up in court documents, basically they're talking about these telephone calls between the undercover police officers and Michael Steele. During those conversations, the undercover officers are basically saying to Michael Steele, Pat Tate owed us money. There was a deal that went wrong. Now, basically, you've got to pay up. You've got to pay that money that Pat owed. So where it states there in the summing up in court, Michael Steele did not link this conversation he was having with that sort of money. He agreed that between the first two calls, he had called John McCarthy, a very close associate of Tate. He had said he had seen John McCarthy when he was building walls at Gordon Road, but that was the last time. Now what we do know is that the building work which took place at the bungalow in Gordon Road was carried out by Michael Steele prior to the murders taking place. So basically what it is saying here is that Michael Steele had some sort of communication or conversation with John McCarthy prior to the murders taking place. Why this is so intriguing is when we take a look back at the statement from Donna Jaggers, who further mentions John McCarthy. The following police statement was given on the 14th of the 3rd, 1996 by Donna Lynn Jaggers. She states the following. I am the common law wife of Craig Rolfe, whom had been my partner for 7 years. I've been asked about Craig's association with Tony Tucker and Pat Tate and their involvement with drug dealing and the circumstances surrounding their deaths. Craig had been involved with Tucker for approximately 3 or 4 years and was registered as a director of Tucker's security company running nightclub doors. This was in name only, and I know that Craig never had any involvement in running the business. His association started as a result of Tucker buying drugs from Craig. They then became more involved as time went on, and they started doing drug deals together. In early 1995, Craig was not being very active and was not completing many deals, therefore he did not have much money. He was being promised that a large deal was due, which would provide him with plenty of money. In the meantime, we were just scraping to get by. I later learnt from Craig that a person called Mickey the pilot, who I now know to be called Michael Steele, was a friend of Pat Tate, who in turn was a friend of Tony Tucker. Steele I understood to be a pilot who brought drugs into the country, and I understood that he had been in prison for it. Craig told me that Steele was a ruthless person who really didn't think much of other people. In early 1995, I was aware that Tate was in prison, and I recall Tucker and one other person, whose details I do not know, running around getting Tate money together for him to finance the deal. I am fairly sure that John McCarthy had some of Tate's money. Craig told me that this was happening and stated that Steele was happy to continue bringing it in until they were all millionaires. I cannot say when the deal took place, but I can say that at the time I witnessed the changeover of the drugs. Mickey Steele drove to Longwood Stables in Dry Street, Basildon, Essex, where Tucker had 2 horses. I arrived there with Craig and met Tony, who was with his horses. We waited for Mick to arrive, which he did in a blue Toyota RAV4. Although I had remained in our car and I had my back to where Mickey Steele had parked, I was able to look over my left shoulder towards the rear of his car. I saw Steele take a large dark-coloured kit bag measuring approximately 3 feet in length by about 12 to 15 inches in diameter from the boot of his car. By the way he was holding the bag, it appeared to be very heavy. He handed it to Tucker, who put it in the boot of our car, which was a Vauxhall Senator. Craig then got back into our car and we drove to another location. Craig took the holdall out of the boot and took it to a safe house where all the drugs were stored. I went into the house with Craig, who then placed the bag on the table. He opened up the bag and I saw that it contained bars of brown cannabis resin, which were all individually wrapped in a clear film. I was present when he checked that it was good quality by burning and smelling a sample and then counting the bars. I am unable to say how many bars there were. I've only met Mickey Steele on a couple of occasions and that was only in passing. I've not actually spoken to Mickey Steele. On each occasion when I have seen him, he has always made me very aware that he does not want me to look at him. The last deal which Steele carried out for them was approximately 2 weeks after Tate was released from prison, which was at the end of the 10th, 95. Craig told me that Mickey Steele was arranging to bring in £60,000 worth of cannabis from abroad. Craig put in £7,000, Tucker put in £20,000, and Tate and a 4th person called Barry Dorman were putting in the remainder of the money. A couple of days before the cannabis was collected, I went with Craig to Tucker's home address in Fobbing, Essex to hand him the £7,000, which was in a Tesco's carrier bag. The money was handed to Tucker, who was in turn going to hand it to Steele. We were only at the house for around 5 minutes, and as Craig and I were leaving and walking down the driveway towards our car, I saw Mickey Steele walking up the driveway towards the house. He passed by us and nodded to Craig. He did not speak or acknowledge myself. Steele had come from a white car which I believe he had been driving. I cannot say what the car was, but it was clean and had the appearance of an average family saloon. There was a second male in the car who had short dark hair and appeared to be a little bit younger than Steele. He appeared clean shaven, but I did not take any further notice. We got into our vehicle, which I believe was a Vauxhall Frontera, which had been loaned to Tate by Barry Dorman, and left. A couple of days later, Craig told me that Steele had been arrested by customs officers whilst he was taking his boat from the water. This was following him dropping the cannabis off at a safe point on the coastline about 3 miles away. That same day, Tate was arrested during the early afternoon, having crashed Tucker's Porsche car in Southend. I was at work and would have finished at 1500 hours that day. Craig picked me up from work and told me what had happened to Steele. About 1600 hours, Tucker phoned Craig on his mobile phone and told him about his car and what Tate had done to it. About 1800 hours that day, Craig and I drove to Southend Police Station to collect Tate. Once in the vehicle, I became aware that Tate already knew about Steele being arrested. He then used Craig's mobile phone to ring Jackie Street. He asked her if everything was safe. I took it that it was as a result of Tate's manner and subsequently what he said to Craig. He said that it was all safe. I took this to mean that the drugs had not been found. On this occasion, I did not know where the meeting between Steele and the others was to take place, but after a couple of days, Craig brought his share of the cannabis round to our house in Chafford 100. Because the cannabis had already been sold on, the same day, Craig and I took it up to the Golders Green area of North London, where Craig handed it on to a black male called Gary. No money was exchanged because the cannabis was what's known as laid on. Gary for him to sell and then pay Craig. The agreed amount per kilo worked out to be approximately £10,000 for the lot. Already the others had placed their own share with other dealers, but very quickly they started receiving phone calls telling them that the cannabis was very poor quality. I learned through Craig that Tate and Tucker were very agitated because Steele during this time was trying to push the price that he wanted up. In effect, this was eating into their personal profit from the deal. They contacted Steele and told him they wanted their money back because the cannabis was rubbish. Steele didn't want to take it back. Tate and Tucker then started putting real pressure on Steele to recover the money. By pressure, I mean through intimidation. I cannot say exactly what they did because I do not know, but I do recall hearing conversations they had with Steele on the phone where they were ranting and raving at one another and pacing up and down. I understand that Steele finally agreed to return the cannabis and get their money back for them. Tate, in a fit of temper about the whole affair, smashed each slab before it was returned. Steele had told them that a parcel the same size had been picked up by mistake, and that's how the problem had come about. I am not certain, but I think on this occasion Steele had to collect the cannabis from Tucker's home address in order to return it. Steele arranged to hand the money back to them on the continent. He was going to return the goods to his suppliers and then take the money to a pre-arranged location where he was to meet Craig, Tucker and Tate. The day they were going to meet coincided with Tony Tucker's birthday, which was the 17th of November. His girlfriend Anna had pre-booked a surprise night in a London hotel prior to the trip to collect the money being made. Therefore, Tony was not going to go. They wanted a group of people to go over in order that the money could be divided up to bring back into this country. Craig asked me to go, but I refused because I was not happy about getting involved and didn't want to go. The eventual party consisted of Barry Dorman and his wife, who went in their own car, Pat Tate and Craig with 3 girls, Donna Garwood, Liz Fletcher and Gaynor Hazer. They travelled in the Range Rover and left via Harwich. Craig did tell me where they went to, but I cannot remember the location or where they stayed. I know that they stayed overnight in a hotel and were met by Mickey Steele. I was told that he met Tate and they went into a separate room. They returned the next day with the money. Whilst all this was going on, I was told that Steele was promising Tate that he had a big job lined up for him. Craig told me that Steele had approached Tate and asked him to nick someone else's gear from them. I understood that Steele had been asked by a London-based drugs firm to import 30 kilos of Charlie, and I believed that he was going to bring it in by plane from Holland. He had told Pat Tate that he was going to be given £50,000 as an upfront payment to take to Holland, and he was going to bring the Charlie back in company with a member of the London firm. The idea was that Pat Tate and Tony Tucker would rob the firm of the Charlie when it arrived over here. Steele had stated that he wanted to share it between them and had told the firm that he was going to land near to Clacton. Craig told me that Steele was planning to actually land in South Essex, but I never knew exactly where this was likely to be. Craig, Tony and Pat had previously obtained a machine gun from a man called Mad Mick Bowman, and the details of this are subject of a previous statement. Tate and Tucker were going to use the gun on the man from the firm in order to take the Charlie. I knew that they had made sure the gun worked, but I did not know how far they were planning to go when they robbed the firm. Steele was going to land the plane, and Tate and Tucker were then going to take the complete load. It was going to be split eventually, 10 kilos each, and was going to be taken to John McCarthy. Craig told me that McCarthy was going to pay them nearly £1 million for the load, which was for Tate or Tucker to divide. Not long after Craig had told me about this, he told me that Tate and Tucker had decided that he was going to drive the load away once it had been taken and go to McCarthy's with it. They had told Craig that they intended to rip Steele off by cutting 3 kilos of the cocaine into 10 kilos of impure. This would have resulted in Tate and Tucker having 27 kilos between them. The remaining 3 kilos was going to be taken to Mick Bowman, and he was going to cut it for them. I do not know what the arrangements were to get the 3 kilos to Bowman or to get the 10 kilos of impure back to Steele. By this time, I was getting very worried by Craig's involvement and told him that I didn't want him to have any part in it. He told me that Steele didn't know that he was going to be driving, and he convinced me that he wasn't as heavily involved as the other two in what was going to happen. He also talked about the money which was likely to be coming their way, and how that would enable us to go ahead with whatever plans we wanted. I realised that I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it, and, albeit I really didn't want him to go through with it, but in the end I gave up. I believed that by this time he was in too deep. Craig told me that the money had been paid to Mickey Steele, who had taken it to Holland. The weather had changed and there was now snow on the ground. Craig told me this was causing them delay and they were waiting for it to clear. On the day of the murder, I was working as normal and was due to finish at 1500 hours. That evening, Tony Tucker and his girlfriend Anna, Craig and I, and Pat Tate and a girlfriend named Claire were all going to the GlobalNet Caf restaurant in Romford. We were going out because they believed they were coming into money and they were going to have a pre-celebration. Craig phoned me at work in the afternoon and told me that Mickey Steele had contacted Pat Tate and said that he wanted to meet with Tate and Tucker to go and look at somewhere they could land a light aircraft. Craig mentioned to me that they had been to, or were going to, I can't remember which, to the TGI Fridays restaurant at Lakeside. I later found out that this had been Tate, Tucker and Craig and a person called Peter Cuthbert. I do not know why they met or what was discussed. I left work at 1500 hours that day and went home. The meal at Romford was booked for 2200. I was busy wrapping Christmas presents when Craig returned home with our daughter. We were at home together for about an hour and a half. Craig told me that I was to be ready for 1900 hours to go out. He was going with the others to look at the airstrip and then would come to collect me. Craig wanted me to have something new to wear for the evening and took me to the Lakeside shopping centre at 17:45. He was driving the Range Rover and left me to go and pick up Tony Tucker. Craig told me that he was going because he didn't want Tony to be in a position to say that he hadn't had any part in the arranging. I also understood that Craig was going to collect Tony Tucker from his home and they were going to meet Tate and Steele later. I did not have contact from Craig, Tate or Tucker after this point. So to summarise, we have this individual, John McCarthy, who we don't really know that much about. There's no sort of indication that he was brought in for any kind of questioning regarding the murders or what he might know about these murders. Yet he's mentioned extensively here in the statement by Donna Jaggers. In one paragraph it stated that John McCarthy had been running around trying to get some of Tate's money for him. He was a close associate of Pat Tate. They were also going to rip off Mickey Steele and then sell that product on to John McCarthy. John McCarthy was going to pay them nearly £1 million for the load, which was for Tate or Tucker to divide. Yet this individual, John McCarthy, was actually known to Michael Steele prior to these murders taking place. So is it possible that Michael Steele got wind of what was taking place by that very individual? It's very, very strange. Imagine if you're trying to set someone up. You're going to rip them off. You're going to get this consignment in. You're going to steal it. You're going to run away with it. You're going to take it to Mr. McCarthy. He's going to give you a large sum of money for that product. You're going to stitch up Michael Steele. Would you really be involving somebody who actually knows the person that you're going to be ripping off? It's quite clear here that Michael Steele had at least some connection to the man John McCarthy. And this is clearly demonstrated in the summing up in court document by the conversations between these two individuals both before and after the murders. It's fairly clear here when taking a look at Donna Jagger's statement that if what she has said here is to be believed, that John McCarthy actually played a very integral role in the whole setup of Michael Steele. But as I say, never before did I know that there was actually some connection between Michael Steele and John McCarthy. Mr. Nichols was referred to the phone call at 1400 hours from Michael Steele's mobile to his mobile, and said that at some stage there was a call from Michael Steele arranging a meeting with Nichols to take place at Ron Parkin's motorcycles at Marks Tay. Originally, Nichols did not think he'd be able to make the meeting. Steele wanted to speak to him, but he did not think he knew what the purpose was. I will remind you a little later of some agreed facts about those calls, including the one which indicates that there is no record of a call coming from Steele leaving a message between times that span late on the 5th of December and the middle of the 6th of December. Nichols said he had arranged to meet Steele. He thought the time would be around 5 p.m. At 16:39, which you can see on the 6th of December on page 64, there was a record of his mobile calling Michael Steele's mobile. He could not remember what it was, but it may have been to confirm that he was going to be there on time. He took his people back from Sunbury after going to the Cock at Rain pub and having a few drinks, then dropping them home. He could not remember how long he stayed at the pub. Okay, so a few interesting points to pick up on during these paragraphs here. Now, it talks about a telephone call or a message being left for Michael Steele. What I'm guessing this is regarding is Darren Nichols saying, well, I tried to call Steele back, I even left him a voicemail. But when they've taken a look at this, actually, there is no voicemail. There was no message that was left. But I think we'll get onto that a little bit later on in the piece. Also quite interesting there is that obviously Darren Nichols on the 6th of December was working at Sunbury-on-Thames. So originally he doesn't believe that he's going to be able to make the meeting with Michael Steele that night. There's some sort of discussion about whether he can or not. But interestingly, he also collects his workmates. So bearing in mind he's working at Sunbury-on-Thames, he collects his workmates, goes down the pub, and then drops them all home. Now, I didn't actually realise this. This is quite an interesting document. You know, this is the summing up in court. This is the judge going over all of the details. But as I say, it does go into a little bit more detail than what we're normally used to. So that's quite interesting. So Darren Nichols finishes work. He goes down the pub with his workmates and then drops these individuals off. Let's now continue from where we left off. He then went home, but not for very long, and then went to meet Mr. Steele. He was on time. Steele was not there, arriving minutes after him. He did not know the purpose of him being there. He was there only because Mr. Steele had asked him to be. Steele arrived in a Toyota Hilux and was alone. Nichols joined him in the passenger seat of the Toyota and they were talking, but Nichols did not know what about. Before they moved off, Steele said he would explain on the way what they were going to do. Okay, let's just jump in here because I think this is going to be a very common theme through this part of the document here. We have questions asked of Nichols, or Nichols, I guess, volunteering information actually. You know, saying that I got into the vehicle with Michael Steele, I sat in the passenger seat, there was some conversation, we were chatting. Okay, you know, what was that about? Well, I can't remember. And it's a common theme with Darren Nichols. You know, he will allude to events happening, but not be able to offer really any detail. Yet when it comes to the murder itself and what happened just after that event, he can kind of recall almost everything that was said. Yet before the murders, when he pulls up there, he's obviously having some kind of discussion with Michael Steele, but simply cannot recall whatsoever what they talked about. He can't even give an idea or a clue as to what they were talking about. And I think it's important to remember here that Darren Nichols, as I've said in previous videos, is treading a very, very fine line. He needs to make his story plausible, but also remove himself from any prior knowledge of the murders about to take place. Steele said that at the time they were waiting for Jack. Then Jack Womes pulled up behind them, driving the Volkswagen Passat that Nichols had sold to Steele. Jack Womes came to the window on Steele's side. They pulled off, then with Womes following, going down the A12 towards London. They left the A12 at Brentwood, turned left towards the A127 and stopped at a country park. Before they got there, Nichols was told by Steele that he was to show them where a drug deal was to take place. What Nichols had to do was to drive Jack and take him to a certain area. Mick was going to meet the others and bring them to the same point. Nichols knew one of the others because during the trip and the conversation he had learnt from either Jack or Mick that the person would be Patrick Tate. Nichols would say it was Mick Steele who said that. The things he learnt were a combination of him asking questions and being told. When they had got to that point, he and Jack both moved off. Both moved from one vehicle to the other, and then Mick pulled off and left Jack and Nichols together. Either he or Jack moved the Passat from the entrance up to the gates of the country park once Mick had moved off. Nichols was not sure then if he would see Steele again that evening. It had been snowing, but it was not then. It was very wet and cold and perhaps raining slightly. The snow had started to turn slushy. At the gates, Jack said they were going to change the number plates. The road runs parallel with the lay-by, but the gates were set back a little bit and it was dark. Womes had the number plates and said he was going to stick them on with double-sided tape. Nichols said they would not stick because everything had to be dry. Womes said he would try, and Nichols said, quote, "You try, I've already got wet boots." Nichols saw Womes get out of the car and try the number plates, but Womes got back in and said it would not work. They then looked for something to dry the number plates in the car, but there was nothing, and so Womes gave up. Womes said drive down to the halfway house and park. Nichols drove there, and to the back of the car park he was parked, looking forward at Mick's Hilux. Nichols had his phone on him. He could not remember if Mick and Jack had their phones with them, but he was sure they did. He could see the Hilux to his front and to his left 30 metres from where he had parked. Jack told him to move because Jack wanted to be in a better position. When the people were to arrive, Nichols and Jack were to drive off, so that the position he went to was to be closer to the A127. Nichols parked at the other side of the car park, facing into the pub. He could still see Steele's car on his right. He could not remember any activity with Steele's car, but quite shortly, minutes after that, he moved because Jack told him to pull off because Jack had seen Pat arrive. What Nichols saw was a Range Rover arriving in the car park and parked next to Steele's vehicle. Nichols could not see how many occupants the Range Rover had, nor the identity of any of the occupants. He did not recognise the vehicle either. He moved the Passat and went out of the car park onto the slip road up the A127, up to the roundabout and then back to the A127. He did not know where he next had to stop. Jack said to go down the A127 to the A130 going towards Chelmsford to get to the Rettendon Turnpike, straight over, past the school and Rettendon Hall. There is then a turning to the right, a little farm track. Nichols had never noticed that turning before. He was told to turn into that lane from the main road and did a right-hand turn into it and travelled just over the length of a car and turned the car round at that stage. This was the first time he had arrived there, and there were only Jack Womes and himself in the car. He drove in and did a 3-point turn. Jack told him to go away somewhere nearby and wait for Jack to phone and tell him to come back and get him. Jack was wearing overalls and Wellington boots, and he was in the front passenger seat. When he got out of the vehicle, he got a bag and a coat from the back of the vehicle. The bag appeared to be a carpenter's bag, like a sausage-shaped canvas one. Nichols thought there might have been an interior light on at that stage. He asked Jack how long he would be and asked if he could go to the pub and have a beer. Womes said, quote, "No, won't be long, just wait for me to phone you," end quote. Okay, let's just cut in here very briefly. I think one of the things I pick up with during this part of the summing up is the description of Michael Steele and Jack Womes. We hear about Jack Womes wearing his overalls. Later on, he's got surgical gloves on. He's got the canvas bag, the coat in the back of the car. But there's never any discussion prior to the murders of what Michael Steele is wearing. Now, some people say, well, God, if he turned up in a boiler suit, you know, if he turned up in his bloody boiler suit or overalls, whatever, surely Tucker, Tate and Rolf are going to think, you know, what the hell are you doing dressed like that? It's going to be a bit suspicious. But I think we need to remember, you know, that Michael Steele was an engineer. Wearing overalls, mechanics overalls basically, or a boiler suit is kind of commonplace, isn't it, with that occupation? So it wouldn't have seemed out of place, let's put it that way, especially if you're going into a muddy field, or maybe you just finished work or working on something. You know, it's easy to pass it off, you know, as a I guess an average occurrence for Michael Steele. But there's never any discussion from Darren Nichols about what Steele is wearing. He talks about this after the murders. He talks about what he does with these overalls after these murders. But he doesn't say, I got into the Hilux, Mick was wearing overalls, he was wearing this, that and the other. But he's very fixated in terms of what Womes is wearing. He's able to recall that quite easily. But, you know, as you're all well aware, Darren Nichols has spent quite a lot of time up to this period in the company of Michael Steele, yet nowhere thus far have we actually heard what Steele was wearing. Let's continue from where we left off. After Jack got out, Nichols drove off further down the A130. He went past a pub that he knew with a Pink Morris Minor outside it. He turned right towards Chelmsford and continued along the road past the pub. He went way past it and turned at the first place you could turn and came back up the A130. He did a U-turn and came back to the pub. He parked on the edge of the car park and checked his telephone, checking that he had a good signal to receive a phone call. He turned the interior light on. There is a visual image on his mobile phone on which the more dots there are, the stronger the signal. He had a very poor signal and he decided to drive back up the A130 past where he dropped Jack off. He did not remember making any calls before moving off from the wheat sheaf. You remember the record you have, the telephone record of him checking his answer machine. He drove back past the place where he dropped Jack off, went up the hill into the village, took the first left, which would be into Meadow Road, left again and turned round there and then parked on the left hand side, coming back as close to the A130 as he could. Okay, let's just jump in here again very briefly. A few interesting points to pick up on here. Now, Darren Nichols claims that he drives to the Wheat Sheaf pub. He checks his phone. It's got poor signal, so he decides to move off. Now, this was countered by the telephone expert working on behalf of the defence, Mr. David Bristow, because obviously he did a lot of telephone tests in many different areas, including the Wheat Sheaf, and he believes that Darren Nichols would have had a good signal parked up at the Wheat Sheaf pub car park. But obviously we only have Darren Nichols' word to go by here. So according to him, he checks his mobile phone, he's got poor signal, doesn't remember actually making any calls. But one thing which is of interest actually is the fact that every time he seems to be out of the presence of Michael Steele and Jack Womes, Darren Nichols keeps ringing his voicemail. He keeps checking his voicemail. And he does this on more than one occasion, and that's actually mentioned there in the summing up in court. It says, you remember the record which you have, the telephone record of him checking his answer machine. So when he's at the Wheat Sheaf there, he's checking to see if anyone's left him a voicemail. So yeah, quite interesting. He checked the signal strength again and had a good signal. He did not remember what he did, but it was not very long, a matter of minutes, that he remained there. He was not at that time sure if they were doing a drug deal or just showing where a drug deal was going to take place. Then he got a phone call from Jack saying, come and get us. He might have said okay or answered him, but he pulled off, turned right down the A130 towards the lane. He could not turn straight into the lane because behind him and coming towards him there were cars, so he had to wait. Then he turned the car into the track again, turned it round facing towards the road. Right, so a few interesting little snippets there to pick up upon during those paragraphs. I think the most important for me is the fact that Darren Nichols has now pulled back onto the road. He's heading towards the lane. He's obviously approaching from the left-hand side. He's got to turn right down the lane, so that means he's got to basically stop traffic. That's what's being described here in that paragraph. So he's got traffic behind him. He's got traffic coming towards him. He's got to turn right across the traffic down the lane. So he's waiting for cars to let him go, obviously to let him cross. But there's no eyewitness accounts of this occurrence. There's no eyewitness accounts of a Volkswagen Passat turning down the lane. And I find that pretty incredible, to be honest. Now, that's not to say that these statements don't exist, but I simply have never ever seen anybody saying that they saw a Volkswagen Passat turning down that lane. Let's continue from where we left off. He had his headlights on, and when he pulled in, he did not see anything or anyone as he drove into the track and turned round. Once he had turned in, almost immediately the back door on the passenger side opened and Jack got in. No light came on when Jack got into the back. Nichols said he did not think the courtesy light came on if it was the rear door you opened and not the front door. He could not see what Jack was wearing then because it was dark. He could just see it was Jack. Nichols could not remember who spoke the first words, but Nichols said, quote, "Where's Mick?" Jack said, "He won't be long. He's dropped something." After not very long, a couple of minutes at the most, Steele opened the front door and got in, and this time the interior light came on. When the light came on, Nichols saw Jack Womes sitting in the twin seats at the back and saw his hands and that he was wearing surgical type gloves, like a white colour. They were covered in speckles of something which he saw was red. At that point he did not recall any sign of the bag which Jack had taken with him. Nichols saw Steele get in, and as soon as Steele realised the light was on, Steele told him to turn it off. So he was more busy trying to turn the light off, but it could be about the same time as Steele got the door shut that it went off anyway. Steele told him to pull away, and he pulled away. Nichols was not sure at that point that he realised after Mick spoke what had gone on. Mick said as they pulled off something along the lines of, "They won't mess with us again." Nichols drew the conclusion that they had been killed, or someone had been killed. Nichols just pulled out of the track, he was not looking where he was going, and forced a car nearly to drive into them. Steele said, "For fuck's sake, pull yourself together." Nichols said at the time he was a bit shocked. Right, just a very small point to pick up upon here. Where has the bag gone? The sausage-shaped canvas bag. And the coat. Where's the coat? Now, obviously, I think we need to make some allowances here. It is pitch black. It's dark. He talks about the rear door being opened and the interior light not coming on. So there's not going to be much light inside that vehicle. Could it be that Jack has simply opened the door, chucked the stuff in the footwell, to the rear of the vehicle, either behind the driver's seat or the passenger seat? I think that's quite likely. So I don't really think we can read that much into it. But what is interesting, though, is that I don't think that this jacket and bag make an appearance in the rest of Darren Nichols' version of events. It's almost like they kind of, vanish into thin air, I suppose you could say. But anyway, let's continue on. Mick started to hand a gun over to Jack in the back. Mick Steele was sitting next to Nichols, but Nichols was still driving, but he just saw bits of the barrels. Nichols said, quote, "I saw, I think, a set of side-by-side barrels, not under and over. They were quite short, perhaps as short as a foot long or a little bit more. Mick handed some other bits over, but I wasn't really paying attention. Mick asked me several times if I was okay. I wasn't okay. Jack said at some point that Mick had fired his gun and it had fallen apart, and that was funny. Jack laughed after he said it." Nichols drove to the pub and turned left towards Basildon and was directed by Mick where to go. Nichols reached a conclusion as to what had gone on as soon as Jack said, quote, "They won't mess with us again." When the lights came on, he saw the gloves and what he took to be blood. He drove to a different place from the pub where he had driven off from, where he had seen the Range Rover. It was towards the Rettendon Turnpike, and he carried on the A130. There was a set of traffic lights with a swimming pool placed by the traffic lights on the left. Nichols turned left at the bottom of the road. He then turned right into a side turning and came to the pub. Okay, let's just cut in again here very, very quickly. Now, Darren Nichols talks about a shotgun with short barrels being passed around the car, basically, or passed to the back of the car. So, a shotgun with short barrels. But this is actually against what the firearms experts said in court and the people, who are doing the ballistic testing. They said, they can tell how far away the barrel was during the time that the trigger was pulled, how close to the skin the barrel was before all of these individuals were shot. And it was of their opinion that it was a shotgun with a full-length barrel that was used. Now, this isn't 100%. This is simply their opinion, but this is obviously based on the singeing around the wounds, how close the barrel was before the trigger was pulled, and also the position of the bodies, how quickly this gunman was able to fire these shots to kill these 3 individuals. But as I say, this goes against what Darren Nichols is describing here. The ballistic experts claim that a shotgun with a full-length barrel was used, not a shotgun with short barrels. Anyway, let's continue on. The Hilux was there and he parked next to it. He just sat there and did not know what to do at that moment. Mick got out of the car and went to his Hilux and came back to the car and told him to get in the passenger side of the Hilux, which Nichols did. The mood of Womes and Steele as they came back from the track to the Hilux on that journey was that they were talking and chatting. Nichols remembered Jack laughing at what he had said. Nichols was too wrapped up in himself at this stage. Nichols said to both of them, quote, "I hope I never fall out with you," as a comment. He thought Mick said, "You're not like those, it wouldn't happen to you." He wasn't really paying attention, but Mick took his overalls off and pushed them down over his boots and then put his shoes on, which he got from the Hilux. He put what he had taken off into the back of the Hilux, and Womes was also wearing overalls and Wellington boots. Nichols had noticed that when they swapped from the Hilux to the Passat at the country club before they went to the track. At this stage, by the Hilux, Nichols could not see what Jack was doing, but Jack got into the Hilux after putting his stuff into the bag. He covered the stuff up with a plastic cover and they drove off with Mick driving. Nichols was not feeling very good. He was shocked at this point. At one point he said, quote, "I really need a drink. Can we stop at a pub?" He said yes, and as the journey progressed, he said no. Steele said Jack was very, very cold-hearted, because when they had driven down the lane first of all, Mick thought they had blown what they were going to do. He said as they were in the lane, Pat Tate's mobile phone rang and it was Sarah. Mick was afraid that Pat might mention that Mick was in the car, but he didn't. Mick said he was sickened by the fact Sarah had wanted to get away from Pat and Mick had helped her to do so, and here she was having a lovey-dovey conversation with Pat Tate when she always told Mick that she hated Pat. Mick said the gate was locked and Nichols did not know what bearing that had. Mick said Jack was a cold-hearted bastard because when Mick got out of the Range Rover, Jack handed Mick a gun and Jack went and shot all 3 people immediately and then reloaded and one at a time then shot them in the back of the head and did it without any emotion, as if it were nothing. It was as if he was doing something else, not shooting people in the head. It had an effect on Mick. Nichols could see Steele was as bad as Nichols was. Steele was saying he was shocked as well. Nichols took the view that Steele was not as shocked as Nichols by what had happened. Several days after the event, Jack had described Mick's actions and had said that when Mick had the gun in his hand, it fell apart. At some point, Jack mentioned that when Pat Tate was shot, he did not try and move, but put his hand out and put his hand through the side window. Pat squealed like a baby, cuddled up and cried. Mick took Nichols back to Ron Parkinson's at Marks Tay, where his vehicle was. Once Darren Nichols and Michael Steele reached Marks Tay, Nichols got out of Steele's vehicle and into his own. He said he was not in a very good state, but he was better for not being in the vehicle with Mick. Nichols started to drive home, but at some point changed his mind. He had to have a drink, so he phoned up a good friend Ricky Snell and asked him to meet Nichols down the pub. Snell met Nichols in the Spread Eagle in Braintree. He had rung him at 1947 on his number. That was a number of Snell's ending 343. Nichols equally rang his wife at 1955 in the pub, and his wife rang him at 2122. After that call, Nichols went home. He said that after that day, he did have contact with Steele and Womes. He did not remember how the contact originated, but he would imagine by telephone. He saw them face to face. He saw them less than before, but he was still doing bits and pieces of work for Steele. There was talk about what had occurred that night. Okay, let's just cut in here briefly. So the picture that is being painted during this point in time is that the murder has occurred. Tucker, Tate and Rolfe have been murdered by Steele and Womes. Nichols and Steele then make their way back to Marks Tay, where Darren Nichols' vehicle is waiting. Nichols leaves the company of Michael Steele, gets in his own vehicle, but during the drive home decides that he doesn't actually want to go home. He wants to go down the pub and have a drink. Surprise, surprise. So he rings up his friend Ricky Snell. They then meet down the pub. So what I'm going to do for you now is I'm going to play for you the police interview, or I should say the police statement of Ricky Snell, and this covers this particular incident. The following police statement is from Ricky Snell, dated the 20th of the 5th, 1996. I have lived in the Braintree area for the past 20 years. In that time, I have made a number of friends and associates in the Braintree area. About 8 years ago, I started seeing a girl called Helen Beckett. It was through my 5-year relationship with Helen that I first met Darren Nichols, who at this time was having an on-off sort of relationship with Helen's sister Rachel. From that time, I became a friend with Darren, and even after I split up with Helen, I carried on associating with him. I would describe Darren as a really well accommodating person who would do anything for you, and I think perhaps he was a little bit too easily led and could never say no to anyone. I would still go out drinking with Darren. I would estimate there's about once a week I would go out drinking with Darren, and our usual pubs would either be the Spread Eagle in Coldnellhurst Avenue and the Tabor Arms in Panfield Lane. Both of these pubs are a short walking distance from Darren's house, which is situated right at the junction with Pegasus Road and Bailey Bridge Road. I've been asked by the police today if I can recall any such time in December last year when I would have been out socially for a drink with Darren and he has not been his usual self. I thought carefully about this and nothing in particular comes to mind. There have been occasions when he has had a row with his wife Rachel, and he normally tells me all about what had happened. He's not usually one to keep his problems to himself, but I must admit he usually talks too much as I tend to switch off. The police who specified the evening of the 6th of December, and I cannot be specific with anything that comes to mind in regard to Darren, but I'm sure that if he states we were out drinking that night, then we were, as he does have a better memory than me. The night following the murders, Darren Nichols was aware of press reporting which he heard on the radio. Also, when he went into the pub, there was news on the TV. At some time, he heard mention of the other two names who had been killed, but he did not recognise either. A few days later, in conversation, Steele was trying to justify what happened. His general chat was that they were horrible bastards, the nasty things they had done. He was convincing himself that it was all right what he had done. He said he had done the world a favour by getting rid of them. He said he felt like the angel of death. Jack or Mick said that they had tempted them there by saying that there was going to be a large cocaine deal and they were going to land an aeroplane. All they had to do was knock the pilot off and it was all theirs. Right, let's just cut in here very, very briefly. Now, I guess one of the confusing things about this is that you have Tucker, Tate and Rolfe who had guns. They had this submachine gun which was in the loft at the Mill Green address connected with Donna Jaggers and Craig Rolfe. So that gun was left at home. We had Pat Tate's pistol which was found at his residence or on the outside of his residence, and they went there supposedly unarmed. Now many people will argue, or at least some people will argue, well, maybe they were armed. Maybe they were armed and those guns were taken from them. But actually, we don't have any evidence or anything to actually suggest that. Either Mick or Jack told Darren that the guns which were used for the murders were ground up to powder and thrown into the sea. He was told the car was got rid of, meaning the Passat. Mick said he had burnt the overalls and boots on his bonfire and walked to the spot. He had a really big bonfire which he burnt for days and was still smoking. Mick said, quote, "That's where I burnt them," end quote. Nichols heard gossip and discussed the gossip he had heard with either Mick or Jack. They said the gossip they had heard was that it had been in revenge for some of the nasty things that those three had done to other people. They also said that they heard that the police had done it to get rid of them and they laughed. Someone, either Jack or Mick, said they'd been taken there to be executed and given the choice of being shot or having their heads cut off. Jack said when talking about the murders that when it happened, Mick got really excited, saying "give me more bullets." Also, in one conversation, Steele had said to Nichols that he had both good and bad news. He said the good news would have been that Ian Spindler was supposed to have been in the Range Rover. Nichols did not know if that was good or bad. The good news was that if Spindler had been in the Range Rover, Mick would have killed him as well because Mick knew I didn't like him. As for the pump-action shotgun, Exhibit 103, Nichols said he took possession of it a few days after the killings, and a man called Matty, a traveller, knocked at his door and said he had a gun to sell. Nichols was not sure what to do, so he rang Mick up. Nichols realised Mick did not need a gun anymore. He told Mick someone had knocked on his door and had just offered him a gun and he didn't know what to do. Mick said to buy it and that he would give Nichols the money. Mick said he thought it would seem strange if Nichols had made a point of asking about a gun and then not buying it. Nichols put the gun in his van under some stuff and took it over to Mick's house and put it in his barn in some bamboo shoots which were standing up where Nichols made a gap. Steele was not there and Nichols waited for him to turn up and then showed him where he'd put the gun. Steele looked at it and then put it back in the bamboo canes. Nichols last saw it when he was working in the loft and it was leaning on the chimney breast in the loft. It was a strange place to be. Nichols moved it to where the water tanks were and slid it under the joists. Nichols then told Steele where he had put it. We now move back to look at some events which transpired before the murders. Pat Tate was shot in November 1994. Sarah Saunders rang at around 1 or 2 a.m, 2 or 3 hours after the shooting, to tell Michael Steele about it. Nichols phoned one afternoon or evening for no particular reason. To try to get rid of him, Steele said, quote, "Do you know your friend has been shot?" Steele told him Pat Tate was in hospital and Nichols said, "Do you think I could go and see him?" Steele said, "Why not?" When Nichols put the phone down, Steele rang Pat Tate, who was in hospital. He had his mobile phone with him. Steele asked Tate if Nichols could have his telephone number and if it was okay if Nichols came along to see him. Tate said yes. Nichols saw Tate and afterwards expressed to Steele his feelings towards Tate, who had an entourage around him of around 5 people when Nichols went to see him, including Craig Rolfe, Tony Tucker and one of Tate's gophers, Ian Spindler, who had been at Holiday Bay. Nichols and Spindler did not get on and they got into an argument. Nichols was very upset. They all embarrassed him over the Spindler situation. When Nichols was talking about this, he came out with a strange comment to the effect of, "I can do that, I can shoot somebody, I often speak to myself about it." Steele said that Nichols was a schizophrenic. Right, so an interesting little thing that I've picked up upon here. Now, Nichols goes to the hospital on his own, and he recalls there being Tony Tucker there, Craig Rolfe, Ian Spindler, etc, etc. But interestingly, we heard just a little while ago that the day after the murders, Nichols hears the names of those people who have been killed. He hears the names Pat Tate, Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe. Clearly he knows Pat Tate, but he does not recognise the other 2 names. But how is he able to recall this incident which happened at the hospital? He's able to recall the fact that Tony Tucker and Craig Rolfe were present during that time, yet he can't recall their names when they're read out on the news. That doesn't actually make any sense whatsoever. Nichols was speaking what Steele felt was his mind when he said he was speaking to himself about this. Steele said there was no truth in Nichols' evidence of Steele having a conversation with Nichols, recruiting him to import in drugs. As to Steele's contact with Nichols between May and November, he said Nichols called at Oakland's many times, brought his wife and his little girls over to Steele's house, and did work on Steele's mother and Steele's sister's property. Steele said Nichols must have known everything about Steele that he possibly could, that anybody possibly could. His habits, his hobbies, his general way of life. Steele said, quote, "The man was about quite regular. Jackie was about on some occasions, but was not there all the time." Michael Steele then went on to discuss his relationship with Pat Tate and Tony Tucker. He said Pat Tate talked about the shooting at his bungalow and knew full well who it was. He said when he next saw Pat Tate, he was back in prison again. He was taking all sorts of drugs, but he looked a picture of health. Quote, "He had definitely changed from the man I first knew in Swaleside, and he gradually became more and more of a junkie." End quote. Steele said he liked his demeanour, but he was an argumentative personality. 70% disliked him and 30% liked him. His personality never changed with Steele, but he witnessed Tate's attitude to Sarah Saunders go downhill. Steele said he first met Tony Tucker through Pat Tate. The second time he saw him was at Basildon Hospital. He said he sold Tony lawnmowers and surveyor's equipment for the bungalow in Fobbing. Steele said, quote, "I remember in May 1995 taking over from Tony Tucker the business of giving Sarah Saunders her weekly money from Pat Tate. I should have received £20,000 and I took it as gospel that there was £20,000 there. It was passed over at the Equestrian Centre and it was in a bag. The car I was in, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it was a Renault 21. Darren Nichols arrived at Oaklands and was shown in, and I was counting Tate's money and it was £400 light. You see, Steele is saying the money he was counting when Nichols saw him counting was not drug money. It was the money from Tate to be paid to Sarah Saunders. He said, quote, "Tate sent me a visiting order when he was in Whitemore Prison in the name of Steele, S-T-I-L-L. Tony Tucker was doped up to his eyeballs but kept it a secret from Tate. Tate found out and had the impression that Tucker was using Tate's £20,000 to purchase things. Tate asked Steele to make up some excuse why Steele needed to borrow that money from Tate." Okay, let's just jump in again here. There's quite a few interesting points of discussion to talk about. Now, we have Darren Nichols claiming that he goes over to Oaklands. He sees this pile of money. This was supposedly the money for the incoming cannabis deal. There was himself, Michael Steele, Jack Womes and Peter Corey there, I believe, from memory, counting this cash, as I say, for this incoming importation. Tate's money was £200 light, £200 or £300 light. But Michael Steele recalls a very different set of circumstances. He's claiming that he was given Tate's £20,000 to pay to Sarah Saunders, obviously not the entire lot, but to keep hold of his money whilst Tate was in prison. Part of those duties did include paying Sarah Saunders X amount of money per week. So we definitely have here two completely different versions of events. We've got Darren Nichols claiming that this was simply drug money that they were dividing up to take abroad. And we've got Michael Steele claiming that this large sum of money was actually from Pat Tate and part of that had to be paid to Sarah Saunders on a weekly basis. Now, one thing I think that we can't actually dispute, one thing which I believe is the actual truth, is that at some point in time, Pat Tate lost trust in Tony Tucker. During this time period when Pat Tate was recalled to prison, he entrusted Michael Steele with his finances. As I've said in previous videos, initially this was the job of Tony Tucker, but something changed during that time period when Pat Tate was recalled to prison. Another point worthy of discussion is where it states the following. Tony Tucker was doped up to his eyeballs but kept it a secret from Tate. Tate found out and had the impression that Tucker was using Tate's £20,000 to purchase things. Now it seems like every man and his dog was aware of Tucker purchasing this bungalow in Fobbing. Back then, I think it was purchased for around £250,000, and that was quite a chunk of change back in 1995, particularly for a property. That bungalow is now worth over £1 million, as far as I'm aware. But could that be a possibility? We've got Tate, who's been recalled to prison. He's found with that handgun and the drugs in the hospital bed. How did they get there? Were they planted there? Was it given by Tucker to kind of say, you know, you need this for protection just in case someone turns up? Tucker plying Tate with drugs, giving him this gun under the ruse of it being for his own protection, knowing very full well that if he is caught with that weapon, he'll be returned to prison. And what happens when Tate is returned to prison, but Tucker is in control of Tate's finances? Did Tate become incredibly suspicious of where Tony was getting his money for the house? Was he worried that Tucker was spending Tate's money to purchase that house, or at least put some of it towards that? It's interesting because we never really talk about Tucker's drug addiction. Yet, in the documentaries that I've watched, it does seem that both of these individuals were heavy drug users. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility here that Tate is recalled to prison with his natural propensity for, I guess you would say, paranoia. He is inside, Tucker's on the outside, purchasing drugs, using drugs, buying a property. He's hearing words on the grapevine about what Tucker's doing. And Tate, obviously, at some point in time, has got in contact with Michael Steele. He's then made it Michael Steele's job to look after the money and to pay Sarah Saunders a particular amount every week. Whilst in prison, Pat Tate and Michael Steele devised a plan to get Tate's money back from Tony Tucker. When Michael Steele received that money, he started to pay Sarah Saunders on a weekly basis. He said, quote, Tate had 2 vehicles, a Porsche for which he sold for £6,000. Jackie and I were the arbiters, referees in the breakup of the relationship between Sarah and Tate. They basically did not speak. Tate's attitude to her was, she does my head in. Jackie was the go-between. Sarah came back to Oakland with her son once and she was crying. Sarah said Pat had rung up and said to her, quote, Mickey and Jackie aren't your friends. They are my friends and they're only putting up with you because I say so. He was telling blatant lies that we were saying things about Sarah. They were lies in order to annoy her. Michael Steele states, on a number of times Sarah told me Tony Tucker, who used to pay her once a week, had let it go 10 days. As there was nothing for her child and her to eat, I lent them £100 which I didn't expect to get back, but I did. Sarah Saunders was a very nice person and she thinks of me as a father. It's total rubbish to suggest that an affair was taking place between us. She's 24 and I'm 55 years of age. I'm a father to her. I met Sarah Saunders' new male friend in a different part of Essex well before Pat was released. Then he went on to talk about seeing Pat Tate at 49 Gordon Road. Michael Steele said, after Pat's release, I saw him on Saturday afternoon at his home at 49 Gordon Road. Sarah Saunders had asked Jackie if she'd be there, so we both attended. I took £1,000 of Tate's money in case he wanted some pocket money, but he didn't want it. I took a balance sheet, which I kept. I went with Tate to Tony Tucker's address in Fobbing, his new place. Later in the evening, I went to an organised party to the Checkers in Dagenham. Tony Tucker turned up with Mad Mick Bowman and other fellows. They were snorting coke. Afterwards, we went out to dinner as planned. Michael Steele and Pat Tate had contact on Saturday the 4th of November and arranged to meet the following day, Sunday, at the services at Chelmsford near the auctions. Tate was alone and Steele handed over £19,000 to him. Steele said, quote, it was my idea because he had taken over paying Sarah Saunders and the money was a liability because I couldn't put it into the bank and I had no security system at home. I was half an hour with him. That is the 5th of November, firework night during the day. Steele saying he paid Pat Tate £19,000. Mr. Steele then went on to tell you something in his evidence which concerned Nichols. He said Tate had seen Nichols on Friday the 3rd of November and Nichols had called at Tate's home and offered him 50 kilos of cannabis at £1,100 per kilo, making a total price of £55,000. Okay, so let's just cut in here briefly because this is where we hit a fork in the road. We have Darren Nichols claiming that Michael Steele is the big drug kingpin. He's the person bringing in his boat with cannabis and other drugs. Yet Michael Steele starts to tell a very different story. He claims he is in fact working for Darren Nichols, that Darren Nichols is in fact the Mr. Big in all of these drug importations. What I'm going to do for you now is read a few paragraphs from the book Blogs 19, which looks at this event but from a different angle. The day of the party started off in the highest of spirits. One of the many pictures taken shows Pat Tate, Mick Steele and Jackie Street all together. Tate has an enormous smile on his face and looks relaxed in an open-necked denim shirt. Steele is standing with his hand on his hip and is also grinning broadly. Between the two huge men, looking like a little ragdoll, is Jackie Street, kicking out one of her legs like a tiller girl. Soon after the picture was taken, Steele took Tate to one side to discuss business. Steele explained that he was planning another drugs run in a couple of weeks' time and wanted to offer Tate the chance to buy into it. Tate asked how much Steele would charge for importing and then balked at the £330 per kilo price, saying it was way too much. It would leave him with little profit from selling the drugs over here. Steele calmly explained that with his way of smuggling there was virtually no risk. The chances of a customs boat patrol coming across his little rib on the way back from Blankenberg was less than zero. He should know he'd done it 1,000 times before. Sure, it might seem cheaper to pay some bozo a pile of cash to put it in his boot and drive it through customs, But with the sniffer dogs, x-rays and the like, there was at least a 1 in 10 chance of getting pulled. It would be a false economy. Eventually, the pair agreed on a price of £300 per kilo, and Tate promised to get some money to steal in the next few days. What Tate had failed to let on, however, was that he didn't actually have any money. However, having just got out of prison, he needed most of what he had stashed away to buy himself a car, pay a few bills, and support the flashy lifestyle he was now living. Tucker had given him control of a couple of clubs, but the profits from those would take time to arrive. The sensible thing to do would be to pull out of the deal and wait. But Tate wasn't about to start being sensible. In fact, since getting out of prison, he'd been getting increasingly out of control and paranoid. He began to fear that he was being left behind by Tucker and Rolf. Okay, now, in my opinion, it's fairly obvious that Michael Steele was in fact a drugs importer. He was the brains behind the outfit, he had previous form for importing drugs, and he continued doing so once he was released from prison. But what I want you to ask yourselves at home is that just because these two individuals in Michael Steele and Jack Wombs have denied being drug importers, does that naturally mean that they are capable of triple murder? Just because they have been deceitful in this instance, does this also mean that they are also lying about the triple murders? Now, moving back to the judges summing up in court, I think it's quite telling where Michael Steele states the following. Mr. Steele then went on to tell you something in his evidence which concerned Nichols. He said Tate had seen Nichols on Friday the 3rd of November when Nichols had called at Tate's home and offered him 50 kilos of cannabis at £1,100 a kilo, making a total price of £55,000. Now, what I've picked up on there is that Michael Steele is claiming that Nichols attends Tate's home. Now, the first thing that flashes into my mind when I read that is that Michael Steele isn't claiming that Darren Nichols called Pat Tate. He didn't make some sort of phone call, which could be checked. They could look at the phone records. Did Nichols call him on the 3rd of November? Was there a call placed between these two individuals? What Steele is saying there is that Nichols called at Tate's home, and really there's actually no way of verifying that. Steele said Tate had asked him who Nichols' supplier was, because Tate wanted to bypass the supplier to get the cannabis cheaper. Quote, I said I knew full well who Nichols' supplier was. It was himself. End quote. Steele said he thought he had contact with Nichols the following day by phone call on Monday the 6th of November. He had contact with Tate, but it might have been Steele to Tucker. At that time there was a plumbing problem with the central heating at Tucker's property. Steele said that Tate had told him that he purchased what Nichols was offering. But now he realised that what he had been offered was not the quality he had been expecting. Tate wanted Nichols' phone number. Steele said he had it but did not give it to Tate because he said he would contact Nichols and explain the situation. Tate wanted Steele to see Nichols. Okay, just to clear up what is being spoken about in these paragraphs. Basically, Michael Steele is saying that Pat Tate purchased the dud cannabis not from himself, but from Darren Nichols. It's at this point that Tate realises that the cannabis is of very poor quality. He wants Nichols' telephone number to probably issue threats or demand his money back. And Michael Steele says, look, I've got Nichols' number, but let me go and meet up with him. Let me try and smooth the situation over. Let me go and explain things to Nichols, and I'll sort it out my end. You could class this, I guess, as a clever ploy here by Michael Steele, because there's not going to be any telephone records of Tate calling Darren Nichols. And the more I look into this, and the more I try and see this from Michael Steele's perspective, it's really, I guess you could say, quite an intelligent move. Or you could say, really, it's the only option that Michael Steele had, because, as I say, the police are going to check the phone records. They're going to see that there's no phone contact between Tate and Nichols. So how is Michael Steele going to explain his story? Well, what better way to explain it than to say, basically, that you were the go-between. You were the man in the middle. You were the person relaying the messages between Pat Tate and Darren Nichols. That way, it sort of negates any real need for phone contact between Tate and Nichols, because you are the person who's receiving messages from both individuals. You're receiving messages from Pat Tate, you're then passing that on to Darren Nichols, and vice versa. Pat Tate wanted Steele to go and see Nichols. Michael Steele obviously phoned Nichols, but he did not remember where he was when he made the call. There was an arrangement for a meeting. I was talking to Nichols so as to chaperone him to a turn-off off the A12. Quote, "It was the Wickford Southend Road turn-off on the A130. It was the afternoon. I was late, but Nichols was there. He was very worried. He realised the stuff he had sold to Tate was not what Tate thought it would be. Nichols said he had to reimburse Tate, but he wanted me to explain to Tate and would not go himself because he was very worried. I told Nichols he would be better off facing Tate, but he wouldn't have it." Michael Steele states, "There was a telephone kiosk on the A130 further down the road. It is a Hanningfield number. I took the telephone kiosk number and we sat outside in his car. I was late for the appointment with Tate. I had said to Nichols if Tate was not there I would give him a ring. I was meeting Tate at the Carpenter's Arms in Rayleigh. It is a pub that I know. Tate was not there, so I rang Nichols. I told him I would try to find Tate. The call has to be 268, the one at page 8 at 14:01. There you see there is a call from Steele to the payphone at the A130 East Hanningfield pub. Steele is telling you he took that telephone kiosk number and he was the person telephoning it to talk to Nichols." Okay, just going to cut in here quite quickly as this is very intriguing. The Carpenter's Arms. Where have we heard of this pub before? Well, this actually appears in a police statement by a man named Stuart Armstrong. This police statement was given on the 8th of the 3rd, 1996, and it states the following. "Around the 10th of the 10th, 95, I started working as a barman at the Carpenter's Arms situated off the A130 at Rolfe. The pub itself I would describe as a locals pub with it being very cliquey. There is only the one bar area situated inside. There is not any video monitoring system inside the pub, basically because there is never any trouble. On either Tuesday the 5th of December 95 or Wednesday the 6th of December, I think it was more than probably the Wednesday, I was left to mind the pub on my own. Around 1600 hours I started work. It was not very busy during the afternoon and into the evening. However, around 2000 hours it was very quiet in the bar area, in fact quieter than normal when two men entered the bar. Both men approached the bar and I will describe them as best I can. One of them I shall refer to as Male 1. I would describe this man as white, 30 years old, around 5 foot 7 inches tall. He had a stocky build. He had brown hair that was cut very short and brushed straight down, but appeared to be receding. I believe he may have been wearing a green jacket, but I'm not certain. The other male I cannot describe in any detail, other than that he was also white and taller than Male 1. Male 1 asked me for a bottle of Budweiser beer and a bottle of Two Dogs alcoholic lemonade. What stuck in my mind was that it was company policy to pour any bottled drinks into a glass. And as I started to pour the Budweiser into the glass, Male 1 got agitated and wanted it kept in the bottle. I told him I couldn't and he accepted this, although he wasn't happy. Both then went over to a table situated in the corner of the bar area near the fruit machine. Around 20 minutes later, both men left. I didn't hear any conversation between them. I was glad when they left because I was on my own. It wasn't until the following week that I read the Evening Echo newspaper, and in particular an article on a triple murder that had happened in Rettendon. To my surprise, one of the three photos of the three deceased I immediately recognised to be Male 1, whom had been drinking in the pub. The name of the person, according to the paper, was Craig Rolfe. Although I cannot describe Male 2 in any detail, I can say that it was neither of the other two pictures in the newspaper of the three dead men. I would not be able to recognise Male 2 again and have no other information regarding his description. Okay, so what we have here is an eyewitness account which takes place either the evening before the murders, being the 5th of December, or the evening of the murders, which was Wednesday the 6th of December. This takes place at around 8 PM, bearing in mind that the prosecution put forward the case that Tucker, Tate and Rolf were killed shortly before 7. But what I take most from this particular statement is the lack of description regarding Male 2. The first thing that springs to mind is that this was a well-known local figure. I mean, could it be that this barman really can't give any detail at all? He doesn't even talk about an age. I mean, was he younger than Rolf? Older than Rolf? Was he white? Was he black? What colour was his hair? What colour were his clothes? I mean, literally, he can't provide the police with any detail whatsoever. Now, is that normal, or is that a little bit hard to believe? The other aspect, or the other angle I'm looking at here, is that if this eyewitness account actually transpired on the 5th of December, could this have been Michael Steele in the pub with Craig Rolfe? Now, I can't really come up with an idea of why they may be in a pub together, but it's incredibly interesting that Michael Steele was very well aware of this pub. He talks about meeting Pat Tate there on an occasion before these murders, and here we have an eyewitness account who seems fairly certain that they saw Craig Rolfe on either the 5th of December or the 6th of December in that pub. Anyway, let's continue on with the summing up in court. Michael Steele states, I went into the pub, the Carpenter's Arms, and was there a quarter of an hour, and I rang Tate on my mobile. Tate came back to the pub 15 to 20 minutes later. Tate explained the situation, that he had dragged the money up. He told Tucker and Rolf there was a consignment for sale at 50 kilos at $1,400 a kilo, so it was £70,000. Rolf, Tucker and Tate combined to put together £70,000 cash. That meant Tate had made $15,000, a difference from the $55,000. Steele said, quote, Tate takes coke and heroin but not cannabis. Tate was trying to get Nichols' address and proper phone number from me, but that meant Nichols would have been in trouble. I said to Tate, if you start hurting the man, you'll get no money back at all. All you'll end up with is someone who's rattled black and blue. Tate said he wanted to know the address anyway. I said, quote, there's no point because Nichols was not living there. That was half right and half wrong because often Darren Nichols would move out. If I had given the address, Tate would have gone over there. Nichols lived there with his wife and 2 little girls. Tate said Nichols had 7 days to come up with the money. I didn't know where Nichols could get it from. I got back to Nichols and told him the contents of the conversation about the 7 days and left it to Nichols to make his own arrangements. Right, now what I'm reading there, does this go to suggest that Tate potentially tried to rip Rolf and Tucker off? Now, bearing in mind, we're just going by the word of Michael Steele here. So, I mean, take it with a pinch of salt, if you will. But what it states there is that Tate had to raise £55,000. But what he's told Rolf and Tucker was that he needed $70,000. Let's just read this again. He told Tucker and Rolf there was a consignment for sale at 50 kilos at $1,400 a kilo. Now that's not right, is it? Because originally the deal wasn't it 50 kilos for 1,100? So he's adding 300 on per kilo. So let's just read that again there. He told Tucker and Rolf there was a consignment for sale at 50 kilos at $1,400 a kilo. So it was £70,000. Rolf, Tucker and Tate combined to put together $70,000 cash. That meant Tate had made £15,000, a difference from the £55,000. Yes, I've just gone back and checked there, and it definitely was 50 kilos at £1,100 each. So Michael Steele is saying here that he's approached Rolf and Tucker under the premise of it being $1,400 a kilo. So on face value, Tate has made £15,000 for doing nothing before the drugs have even got into the country. Now, does this explain why Tate was found with £7,000 in his wardrobe? Is that half of the money that was left over, potentially? Or did Tate rip off somebody else? Now, bearing in mind, as I said, we're going by the word of Michael Steele here, but there could be an element of truth in everything that is mentioned here. Could it have been that Tate did in fact rip someone off to the tune of 15k? He said that the price was higher than it actually was, and he pocketed that money. Was it Rolf and Tucker who he ripped off? Michael Steele then spoke about the importation that he was sentenced to 9 years for. He said, quote, the importation when I had a 9-year prison sentence was one when I flew the drugs across. In 1995, I still held a flying licence. I was at Earl's Colne and was aware of other flying clubs in Essex. In the East Anglia area, there are hundreds of disused airstrips from wartime. You did not need an airstrip to land an aircraft. In 1995, I had knowledge of airstrips. It's simple and easy to fly across the North Sea. I could go into a mandate strip well before they opened in the dark and do something stupid if I wanted to. The field near to Workhouse Lane I had no knowledge of whatsoever in 1995, nor as to whether it was suitable at all. I don't know Workhouse Lane at all. I have never told Darren Nichols about my courting days in that lane. Michael Steele said, quote, "On the 24th of November 1995, I moved Sarah Saunders. I was made aware that she was going to leave well before Tate was even released from prison on the 31st of October. Jackie and I assisted. We arrived at around 9:30 to 10 a.m. in my Hilux towing a trailer. There was just Sarah Saunders and Pat Tate there then. Tate was quite okay. He was running hot and cold and they were bickering and arguing about what could be taken. I was fetching and carrying things to the truck. It took a couple of hours to load and I made 2 trips. Just before we finished, there was quite a dispute between Sarah and Pat. It was quite heated. Pat used an expression, he used it quite often. I'll have you fucking nutted. It was a threat and it means I will have you shot in the head. It was temper, nose to nose, and it arose over the compact discs. It was just temper and he didn't lay a finger on her. He wanted to cuddle her when he left. His attitude to me was exactly what it has always been, a totally friendly basis. There was no animosity between me and Pat about anything. We were just chatting away and sitting on the floor in the children's room. Then a number of people turned up and agree with what Sarah Saunders said happened. I saw Craig Rolfe's girlfriend there, Donna Jiggins, sitting in the Range Rover outside the premises in the rear near side seat. He said, quote, "I have never seen her before in my life," end quote. That, of course, is a conflict between him and Donna Jiggins. Again, members of the jury, whether there are any conflicts in the evidence, that is a matter entirely for you and no one else. Michael Steele continued, "I wasn't involved in the chat going on. I was more keen to get away because I realised what was going on. They were talking about cannabis and I heard the racket of what you would call an automatic pistol. I was keen to get out," end quote. Right, so a few interesting things to pick up upon during those paragraphs I've just read out there. Now, interestingly there, it mentions a fairly accurate date in terms of when Tucker, Tate and Rolfe came into possession of the submachine gun. This was the gun, this was the weapon which was provided to them by Mad Mick Bowman. Now, in Donna Jagger's statement, she was fairly vague regarding the date that this actually occurred. She said it was around a week after Tucker's birthday, which was the 17th of November. But Michael Steele here is giving us an accurate date, the 24th of November 1995. Interestingly, this is Donna Jagger's recollection of those events. She stated in her police statement the following. "When we arrived outside Pat's house, Pat and Tony Tucker were sitting in Anna Whitehead's, Tucker's girlfriend's, Suzuki Vitara. I cannot remember if Craig had spoken to them on his mobile phone prior to arriving at the house. Tony and Pat got out of the Vitara and Craig took the holdall and gun from the boot and all 3 went into the house. Sarah Saunders was at this time moving her stuff out of the house with the help of 2 friends. I didn't want to get involved in what was potentially a difficult situation, so I stayed in the car. Craig was in the house for around 10 to 15 minutes and then returned to the car with the holdall and gun. He put the items back in the boot and then drove to 108 Mill Green where the gun and holdall were put into the loft. On the way from Gordon Road, Craig was saying how pleased they were with it and how much damage it could cause." Oh, I've just noticed something quite important here, I believe, once reading this part of Donna Jagger's statement. Bearing in mind we've got Michael Steele here, who has said, "I saw Donna Jaggers there. She was sitting in the near side of the vehicle. She was a passenger in the Range Rover." Now, this is correct, even according to Donna Jagger's statement. But where this gets a little bit more curious is when we take a look at what Donna Jaggers is actually saying here. She said that Sarah Saunders was at this time moving her stuff out of the house with the help of 2 friends. She claims that she knows Michael Steele. She's seen Michael Steele on a few occasions. Now, why has she not identified Michael Steele as one of these two individuals helping Sarah Saunders to move out? Now, not only do we have Michael Steele's word for this, but we also have the word of Sarah Saunders, who backs up Michael Steele's version of events. That Michael Steele and Jackie Street went round to Sarah Saunders' property, 49 Gordon Road, and helped her move out, basically. So there's two individuals helping Sarah Saunders move out. Yet when Donna Jaggers turns up, she sees these two people, but she doesn't recognise them as Michael Steele and Jackie Street. I find that really, really bizarre, because we've had, in previous Donna Jagger statements, we've had, I saw Michael Steele, he was carrying something big from the boot of a car. I was looking in my rear view mirror, I could see it was him, or I passed him heading up to the house and he didn't want me to look at him. All these sort of, strange words and strange phrases that Donna Jaggers comes out with. But this could be incredibly telling, actually. The fact that she's mentioning here two friends, two individuals helping Sarah Saunders move out, but she does not identify one of these individuals as Michael Steele. Does that go to lend some credibility to what Michael Steele is saying there, in terms of, I've never seen this woman before in my life. I've never met Donna Jaggers. I've never met her. Does that lend some credibility there to what Michael Steele is claiming? Right, so this has kind of sent me down a little bit of a rabbit hole now, to be honest. After I've read this out, I've gone back and checked over the Donna Jagger statements to try and make some sense of what she is saying in those police statements. Now, bearing in mind, the murders take place on the 6th of December. Her first police statement does not originate until the 8th of the 2nd, 96. Interestingly, the very first statement that she makes is regarding handing over that submachine gun. It's all about how they got hold of it. Mad Mick Bowman was involved. She talks about the trip to Sarah Saunders' house, seeing the two friends helping her move, i.e. Steele and Jackie Street. And then she talks about handing the gun over to D.I. Florence. Now, by all accounts, I don't know if this is true, but I've been told, and a lot of people seem to corroborate this, but by all accounts, Donna Jaggers ended up in a relationship with D.I. Florence, the very same person that she hands over this submachine gun to. So we've got this statement here, which is on, as I say, the 8th of the 2nd, 1996. No mention whatsoever regarding Michael Steele. No description of a man matching Michael Steele's description. Nothing at all describing Michael Steele in any way, shape or form. This first statement, as I say, it's all to do with handing over this gun, basically saying, look, there's this submachine gun, I've got to hand it in, blah, blah, blah. So that's the first statement that Donna Jaggers makes, the first official statement. Her next official statement originates a month after that statement, the 14th of the 3rd, 1996. It's at this point in time where all of a sudden we have Michael Steele inserted into the frame. Okay, so let's just read a little bit of this statement, shall we? I am the common law wife of Craig Rolfe, whom had been my partner for 7 years. I've been asked about Craig's association with Tony Tucker and Pat Tate and their involvement with drug dealing and the circumstances surrounding their deaths. Craig had been involved with Tucker for approximately 3 or 4 years and was registered as a director of Tucker's security company running nightclub doors. This was in name only, and I know that Craig never had any involvement in running the business. His association started as a result of Tucker buying drugs from Craig. They then became more involved as time went on, and they started doing drug deals together. In early 1995, Craig was not being very active and was not completing many deals, therefore he did not have much money. He was being promised that a large deal was due, which would provide him with plenty of money. In the meantime, we were just scraping to get by. I later learnt from Craig that a person called Mickey the Pilot, who I now know to be called Michael Steele, was a friend of Pat Tate, who in turn was a friend of Tony Tucker. Steele I understood to be a pilot who brought drugs into the country, and I understood that he had been in prison for it. Craig told me that Steele was a ruthless person who really didn't think much of other people. In early 1995, I was aware that Tate was in prison, and I recall Tucker and one other person, whose details I do not know, running around getting Tate's money together to finance the deal. I am fairly sure that John McCarthy had some of Tate's money. Craig told me that this was happening and stated that Michael Steele was happy to continue bringing it in until they were all millionaires. I cannot say when the deal took place, but I can say that at the time I witnessed the changeover of the drugs. Mickey Steele drove to Longwood Stables in Dry Street, Basildon, Essex, where Tucker had 2 horses. I arrived there with Craig and met Tony, who was with his horses. We waited for Mick to arrive, which he did in a blue Toyota RAV4. Although I had remained in our car and I had my back to where Mickey Steele had parked, I was able to look over my left shoulder towards the rear of his car. I saw Steele take a large dark-coloured kit bag, measuring approximately 3 feet in length by about 12 to 15 inches in diameter, from the boot of his car. By the way he was holding the bag, it appeared to be very heavy. He handed it to Tucker, who put it in the boot of our car, which was a Vauxhall Senator. Craig then got back into our car and drove to another location. Craig took the holdall out of the boot and took it to a safe house where all the drugs were stored. I went into the house with Craig, who then placed the bag on the table. He opened up the bag and I saw that it contained bars of brown cannabis resin, which were all individually wrapped in a clear film. I was present when he checked that it was of good quality by burning and smelling a sample and then counting the bars. I am unable to say how many bars there were. I have only met Mickey Steele on a couple of occasions, and that was only in passing. Okay, now I'll cut to the statement short here, as it goes on and on and on basically, but it mentions Michael Steele probably another 10 or 15 or maybe even 20 times during that statement alone. So I just can't get my head around this. So basically we have her first official statement, which appears on the 8th of the 2nd, 96, yet over a month later she's magically, I guess, remembered all of this information about Michael Steele, who he is, who he was, what he was like, what sort of personality he was. You know, she even mentions later on in the statement that, you know, Michael Steele has always made me aware that he doesn't want me to, or he didn't want me to look at him, and all this sort of like, I don't know, really, really strange, bizarre statements that come out of Donna Jagger's mouth. It's really, really odd. But what I find, as I say, most intriguing there is that in her first statement, she mentions 2 people helping Sarah Saunders move. Now, we know who those 2 people are, Michael Steele and Jackie Street. Yet in her first statement, there's not a mention at all of Michael Steele. Not a mention of him. Not a mention of Mickey the pilot, Mick, Mickey, Mr. Steele, nothing. He doesn't exist in her first statement. Yet after she's handed this gun over, after she's handed a submachine gun over to the police, all of a sudden you get a massive long statement over a month later incriminating Michael Steele. The final piece of the puzzle concerning Donna Jaggers and her, how do you say, truthfulness, comes in the form of the last time she actually saw Craig Rolfe, on the day he died. Now, recently released into the public domain was a CCRC appeal document. And in that document, it talks about the last time, as I say, that Donna Jaggers saw Craig Rolfe alive. There was some kind of statement or some kind of report taken down by none other than D.I. Florence himself. Let's take a listen in to that part of the CCRC appeal document, and then I'll leave you with my closing thoughts. Issue 15. It is submitted that Donna Jaggers' witness statement, dated the 14th of the 3rd, 1996, contradicts her account as reported by D.I. Florence in his report dated the 8th of the 12th, 95, and the police message M93, also dated the 8th of the 12th, 95. The Commission has considered Miss Jaggers' witness statement dated the 14th of March 1996, report R4 by ex-DI Florence and police message M93. The Commission notes that the CPS disclosed report R4 in slightly redacted form to the applicants before their trial on the 11th of April 1997. It was forwarded to Defence Counsel on the 23rd of April 1997. It follows that Report R4 was available to be utilised in the applicant's appeal hearings in 1999 and 2006. In any event, the Commission does not consider Miss Jagger's account as described in Report R4 to be inconsistent with her trial evidence. Okay, so with all of that in mind, everything that we've discussed in this video, there's one more point that's worthy of mention, and that is really that the timeline surrounding the deaths of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe, a lot of this actually revolves around the timings of Donna Jaggers. Donna Jaggers claiming that she was dropped off at Lakeside Shopping Centre by Craig Rolfe, who then went on to collect Tucker and Tate. But I just get a really strange feeling every statement that I read from Donna Jaggers. And now this piece of information that I've come across in the judge's summing up. How much truth is there in the word of Donna Jaggers? The fact that she then went on to supposedly have a relationship with this DI, the guy that she actually hands over this submachine gun to. Her original statement makes no mention whatsoever of Michael Steele, as if he doesn't even exist, despite witnessing him helping Sarah Saunders move on the 24th of November. Yet 1 month later, her statement is filled with Michael Steele. Michael Steele did this, Michael Steele did that. I've seen Michael Steele on a few occasions. We've never spoke, but I've walked past him. I've seen him in the rearview mirror unloading drugs. Yet she can't recall Michael Steele being there at Sarah Saunders' property on the 24th of November 1995, just very shortly before the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolfe. Michael Steele then went on to discuss the reimbursement of funds concerning the dud cannabis deal. He states the following: I never financed Nichols for anything, actual drug runs or alleged drug runs. The only thing I have ever given Darren Nichols any money for was carrying out work at Meadow Cottage. This trip was arranged sometime after my arrest on Felixstowe Beach and release. That would have been November the 8th. Nichols had been in touch and told me he'd made arrangements for reimbursement of Tate in cash. He was to refund the money paid to the people who supplied it. They still needed time to get the money together. I was in constant touch with Pat Tate. He was pressing Nichols. Tate wanted to see Nichols. I told Tate Nichols had made arrangements. Tate wanted to see Nichols on the 11th and told me he wanted to confirm the money was arranged to be paid. He wanted information face to face. Tate was keen to get his hands on Nichols. I made arrangements to see Tate at the Carpenter's Arms pub. I made arrangements to meet Nichols in the Rolfe area near the swimming pool centre. I told Nichols that Tate wanted to see him, but again Nichols refused. I told Nichols if he had arranged the money there was nothing to worry about, just tell him. Nichols wouldn't go anywhere near Tate. I played a part in the recovery of that money. I was totally a go-between. On the 11th, when I spoke to Tate, I was offered by Tate £2,000 to more or less chaperone Nichols to a meet. I travelled from Harwich to the Hook with Nichols. He paid for every expense. I gave him not a penny, not a brass farthing. It was the evening ferry from Harwich to the Hook. We docked in the early hours of the morning, 7 o'clock-ish, and had an hour and a half's train journey to Amsterdam. It was still early when we were in Amsterdam, and we found somewhere to get something to eat. Nichols arranged to get the money back. Steele said this, quote, I don't know who he got the money back from. I didn't see him get any money back from anyone in particular. We separated and I suggested we meet at the hotel. I was tired. Nichols suggested a hotel he knew, the Delta. It was an average hotel. A room was booked. Recovery of the money was his responsibility. He made phone calls and was told it wasn't available. That's when we took to sightseeing. We waited for something to occur. We saw Tina Turner in Madame Tussauds in the midday or early afternoon. Then Nichols went off and made phone calls. I went up to my room and had a lie in bed. The money was recovered that day, some of it in sterling. In the evening time there was more money, but not all. We stayed overnight. We went on the 14th, arrived the 15th, stayed in Amsterdam the night of the 15th, 16th at the Delta Hotel. On the morning of the 16th, Nichols was waiting for the last bit of cash, more sterling. Nichols had to have £55,000. I didn't see anyone connected with Nichols over there paying him the money. It was coming in dribs and drabs. During the 16th, he was still waiting for the last bit of cash. There was a safe in the hotel room in which we stayed. Once we'd collected £55,000, it was still not all there. It was 3 or 4 grand short. Nichols changed some guilders to make it up. I put £55,000 into a holdall which I'd taken with me purposefully for the cash. We left Amsterdam about 6 PM on the 16th. We initially went to the terminal at the station to catch a train. I couldn't see any simpler connection from Amsterdam to Ostend. It involved chopping and changing, and so we took a taxi. Nichols paid for it from the large amount of guilders that he had. We pulled up right outside the Strand Hotel. We got there around 10 PM local time. I went straight into book because I wasn't going to be back that night. We rang Jack Womes prior to getting to the hotel and arranged to meet. It must have been some time prior to getting to the hotel because of course Womes had to come all the way from Suffolk. Nichols had a large amount of guilders on him. He wanted someone to take it back to the UK. Once I had the £55,000 for Tate, I contacted Tate by phone, phoning from Amsterdam. The only deal I had with Tate was to chaperone Nichols to Amsterdam. I told Tate I wouldn't bring his money back because I can't get through customs without getting stopped. He knew Jack Womes was on his way over. Nichols gave the hotel man his visa card and he left the booking open. It was not a case of Womes could arrive that evening, but if he did arrive, I quite expected him to stay the night. I went upstairs and put the bag of money under the bed as the safest place. The meeting place arranged for Tate was the ferry terminal. Nichols still wouldn't go anywhere near Tate. I'd left Nichols in the foyer of the Strand Hotel and walked over to the ferry terminal. Nichols was sitting in a little cafe. Tate noticed me walking across the ferry terminal. Tate and Rolf had got out of the cafe and had gone into the terminal. As I came back to the doors, they came through the doors, Rolf and Tate. I had no idea where Nichols was. I didn't see Nichols in the vicinity. Rolf, Tate and I walked back to the cafe that they had been sitting in. As we entered the cafe, there were 3 or 4 women and Barry Dorman. Rolf and Tate came back in. Tate and I walked to the bar. He complained that they'd ripped him off of the exchange rate. I told him I had the money he wanted, the £55,000. I checked and it was exactly what he wanted. I advised him not to go back that night. I thought if he went back in the early hours he might have stood a better chance of getting stopped. He accepted this. I said there were plenty of hotels open, just walk up the road. Steele said, I told Tate about the one hotel I did know about, the Burlington. Tate and I walked in. I took a walk back with Tate to the cafe. I went straight back to the hotel to return the money. Steele said he retrieved it from under the bed in the holdall, the £55,000, and he took the holdall from under the bed in the Strand Hotel back to the Burlington. He said, quote, as I walked past the bar area, Tate was standing at the bar and saw me come by the window and came out of the swing doors. We went straight upstairs to the room. I had the holdall. We went into the room and I unzipped the bag and put the contents on the bed. 55 grand wouldn't go into a plastic carrier bag. It was in £5,000 bundles. It wasn't counted in the hotel room. Tate had a leather jacket and threw it over the money. He had been on something. To most people he would be normal, but I can tell if he's on something. He was rational. He had £15,000 with him as well. It was there that I'd seen it. I knew the deal that Pat Tate had done with Craig Rolfe, and he wanted to make it look like the money that had come back was £70,000. There was no dispute concerning the money. I took £2,000 off Tate and went straight back to the Strand Hotel. Right, so let's just cut in again here. We have this mention again of this £15,000. Now, I'm certainly not a subscriber to what Michael Steele is saying here. Basically, he's saying that Darren Nichols is the kingpin. He's the person that owes this money. He's just simply gone over there to chaperone Nichols so that he can get the money back for Tate. But what I'm interested in is this figure, this £15,000. This has been mentioned before in previous episodes. Who was Tate ripping off? Was it Rolf and Tucker? Because he's got this £55,000 and it mentions again there, I knew the deal that Pat Tate had done with Craig Rolfe and he wanted to make it look like the money that had come back was £70,000. Now, what I think is worth remembering is that we had all this drama, didn't we, of Tate being recalled to prison, the gun being found on him, drugs being found on him in the hospital bed, he's recalled to prison. He becomes suspicious of Tucker during this time period. Tucker has control of Tate's finances whilst he's recalled to prison. This at some point changes and financial responsibility is actually handed over from Tony Tucker to Michael Steele. This is also mentioned in Sarah Saunders' statement, the fact that Tony Tucker had bought this plush new bungalow in Fobbing. He was splashing the cash. He had these fancy cars, fancy property. And Pat Tate was concerned that he was spending some of Tate's money on his lavish lifestyle. It is also worth remembering that this isn't just Michael Steele kind of stirring the pot or making it out to be something it potentially wasn't. This is actually echoed by, as I say, Sarah Saunders and also a long-term close friend of Pat Tate, Barry Dorman. It was Barry Dorman who was selling a car on Tate's behalf whilst he was recalled to prison, and Tate even called him up and said, look, if you sell this vehicle, do not give this money to anybody. Not Tony Tucker, not Sarah Saunders, no one. Please keep this money for me when I get out of prison. And what happens, that when Barry Dorman actually sold this car, he put a sold sign on the vehicle, and who turns up but none other than Tony Tucker. Tony Tucker turns up at the car front trying to collect that money on behalf of Pat Tate. So no matter how these films or books or whatever try and portray this relationship between Tucker, Tate and Rolf, there was definitely something going on under the surface here. Now, what we do know is that both Craig Rolfe and Tony Tucker were investors in this dud cannabis deal. So the only thing that I can really think of here is that Tate has artificially increased the price. He's basically said, look, we can get X amount of kilos for X amount of pounds. And these two individuals and obviously outside investors have invested into this deal. And basically Tate has pocketed the difference. Now, we don't really know if these outside investors ever got their money back. But is this reflected by the fact that the police actually raid Tate's property or search Tate's property after his death, and in his wardrobe was found £7,000 in cash? There's something about this £15,000 here that Tate was either, as I say, trying to rip off Tucker and Rolf, or potentially even the outside investors. Anyway, let's carry on with the summing up in court. The situation I observed with Pat was that there were two very young girls there and Pat was under the influence of something. I didn't want to be at that hotel. I left my holdall in the bedroom. A chap told me Nichols had gone to a local bar and I went to join him. I didn't see Tate and Co that night. I was with Nichols waiting for Jack Womes to turn up. I told Womes where to meet me in the terminal. We had been in the bar. I walked to the terminal. Jack was there waiting in his transit. He was there to contact Nichols to take the money back. He was paid by Nichols to do it. I wasn't prepared to take any part of the money back. Michael Steele then went on to discuss events which transpired both before and after the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolf. He said he was very suspicious of police officers. His attitude to Patrick Tate was that he did not have a lot to do with him. Tate got on reasonably well with Steele and Steele with him. He thought 70% of people loathed him and 30% loved him. He came in the 30% bracket, he said. He said by the time Tate was released from prison, he was aware Sarah Saunders wanted to end the relationship. She asked him for help to move out. No one else would help because they were terrified of Tate. Michael Steele, however, was not terrified of Tate. After the move, there was no change in the relationship with Tate ever. As to Craig Rolfe, he said he never had a conversation with him in his life. As to Tony Tucker, he said he did not see Tony Tucker very frequently at all. He had no social relationship with Tucker and only heard rumours that Tony Tucker had a drug business. Michael Steele said he was at home when he first heard of the death of Tate from Sarah Saunders, who rang and left a message on the answer machine. Sarah told him that she must have spoken to Pat while the other people were in the car, but she gave no specific time. Right, now this is quite important actually, because a lot of people discuss this call from Sarah Saunders to Pat Tate. Sarah Saunders was most likely the last person to speak to Pat Tate whilst he was alive. Now this is quite a contentious issue for many people who look into the Essex Boys case. How did Darren Nichols know about this telephone call between Sarah Saunders and Pat Tate? It's later discussed in a little bit more detail in the judge's summing up here that Michael Steele has a conversation with Sarah Saunders after the murders. Michael Steele then relays that conversation to Darren Nichols whilst he is doing work at Meadow Cottage. And this is something I've often surmised, that Steele obviously had contact with Sarah after the murders. I think they met up for a meal. I don't know if it was the day after or a couple of days after the murders of Tucker, Tate and Rolf. But Steele and Saunders were very close. So naturally, Sarah's going to talk to Steele about the last time she saw Tate, the last time she spoke to Tate. And in my opinion, it's quite natural for that sort of information to be leaked out to other individuals. Now, with this situation in particular, I guess you either fall on one side of the fence or the other. Either you believe that this is exactly what happened, that Sarah Saunders had a conversation with Michael Steele, and at some point after the murders, Michael Steele divulged that information to Darren Nichols. Darren Nichols then turned that story around and said that Michael Steele had told him whilst he was in the Range Rover that Pat Tate received a phone call from Sarah Saunders. Now, you either believe that version of events, or you believe that the only way that Darren Nichols could have known about this telephone call is if Michael Steele himself was in the Range Rover. Therefore, they're driving away after these murders have been committed, and Michael Steele makes comment to the effect of, "I thought we'd blown it. When we were going down the lane, Pat Tate's phone rang. It was Sarah Saunders. I can't believe that they were having this lovey-dovey conversation. She's always told me that she hates Pat. And there they are having this conversation. I thought we'd blown it because I was expecting Pat to say, oh, I'm with Mickey at the moment." So, as I say, it depends what you wish to believe at home. Did Darren Nichols have prior knowledge of this call because Michael Steele himself was in fact in the Range Rover? Or was this simply discussed after these murders had occurred in passing? Michael Steele was then asked about his whereabouts on the day of the murders. He was asked about the call from the Sorrel Horse public house, the call at 14:29 from that phone box to Tony Tucker's mobile. He said it was not him making that call. Then, 3 minutes later at 14:32, another call to the mobile phone of Tony Tucker. The next call with the same timing of 14:32 from that phone box to another phone box at Timberlog Lane in Clayhill Road, Basildon, connected with Pat Tate. It was put to Michael Steele that those calls were first to Tony Tucker and then to Pat Tate. He said the phone calls from the Sorrel Horse were not made by him. He gave the same answer to the call at 14:52, 20 minutes later, which is a call to Darren Nichols' mobile. That is a call from the payphone to Nichols' mobile 288. Again, Mr. Steele said these calls were not made by him. He said, quote, "I think Nichols was at the Sorrel Horse. I know full well Nichols had sought to phone me. I'm suggesting it is possible that Nichols may have been there at the phone box." Michael Steele was also asked to look at phone calls on page 73. He accepted that at 18:03 and 18:09 he made 2 calls to Wome's mobile. He was asked about the phone call to Tate's mobile at 18:44 and said, quote, "I was never in the Range Rover. I was never in the Range Rover with Tate, Rolf and Tucker. Womes and I did not shoot them dead." End quote. Okay, so let's just interject here. Now this does form quite an integral part of the prosecution's case, and albeit this is what you would class as circumstantial evidence, a lot of people who look into this case do feel that this information, this evidence is actually quite damning. Now, as you can see on this photograph, this aerial photograph in front of you here, Jack Wome's workplace was incredibly close to the Sorrel Horse pub. And many people think that this was really the first slip-up that Michael Steele and Jack Womes made. Up until this point in time, it would appear that Michael Steele and Jack Womes had been fairly careful with their phone usage. They hadn't used their mobile phones. There's no communication between these 2 individuals on their mobiles to any of the 3 deceased. All communication seems to have taken place via payphones. Now, if you are a believer in the facts that Michael Steele and Jack Womes are in fact guilty of these triple murders, then as I say, this is really the first oversight which has taken place. And what I want you to ask yourselves at home is that if you went to the trouble of not using your mobile, you went to the trouble of using a payphone to contact these individuals to arrange the meeting for later that night, then why would you use a payphone right outside your workplace? One way that I could explain the usage of the phone box at the Sorrel Horse Inn, which was very close to G&T Commercials, Jack Wome's then workplace, is that Jack Wome's didn't really have any kind of direct connection outside of prison concerning these three individuals, at least not known to those around Tucker, Tate and Rolf. People who knew Tucker, Tate and Rolf may well have known of Michael Steele, but probably not Jack Wome. So did they think it was actually fairly safe to use a phone box close to Jack Wome's workplace? Now, if we turn this on its head for one moment and we look at this from an alternative perspective, let's assume that Michael Steele and Jack Womes are in fact innocent of the triple murders, then what better place to place a phone call than very close to the workplace of Jack Womes? If you didn't have access to, say, Steele or Wome's own mobile phone and you couldn't place a call to one of those three individuals, as in Tucker, Tate and Rolf, and create that linkage there, I guess, in terms of a phone record, then what better place to actually place a call but from a phone box very close to G&T Commercials? What is also quite telling and quite intriguing about these calls is that there's a 20-minute gap and then there's a phone call placed to Darren Nichols. Now, when we get on to the question of Darren Nichols and his own phone usage, I mean, this is a story in itself, to be perfectly honest. We have Darren Nichols, who claims on the 6th of December that Michael Steele is eager to get hold of him. He's returning Michael Steele's calls. It's Michael Steele who is initiating the contact on the day of December the 6th. But this simply is not reflected in the phone records in any way, shape or form. It's Darren Nichols who is desperate to get hold of Michael Steele. It's Darren Nichols who is constantly trying to call Michael Steele on December the 6th. Another point which must be discussed are the two telephone calls at 18:03 and 18:09. Both of these calls are from Michael Steele's mobile to the mobile phone of Jack Womes. Now, during this time period, according to Darren Nichols, he is in the company of Jack Womes. Yet in his official statement, there is not any mention at all of these two telephone calls taking place. There's a lot of detail in Darren Nichols' police statement, his official statement. There's a lot of, as I say, intricate details about the weather outside. It was very cold. I had to put the heater on in the vehicle to demist the windows. I got out of the car, got my boots wet. We couldn't stick on the false number plates because they were wet and we didn't have anything to wipe them with. Loads and loads of these intricate little details flooded in Darren Nichols' official statement. Yet when we come to actually two telephone calls that did occur, 18:03 and 18:09, this is the kind of information that Darren Nichols could have given in his official statement, which would have corroborated exactly what he was saying. If he'd have said, okay, I was in the car, there was a couple of phone calls, Michael Steele rung us on a few occasions to check where we were, to check how close we were to Workhouse Lane, or check anything basically. If he'd have even mentioned these two telephone calls taking place, that is something that we could verify to say, actually, Darren Nichols was in the company of Jack Womes at this time period. He witnesses these calls. How did he know that these calls took place? Well, obviously, because he was there. Now we move on to a point which is actually going to be completely new for the vast majority of followers to this channel, followers to the Essex Boys case. There is a man by the name of Colin Bridge, a friend of Darren Nichols. Now, in the summing up in court, the judge's summing up in court, it is mentioned the following. Bearing in mind they're talking about the day of the murders here, the 6th of December 1995, and Jack Womes recalls Colin Bridge turning up at G&T Commercials. He said Colin Bridge came to his yard at Barham that day when he was loading the tractor on. It was about 2 o'clock, 2:20 or 2:30. Colin was in an escort van and wanted to borrow Wome's transport trailer to pick up the vehicle which Womes himself eventually picked up, the Volkswagen Passat. Jack Womes said he knew Colin Bridge because he had seen him at Meadow Cottage and he had come into the yard with Darren Nichols once before. You will remember Colin Bridge's evidence, members of the jury, and that was that he had never been to the yard before. That is another dispute between witnesses which you have to resolve. Jack Womes states, Colin explained Darren had got a vehicle broken down and wanted to borrow my trailer to pick it up. I told him he couldn't borrow my trailer. I wouldn't lend it to him. I had the tractor on it anyway. Also, his escort van wouldn't be able to pull it. Now, just to give you a little bit of brief background on this Colin Bridge character. Basically, Colin Bridge was the guy who was actually driving the vehicle when Darren Nichols was pulled over, when he was initially arrested. When Darren Nichols had this cannabis resin in the back of his vehicle, the person who was driving was none other than Colin Bridge. Now, interestingly, in the defence's trial points, which is basically a document with different paragraphs discussing how they're going to attack the evidence of Darren Nichols, it's mentioned here the following. It is the appearance of Colin Bridge, Nichols' suicide jockey, who turns up at Jack Wome's commercial premises driving a white Ford Escort van on the 6th of December, which magnifies the importance of witness Kevin Tarbuck. So clearly here we have two different versions of events. We've got Jack Womes, who claims that Colin Bridge turns up to his workplace, G&T Commercials, which happens to be right next to the Sorrel Horse pub, right next to that payphone where the phone calls to Tucker, Tate and Rolfe are made. On the day of the murders, we have him driving supposedly a white Ford Escort van, and we have Colin Bridge completely denying this, saying that I've never been to this yard in my life, got no idea what he's talking about. But we will get to the statement of Kevin Tarbuck in a little while. But what I find quite intriguing about this is the fact that we're looking here for a white Ford Escort van. You'll understand why this becomes important in a little while. But before we get into the statement of Kevin Tarbuck, let's just play devil's advocate here for one moment. Let's just say that Jack Womes, what he is claiming here is actually the truth. Colin Bridge turns up with a white Ford Escort van. What would be the purpose of that? If it's some connection to Darren Nichols and these murders, what benefit could that possibly serve? Well, if Michael Steele is actually correct here, and it's Darren Nichols who's making the phone calls from the Sorrel Horse Inn, could Colin Bridge have been used for some kind of distraction, or just to check that Jack Womes was actually working that day? He was at G&T Commercials, he's where he's supposed to be, and during that time, whilst Colin Bridge is visiting, Darren Nichols is making those telephone calls from the Sorrel Horse pub. Now, as I say, this is just pure speculation, but it does make me wonder if there is some truth here to what Jack Womes is claiming. What we're going to do now is take a look at the judge's summing up in court, where he mentions this statement from Kevin Tarbuck. After we've read this part of the summing up, I will then bring up Kevin Tarbuck's official police statement and we will go through it in its entirety. But the judge states the following. Kevin Tarbuck was seen by police officers on the 14th of December in connection with the murders 8 days before. He was working at Hanningfield near the reservoir. When he had finished work, he had come out and turned right onto the A130 and right towards Rettendon on the A127. Before that night, he travelled that road every evening except for weekends, and on the 6th of December he was driving a Ford Sierra. He left his work at approximately 7:50, not earlier than 7:45 or later than 8 p.m. Approaching Rettendon, he neared White House Farm, which he is familiar with. He was not aware of any turning just past White House Farm, but it became familiar on that occasion. This lane was located on the left-hand side as he was heading towards the turnpike. There were no cars in front or behind him on the road. It was very dark and he had his lights on at full beam. A white Ford Escort van pulled out in front of him and caused him to brake. He pulled out and turned left towards Rettendon in front of him. He did not see if it stopped. He just remembered seeing it pull straight out in front of him. He braked quite sharply and flashed his lights, as well as making what he called an obscene gesture. He got about 30 yards from the car in front and was not right behind it. He could not make out the occupant or occupants, they were only silhouettes. He could not say who was inside, but obviously one person was driving. The driver was accelerating. He got as far as the turnpike and the car in front had disappeared. Mr. Tarbuck states, "My previous occupation was a tyre and exhaust fitter. I am in no doubt it was a white escort van. I'd say the approximate time was 5 to 8. It was in my sight for about 30 seconds. I was interviewed the very next day on the 7th of December and arrangements were made for me to make a statement." Cross-examined by Mr. Lederman, he said his work did not have set hours. He made his statement about a week later, the following Thursday. He agreed his statement started with the words, "At about 7:40 I finished work," end quote. He said it was later than 7:40 p.m. he started his journey. When he spoke, according to the police, they said someone will come round, and someone did come round about a week later. Cross-examined by Mr. Parkins, he said, quote, "As far as I know, it happened at around 7:50 p.m. I was working at the West Hanningfield Reservoir. It was about a quarter of a mile to the main road. So far as I could see, it was just the driver in the car. I could only see somebody on the driver's side. There may have been someone else in the car, but I didn't see anybody." He looked at photograph 2 and accepted there was a track parallel with the road coming from Workhouse Lane, as well as Workhouse Lane itself. He was not aware of that track until now. He did not see the vehicle in the track or on the lane. All he saw was a van moving in front of him. Re-examined, he said there were 2 separate windows in the back of the van. He was asked by the CID later, who asked me what happened and asked me if I saw a white Passat. It was definitely not a white Passat. The time was just before 8 p.m. Right, so what is being described here by Kevin Tarbuck is a vehicle pulling out in front of him, causing him to brake sharply. He's obviously given him the V's, he stuck his fingers up at him, probably beeped his horn and, called him a wanker out of his window, all that sort of stuff, just the usual. And this vehicle has basically sped off towards the turnpike. By the time he's got to the turnpike or down the other side of the hill, the escort van is nowhere to be seen. Now, I think what's most important to take from this statement is the fact that this guy, Kevin Tarbuck, uses this road on a daily basis. This is someone who's very familiar with this road. He travels to and from work every day of the week apart from weekends. Also important to remember is that this guy, Kevin Tarbuck, used to be a exhaust fitter and tyre fitter. So this is clearly someone with a mechanical background, or he's worked with cars. He knows exactly what an escort van looks like, let's be honest. So he's fairly credible in terms of the vehicle he witnesses. Now, where this gets a little bit strange is the fact that we have Darren Nichols claiming that he pulls out in front of a vehicle. It's almost as if Darren Nichols is replaying the events but choosing to be in a different motor vehicle. That's why the CID have said to this guy, "Are you sure it wasn't a cream or white coloured VW Passat that you saw?" And he said, "No, I'm 100% sure it was an escort van." Now, this is a very small passage from the book Blogs 19 where Darren Nichols recalls the events which transpired immediately after the murders. He states the following: "Michael Steele told me to get going, and though my mind was elsewhere, my body somehow obeyed, putting the car into gear and moving off towards the main road. From then on, everything happened in slow motion. I saw the headlights, heard the screech of tyres, and braced myself for impact. But it never came. Mick had grabbed the steering wheel at the last moment and wrenched it to one side, avoiding a crash by just a few inches. The other driver flashed his lights and swore at me out of his half-open window. I just pulled out onto a main road without looking. But I honestly didn't know where I was or what I was doing. I just sat there like a zombie." Now, what do we make of this? Because this is basically Darren Nichols recalling pretty much word for word what transpired according to Kevin Tarbuck. This guy has been, he's driving down the road from work on his way home. This vehicle pulls out in front of him. He has, beeped his horn or given him some obscene gestures. I'm trying to see how these two events are not connected. How can they not be connected? They're both pulling out of the same lane. They're coming out of the same lane, around the same sort of time period, give or take 60 minutes. And I'm just trying to work out in my mind here how this can be two separate events, but I'm actually really struggling with that. So let's now take a look at that police statement in its entirety provided by Kevin Tarbuck. The following police statement was given by Kevin Tarbuck on the 14th of December 1995. He states the following: I'm the above described person and I reside at the address Overleaf. I work for Sutcliffe Industrial Services Limited, who at present have a contract at Hanningfield Water Treatment Works. When I finish work, I leave the site and turn right onto the A130 towards Southend. I've been working on that site for the past 5 weeks and have travelled along that road every evening during that period. At around 1940 hours on Wednesday the 6th of December 1995, I finished work and started my journey home. As I approached Rettendon along the A130, I had just passed White House Farm on the left-hand side and was approaching a small lane again on the left-hand side. As I got nearer to the lane, a white Ford Escort van emerged from the lane and turned left towards Rettendon in front of me. I only saw that it had one male person in it who was driving. The reason I remember this is that in pulling out in front of me it caused me to brake, and because it was icy and snowing I thought what an idiot he was. The vehicle then accelerated away from me. I followed, but by the time I had reached the Rettendon Turnpike roundabout, the van was nowhere to be seen. I would think the van was a D or E registration due to the style of the vehicle. I would not be able to identify the driver again. I would estimate the time that this happened would be around 1950 hours. At the time of the incident it was dark and snowing, I had my windscreen wipers on and my headlights, but in spite of these conditions, visibility was fairly good. There was no other vehicle immediately in front of me nor behind me. If the van had waited for me to pass, he could have pulled out without affecting anybody. The vehicle was in my sight for about 15 seconds, and the nearest I was to it was about 30 yards.